Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, depending on what time it is when you're watching this. Welcome to 10 Entity Framework Features Every Developer Should Know. My name is Phil Japixi, and just a little bit about me. I'm a .NET Enterprise consultant. I do a lot of Agile coaching. I'm a trainer for LinkedIn Learning, formerly Lynda. I write books for Apress, and there's my contact information. Schematic@outlook.com is the easiest way to get a hold of me. Also on Twitter, Schematic. And that name came about because I'm a retired firefighter paramedic and have spent the past 30 years on the National Ski Patrol. All the samples that you see in this presentation are available on GitHub, and that link is at the bottom of your screen, github.com/schematic/efcore-top10. The agenda today is very, very simple. We're going to talk about Entity Framework and the project status. We're going to do a little discussion about which Entity Framework is right for you. And then we're just going to dive right in the code. I've got 10 demos that we're going to show some awesome features within Entity Framework. So let's talk about the Entity Framework project status. And it really should be projects status because there are two live Entity Frameworks. Entity Framework 6.1, full featured, been in production for a long time, lots of people using it very successfully. Then there's Entity Framework Core, which currently is in 1.1 version, and that coincides along with ASP.NET Core and .NET Core. Now, the important thing I want to point out is that Entity Framework 6 is not dead. It is still being developed. They are working on Entity Framework 6.2 as I teach this course, with Beta 1 followed by lots of bug fixes and Visual Studio 2017 support. At the same time, Entity Framework Core 2.0 is being worked on with lots of additional features, some that were in 6.1 and didn't make it into Entity Framework Core, and others that are brand new to Entity Framework. No talk would be complete without the birthday cake architecture diagram. So we have one here. You've probably seen this a million times. You'll see it again. We've got the infrastructure libraries across the bottom, the .NET standard library in the middle, and then the different frameworks across the top and the tooling on the right. So where does Entity Framework fit in? Well, again, we have two frameworks to talk about. So let's talk about Entity Framework 6. It is Windows only runs on the .NET framework. Then we bring in Entity Framework Core, and it runs everywhere. You can run it on Windows, you can run it on .NET Core, you can run it on Xamarin. So you really do have two choices, and we're going to discuss those choices now. So, which one should you use, Entity Framework 6 or EF Core? Well, largely it depends on what you're doing and trying to accomplish. If you're already heavily invested in Entity Framework 6, there's no reason to throw it all out and start over. Entity Framework 6 is Windows only, so if you are not thinking about going cross-platform, it is a perfectly viable option. It's full-featured. It's been under development for 8 years. As I mentioned earlier, they are still doing patches, minor releases, lots of good stuff coming. And it's widely used. Chances are, if you run into a problem with Entity Framework 6, you can quickly find an answer on Stack Overflow or in the documentation. Lots of articles, books, examples out there for you to use. Well, that being said, why should you look at EF Core? Well, EF Core is the cross-platform alternative. If you are looking to do a cross-platform ASP.NET Core solution, EF Core is the ORM of choice. But it also works on Windows, and we'll talk about that more shortly. It is brand new. It's missing not a lot of features anymore, but missing some features from EF6. And if it's missing one of those features that's an absolute deal breaker for you, then you're going to have to stick with EF6 on Windows. Now, EF Core 1.1 significantly closed the gap between EF6 and EF Core, and a lot of those features are what I want to talk about today in this class. And the documentation is catching up. Some of it's a little rough around the edges, not a lot of examples out there, but there's enough that you can keep moving forward. But there are many improvements over EF6. It is brand new, written from the ground up. That means a lot of that technical debt that was carried forward over those 8 years of developing EF6, Microsoft didn't have to deal with. Start over, better development techniques, better practices. We always learn from what we write, and we write it better the second time around, and that is absolutely true with EF Core. It is significantly faster than EF6. There are features that they're bringing into EF Core that they could not bring into EF6 because of technical debt. And it works with EF6. I have a customer right now that I'm working with. They've got a very large MVC5 application using EF6. They're having performance issues with data access. We are working with them to bring EF Core side by side with EF6, and we're seeing significant performance improvements. Now, there is an asterisk there because it's not simply plug and play. There's a little bit of work you can do, or that you need to do, but it does work very well side by side. All right, so enough of the slides. We're about to jump out into these 10 features that I think, again, this is my personal opinion, but these are the 10 things that you really need to know about Entity Framework. First and foremost, the improved performance. Got a great demo from Rowan that shows how much faster EF Core is than EF6 going against AdventureWorks. Batching of calls. That helps with performance, but it's also customizable. Field mapping, brand new in EF Core. Connection resiliency, brought back into EF Core with 1.1. Concurrency, mixed mode evaluation. The from SQL, that is using raw SQL to populate your models. Improved migrations. Now, I say migrations, there's probably several of you out there that just groaned having been burned by migrations in the past. Much, much better in EF Core. Computed column support, and then find, which was brought back. And that is the last slide. We're going to dive right into code. All right, so the first project we're going to look at is just a little performance test, and it goes against the AdventureWorks database. And if we look at the code, it's very, very simple. The first test, it's going to pull back 19,000 records. Does it with EF6 and EF Core, then it does a more complex query. And then it adds 1,000 records and save those changes. Now, there were some tweaks you could do in EF6 to get a little better performance, and that is with auto-detecting of changes, turning that off. So just to show still the improvement of EF Core, we run that last test again using the EF6 optimized. Now, I can talk about it for a while. Let's just show the numbers. So here we go, the first iteration. We're pulling back 19,000 records. I am running on a Surface Book. This is an i7. It's the 500 gig hard drive. So it's certainly not what I would consider a server machine. But when you look at the exact same execution pattern for EF6 versus EF Core, anywhere from 70% to 99% improvement in performance. Same models, little different context, but exact same code. And this is because of the optimization that the EF team has been able to do by starting from scratch. Now, this is demo code, so you're probably thinking, how much faster is it in real life? I don't have numbers to show, but I can tell you that the performance that we're getting with my customers where we're switching out EF Core in place of EF6, we're getting significant improvement, like noticeable improvement from the users. All right, let's talk about batching. One of the reasons that the performance is so much better in EF Core is that the statements are batched. And what I mean by that, in EF6, if I have 3 updates and I call save changes on the context, It does go as one transaction, but there's 3 individual calls that are sent over to the database. EF Core changed that into one call using temp tables and some other SQL magic. It's not really SQL magic. We've been doing it in the SQL Server side forever, but it becomes one network call. And the best way to demonstrate that is to actually show it. So I have Performance Profiler here. We'll go ahead and start it up. And we're going to run. We're actually going to set the project to the right project. And the first run goes with default batching. In other words, that's the EF Core default way of sending data over. To make this easier to read, got a breakpoint, clear out what's in there, go back into Visual Studio, step over the line, and we'll look at the results. So here we have a batch. And we declare a table. Well, not we don't. Entity Framework's doing this for us. It declares a table with all the fields, inserts the values, runs the operation. Now, why does this matter? Well, this matters greatly if you're in the cloud. So if you are sending 4 or 5 network calls up to the cloud, that's going to cost you more than one bigger statement. So the batching is very, very good for performance, very good for cost reduction in the cloud, but it's not always perfect for everybody. So it can be adjusted. We go back into the code and we're going to set up the database without using the default batching. And we do that very simply by setting the max batch size, easy for me to say 3 times, to whatever number you want. Now I set it to 1 so that it will mirror what EF6 does. Go back into Profiler, clear out what's there. Let's run this next line. It's the exact same statement, but what we're going to see is we're going to see multiple calls going across the wire. Is batching always going to be faster? I don't know. Nobody knows. But what EF Core does is gives you the ability to set it up so it's optimal in your particular environment. All right, I'm going to pause the trace, go back into the code, and let's look at our next demo. So we've covered the performance improvements. Batching is a big part of that. The next thing I want to talk to you about is field mapping. Now, one of the big complaints I have, I do a lot of WPF development, and I use notify property changed everywhere. With EF6, we had access to the interceptors. So we could do things like on the object materialized event, set the isDirty flag to false. Well, those aren't yet supported in EF, but field mapping allows us to get around that. And field mapping means that I have an entity, let's say here, again, a blog, right? We try and keep the examples very, very simple so that we can talk about the tech and not get lost in domains. And I have this name property, and it's got a backing property underscore name. If Entity Framework Core sees a backing property following that naming paradigm, underscore name or M underscore name, it will presume that that's a backing property and it will use that property or that field to materialize the object. So in this case, I'm faking out the unnotified property changed. If I call this through regular .NET code, I'm setting properties through my application, the property changed method gets called. When EF calls into my blog object to create a new blog object from the database, it will use the property instead of the setter, therefore avoiding the property change event, which is what we really want. So to show this demo, it's also very, very simple. we're going to set custom properties through C#, and we should see the event fire, or the fake event, I should say. My apologies, we're back in batching. Got way too many projects in here than I normally use, but I wanted to keep it clean so that you could have each individual project as a demo to play with on your own. So now we really are field mapping as the starting project. That's what we get for live TV. Sometimes we get errors in there, but we'll just keep plugging forward. So each of these creates a database from scratch, so it takes a little bit of delay. All right, so now I'm going to set the property through C#. So I create a new blog object, set the name to .NET Musings, set the URL, add the blog, and save the changes. If we look at the console window, we see that the property changed was called. So now we're going to set properties through the Entity Framework materialization. So we just do a very simple query, blogs order by. We're going to talk about this query in just a second. I want to talk about the materialization skipping the setter. And then we go through each of the blogs. We'll just run it to the end, and you'll see that it does not hit the property. So while we don't have access to the interceptors, and I know that's still very important for many people out there, from a WPF scenario and utilizing property changed, you now have in EF Core what you need to keep moving forward. All right, let's talk about some other things that we can do with this field mapping. I've declared a property called URL that's a string, but it doesn't really exist on the object. What I have on my blog object is a setter and a getter for those. Now this is different than a shadow property, because shadow properties are tracked by the DB change tracker. This is really just a virtual fake made up property, if you will, that is only accessible through code and through EF. So lots of power in the field mapping. From my perspective, this is awesome because, again, I do a lot of WPF. Your mileage might vary on each of these, but let's move on to the next demo because I am limited by time. And we're going to remember to set the new startup project this time. All right, connection resiliency. This was another thing that was missing in EF Core 1.0. And had a lot of people kind of got their hackles up. What connection resiliency is the ability to automatically retry when certain transient errors occur. So if you're working with a cloud-based database such as SQL Azure, you don't want to have your application choke and die every time there's a little glitch in the matrix. What you'd like to do is, if these certain things happen and you know for a fact that they're transient errors, you want it to be able to retry a certain number of times. EF Core 1.1 brings this back. It was always in EF6. And there's a couple ways that you can handle connection resiliency. So let's look at the on configuring. And the simplest way, if you're using SQL Server, which all my demos are, is to enable retry on failure in your options. What this does is this brings in a new SQL Server retrying execution strategy, and it was created by the brilliant engineers at Microsoft to say, hey, if you're using SQL Server or SQL Azure, these are all the things that might happen that are just glitches where you should retry. And it sets a default retry and the max delay. So what happens is your application, you call save changes, or you're doing a query, it gets this error, it delays, tries again. When it hits the max number of errors, it does finally say, yep, you know what, I'm done, I give up. I'm going to raise an error, and that error that it raises, right here, the retry limit exceeded exception. So this tells you that there were transient errors, but they were so repeated that Entity Framework just had to give up, returns you back this error. The inner exception is the actual exception that caused the problem. So what if you don't like the SQL Server retry strategy? You can make your own. And it literally is this simple. I create a new class. I derive from execution strategy. I want to set a couple constructors because this is how we have to configure it in the DB context options. And it takes in an execution strategy context. Takes a max retry count and a default max delay. One method that you care about is the should retry on. If you return true out of this override, it will retry up until it hits that max retry count, delaying the retry delay. To plug that into your particular context, all you need to do for the options, I guess I should have spelled these out better. Do a little live typing. I try and avoid that because you don't want to see me type. You want to learn the content. So here are the options. Set the execution strategy to a new custom execution strategy with the max retry delay, or max retry count, and max retry times. Now I apologize for the name. Custom execution strategy is a pretty weak name, but you know what? The three hardest things in software development: naming conventions and off by one errors. All right, so that's connection resiliency. The next topic I want to move on to is concurrency. Let me make sure I set this to be the new startup project. We'll close all documents, save those changes. Now this has been around for a while, but what's new in EF Core 1.1 is some of those familiar APIs that we leveraged very heavily in EF6 to handle concurrency issues. So what is database concurrency? Well, I get something out of the database. Walt gets something out of the database. I save my changes. Walt then goes to save his changes. We have a concurrency issue because his changes are now going to overwrite mine. The way Entity Framework handles concurrency with SQL Server is actually very elegant. We have a timestamp data annotation, and we can also set this through the Fluent API. And this tells Entity Framework that the column named timestamp, and I just happen to name it timestamp here, is actually a row version column in SQL Server. And a row version translates into C# into a byte array. Row version is very specific to SQL Server, and it's kind of a magic column. Every time that a database row gets changed in any way, shape, or form, it's added or updated, the row version gets updated as well. By declaring this a timestamp right here, what happens is Entity Framework changes the query it runs just a little bit when it's running update or delete statements. Instead of just saying update blog where blog ID equals 5, for example, it'll send into the database update blog where blog ID equals 5 and timestamp equals this byte array. And if it doesn't match, then it knows that something has changed. So let's run this and see the query that gets generated. Again, it's creating the database each time, so we have a fresh start every time. All right, we're going to back up to again, live TV, my apologies. Breakpoint in the wrong line. Let's run this again. All right, so we're going to create the database. You don't need to see that code. That just calls ensure created. We'll talk more about that in migrations. What I really want to get to is the where clause when we call the update. All right, so I create the blogging context. I'm going to add a blog, call save changes. Now what I do is I just running a straight SQL command here that changes the database out from under me. So I have this blog object in the DB change tracker. It's got values, it's got a timestamp, and I change the name and then I call save changes. So we'll start the trace again. We'll call save changes. We got an exception, but let's look. So right here, you can see that it's saying update where primary key equals 1 and I don't know how to read a row version, but we're just going to call that 7D1 because that's the letters that show up. So it's checking for both of those to make sure that the value that is in the database matches what I am trying to pass in. Now, it doesn't match, it fails, so we get an exception. Now, the exception's a little misleading, I think it is anyway. It's called a DB update concurrency exception. The name matches, but it doesn't mean that you necessarily had a concurrency error. What it means is that the number of changes that successfully made it into the database is different than the number of changes that the DB change tracker expected to have happened in the database. More often than not, that's a concurrency issue. But I just want to be very clear that it's just telling you that those numbers don't match. Now, the DB update concurrency exception gives us a ton of information that is very, very good for us as developers when we try and sort through what could have happened to the user. There is an entries property, and this is all of the entries that the change tracker expected something to happen, but nothing happened. In this case, we only have one entry because we're only trying to update one thing. We get two sets of property values exposed by this entry entity object, and that's the original values. In other words, the values that were loaded when we first pulled this object from the database. The current values, these are the values that obviously are currently in this object, what the user changed them to. We also have access to the modified properties. And it's not a very simple property, but it is a very simple link statement where we say we take all of the properties where they are modified, and that gives us all the modified, and that gives us normally a significant portion of what we need to build a UI to help the user rectify the situation. Two methods that came back in 1.1, largely because of the community asking for them: get database values and reload. So these were not in 1.0. Get database values makes another call to the database. And actually, you gotta keep this in mind, it is making another round trip out to the database, but then it brings back a property values object showing all of the values that are currently in the database. So now you can build a very robust screen that says to the user, here's the original values, here are the values that you changed them to, and oh, by the way, here's what's in the database. And you could have them pick and choose which ones they want to keep and then save again. Or you can go the easy way and punt and call reload, another API method brought back in EF Core 1.1, and that just reloads the object from the database. So the concurrency capabilities within Entity Framework don't solve anything, don't solve any of the concurrency problems for you, but they give you all of the tools necessary to make sure that you can solve them yourself. Very, very powerful stuff. Matter of fact, so powerful that I keep all of my entities. I have a base entity class that I use in all my projects, and you'll see this in my Lynda courses as well as my books, that has two properties: the primary key and the timestamp, and everything derives from that. Now, if your application doesn't care about concurrency, you can just ignore it. All right, mixed evaluation. This is brand new in Entity Framework. And what mixed evaluation is, it's client-server evaluation. So you've got some method that you want to execute, a C# method, that you want to combine with your link statement. So we have right here just a where clause where we're using a C# method. Now this is very, very trivial, but again, don't want to get too lost in the domain of an example, but show the tech behind the example. So if the name has the word blog in it, and this is a C# method, then pull it back. Now EF6 would have a hard time with this because it's mixed mode. Entity Framework doesn't know how to change this C# method into a link statement. Now if you're new to Entity Framework, then I need to fill you in. The way link works is prior to mixed mode evaluation, it runs on the server. And it runs when that list is enumerated over, or if you call toList. So I can keep building up this link statement, adding where clauses and order bys, and those, however I need to build it up. Once I call toList, executes on the server very, very fast. Well, there was a need to tie C# or client-side functionality into that. So that's what mixed mode evaluation does for us. I can have a link statement with a C# method and then another link statement. Now, I have to warn you that this can turn around and bite you really, really hard in the foot. If I do a get all, and then I say where it has this word in it, and then start doing more link, guess what I have just done? I have done a get all to the client. So you have to be really careful about where you put your client evaluation or your client function. This is probably not a very good example because it's going to bring back all of the blogs, then process through the function, and then create the list. So if you're worried about performance, and I just had this happen, I mentioned that I was converting Entity Framework 6 calls to EF Core for a customer of mine, and I was doing a search for a GUID, database property or GUID, and the method, the C# method, was getting passed in a string. So I said, very simply, where x lambda, x dot, I don't remember what the field name was, it doesn't matter, GUID field name equals GUID. Well, that ended up being a client-side evaluation. It pulled back every single customer in every single customer record in their database, and then client-side converted to a string and parsed it out. So I recommend that you turn off mixed mode evaluation to begin with, and then if you need it, turn it back on. Unfortunately, at this point in time, you can't turn it on and off based on an individual query. It's at the context level. And the way you turn it on and off, it's actually not even turning it on and off. That's kind of a misnomer as well. We'll get back into the code here. Is we basically we have a warning turn into an exception. So we configure the warnings and we say, hey, if we get the query client evaluation warning, change it into an exception, and then it'll become a runtime exception. So hopefully in EF Core 1.2 or 2.0, so in other words, some version soon, we can turn it on and off by query. Right now, it's only at the context level. All right, the next topic I want to cover is bringing back objects from raw SQL. Now, this is a little misleading, is too strong of a word. Entity Framework 6 had an incredible amount of power dealing with raw SQL and the things you could do. Matter of fact, even in the model creating, you can set up an entire entity to be based on stored procedures. Of course, not that advanced, but what it has is very, very nice. What you can do is you can populate any DB set in your context from a raw SQL query, such as a user-defined function, or, it's kind of taboo, you shouldn't do it, but a raw SQL string right in your code. And you can combine those with link statements to make a more narrow view. So for example here, I've got the blogs that we've dealt with the entire time, and I have a user-defined function, search blogs, takes in a parameter. So I can say db.blogs from SQL, pass in the SQL, and then I can continue with additional link. So the user-defined function will fire, returns a list of blogs, does an order by, and does it all server side. And just to prove that's true, let's go back into Profiler. Takes a minute to build a database. Make sure I've got the profile cleared out. I do. All right, now we're going to get the data from the function. So let me turn the profiler back on. I just want to try and eliminate all of the noise that comes to the profiler. And we're going to call this right now. Now, it won't show up yet until we actually iterate through it. New feature in 2017, run to cursor. I love that. All right, and we go in here, and you can see, select those fields from that function, order by. So it's all happening server side. And again, from a performance standpoint, the more you can have done server side and reduce that result set before it comes back client side, the better performance you're going to experience. Now, another thing you can do with this, and I just learned this recently, and this is, I think, really awesome, is it doesn't even have to be a table in the database. So I have this short blog class, silly name, I know, and it just doesn't have a name, blog ID and URL. So it's a subset of the blog. And there's a couple ways in real life that we can populate this, right? We can certainly get blogs back, do a projection with link to populate the short blog. But what if I want to do it straight from SQL? I just say select star from blogs, and it'll populate. And you go, whoa, hold the farm, that can't be true. There are some rules. First and foremost, every field that is in your class that you're populating has to be represented in the query. Select star is not a good way to do it. I should have named the field individually. The short blog, my particular example here, also has to be a DB set on your context. So here I have short blogs to DB set on the context. I've added not mapped in case you're using migrations. That way I won't try and create this table. And you have to define a primary key. And I can do that very simply in the on model creating. Just say short blog has key blog ID. And I'm off to the races. We're using this in production in place of pulling back the full model or several models and then doing auto mapper or those types of projections. We're actually doing this with EF Core to pull the data straight into our view models, and we're finding very nice success with this. All right, I'm going to talk about migrations next. So go ahead, Grown. I know we've all been burnt in the past by migrations. They seem to have been a necessary evil for a long time. And I want to tell you that the Entity Framework team did an awesome job of listening to the community, hearing what the pain points were with migrations, and saying, we got to fix this. So if you're not familiar with migrations, it is a way to either create the database from your code or create the code from the database. So you can scaffold your context and your classes from an existing database, as well as you can create a database from code. And this worked actually pretty well until it didn't. And it was one of those things that I've run into in the past where everything is running swimmingly, and then all of a sudden it stopped working, and you pretty much have to just nuke it from orbit and start over. One of the problems with EF6 is how it kept track of the changes. So there's a migration history table that you might have noticed. And in EF6, what gets stored in there is the name of your migration, version, but also a hash of the database. Well, hashes are inherently one way. So if I'm working in a team environment and I make a change to the database and you make a change to the database, and now we have two hashes, we can't really see what the changes were. So the Entity Framework team addressed that on a couple different fronts. First and foremost, if we look at the migration history table now and what is contained, and that's a really small font, I apologize, the one thing I forgot to change. But just suffice it to say, there's only two fields: the name of the migration and the product version. The hash is gone. It's no longer stored in the database. So you wait, hold your horses. Where did that go? Well, it is now a C# class. So if I look into the migration sample and I look at this blogging context model snapshot. Now the model snapshot name is added on. The blogging context is the name of your context. This is a C# code that represents your model as it exists based on your entity classes and your DB context derived class. If we're in a team environment, I can now use any merge tool to look at the differences between what I've done and what Walt has done to the database, and we can very quickly figure it out. So no longer do you have to have one person in charge of migrations and nobody else allowed to touch them, right? It really works as a team environment. There are a couple other differences I do want to call out. In EF6, we could remove a migration just by saying its name. We could say .NET EF migrations remove, and the name of the migration doesn't exist anymore. Makes total sense. You don't want to pick one migration out of the middle of a whole stream of migrations and take it off the board. .NET EF migrations, or remove migrations if you're using Package Manager Console and not the .NET EF, only removes the last migration. You can script just like you can in prior, and this is actually what we do in production, is we will say .NET EF migration script, beginning migration, end migration, or if you leave it blank, it goes from the beginning of time to the end of time, what file you want it in, and if you want it to be idempotent. In other words, if it's not dependent on any other migrations. So this is great if you're in an environment where DBAs have to approve all changes. Absolutely. I totally support that. The more eyes looking at something before we put it into production, the better. Create the script, hand it off to them, let them go to town. Now, one thing about migrations, and this isn't new, but just to keep in mind, if you want to run custom SQL, all you have to do is create an empty migration, and you can call migrationbuilder.sql. For example, here I am building a user-defined function. You also want to remember in your down method of that migration to drop the function. Couple things that you don't see in EF core migrations that you might have used in prior versions. If we go back into the model snapshot, which used to be called the configuration class, there is no seed method here. So there's no way to automatically initially seed a database using migrations. And honestly, I think that's kind of a good thing, because if you forgot that was in there, seeding is great and you can write your own in EF core. But if you forget that it's automatically seeding database and you roll to production, then you can have some significant problems. So To sum up the changes with migrations, the good no longer uses a hash to check the database state. Model snapshots now a C# file that contains all of the DDL. And the database migrate command, oh, we didn't touch that. It's a good thing that I'm looking at my notes. I want to talk about ensure deleted, ensure created, and migrate. So ensure deleted and ensure created combined is similar to drop and create database always, which existed in EF6. Ensure deleted says, hey, if this database exists based on a connection string within the blogging context or those context options, then delete it. If it's already deleted, we're happy, move on. Ensure created will then create the database based on the model. Now this is important. It's going to use that model snapshot class that we looked at right here, and it's going to build up your model. So it'll match all of your code. But if you have migrations in there to create things like stored procedures, to create user-defined functions, or to do anything else, they will not get executed. So I've gone away from using ensure created, and I stick with migrate. So the context.database migrate is a combination of ensure created and run all migrations. So just something to keep in mind if you're doing this on your own. All right, 2 more topics. Looks like we're pretty much on time schedule-wise. The next one is very near and dear to my heart because it did not work in EF Core 1.0. I was the one who logged the bug in the samples. Well, actually, several people logged the bug, but I ponytailed on that, and we got it resolved. Computed columns. So I am not just a C# developer. I do a lot of database admin type work too, although not as much as I used to. So I'm not a type of developer who wants to have everything in the database or everything in code. I like putting things in the right place. So if I have a situation where I'm doing set theory to provide values to another table, I absolutely will want to have a user-defined function for a computed column to get that value. For example, if I have a very simple e-commerce site and I have an orders table and an order details table, I would like in the orders table the total of all of the order details without having to run a query each time I get the data to populate the order details. Very simple to do on the database side with a user-defined function that the order total column in the order table is defined as a user-defined function that then calls into the order details, sums it up, and shows the value. Right? It is set theory 101. And if we look at the SQL for that table, and this font might be too small. I know how we can do it. Let's do this. Script table as creates to new query window. There we go. That's bigger than it would have been. So here we very simply have the order total as this function takes in a parameter. Super easy to do on the database side. Unfortunately, in EF Core 1.0, this caused all kinds of problems. I will tell you, once I was able to get a test that showed it definitively, the EF team was all over it, had it working pretty quick, and now it works very, very slick. But there's some things I want to point out to you as to how to configure this from an EF standpoint. So whereas I believe that you should intermix database code and C# code where it makes the most sense for your application, you also have to keep in mind supportability for other developers. So if I've got a new developer starting on this project, I don't want them to have to run the migrations, run a bunch of SQL scripts, right? Do a whole bunch of friction causing cruft to get their system up and running. I want them to be able to hit F5 and be off to the races. So that brings us back into migrations. So I've created the first migration, right? Just normal. I've got a migration based on my columns, 2 tables, orders, order details, creates the columns, no computed values whatsoever. I then create a manual migration that creates the function. Once I have the function created, I can then add in the computed column. This is where you have to know your database provider. SQL Server will not allow you to change an existing column into a computed column. So you have to add the column after the function exists. So that's how the migrations read. A lot of code there, not expecting you to type any of that. All you need to know is this, and it's actually very, very simple. I go into my context, I go into my model building, and I say, my order table has a property called order total, money type of, or column type of money, and has computed column SQL. This is a method on the model builder, and you just pass in the SQL. This will automatically create that computed column on the table for you. Now, one thing that did work in 1.0 and still works in 1.1, thankfully, is you could always do a very simple computed column that was based on the same table. So my order detail table has a quantity and a unit cost. I want to have a line item total. I just put quantity times unit cost. Works great in EF6, worked in EF Core 1.0, and works in EF Core 1.1. So here's my computed column, and that literally is how simple it is. Now, when you look at the code, sometimes I get a little defensive in my programming. So we look at the order total. One thing I could have added in here is called it a computed column with the data annotations, but it's not necessary since I did that through the API. Now, I will tell you that the Fluent API is the only way to set a computed column to a function or even a computed column to 2 fields on the same table. All right, so that's computed columns. I could run the code and it'll profile and it'll give the sum, but there's nothing too exciting there. I only have one more thing that I want to talk about. And I think this is also very important. And this also shows how important the community is to the Entity Framework team. So find was a method that was in the older version. Well, it's still a current version, but in EF6. And the way find works is a little different than just calling a get. So let's show the code. I can call first. I can put a where clause in there. Either way, I'm getting one blog back from the blogs table. This goes out, makes a database call. By now, you should know exactly how this works. Find works a little differently, and I can call it on the DB set itself, db.blogs.find, right? So I could do this. Now let's be creative with our names and call it 2a equals db.blogs.find and pass in the primary key. Now this only works with primary keys, but I can also do it directly on the DB context. So all the methods, I'm sneaking in an 11th feature here. All the contexts you can do add, update to all the CRUD operations directly off the context. You just have to tell it what DB set it is. But both of these do the same thing. By primary key, it looks in the DB change tracker first to see if you've already pulled back that object. If it has, it hands it back to you. If it hasn't pulled back that object into your instance of the DB change tracker, it will then make a database call. So this I do want to trace into. We're going to comment that out. So create a new database, create a new blogging context. We're going to make a database call to get the first object. Creating a database takes a few minutes. Well, it actually takes a few seconds. Here on camera, feels like a few minutes. All right, let's clear out the trace. It is running. Go back into our code here, and we step in. All right, and what did it do? Okay, select top one from blog. Let's clear it. Now let's call find. And we're back here, no database call. And we go back here, and now we're going to call first again, passing in a where clause. And once again, we get a database call. Now, how much of an impact this has on your code? You know, there were some people in the community that said we don't need find. There are other people who argued very eloquently how important find was to their particular code. The important thing is the Entity Framework team listened, they responded, and they returned a feature that many, many people had a very important need for. And with that, I am just about out of time. I'm going to once again put my contact information up. Probably the easiest way to get a hold of me is Schematic on Twitter. That's as in snow ski paramedic, not like a database schematic. And all of these examples are available on github.com at schematic/EFCore top 10. Thank you very much. Have a great rest of your day, evening, or weekend, depending on, again, on what time it is when you're watching this course. My name is Phil Japixi. I've enjoyed being here.
Hi, my name is James. In this module, we're going to be taking a look at how to get started using ASP.NET Core in Visual Studio 2017. My name is James Churchill, as I just mentioned. I'm a teacher at Treehouse. We do online education for brand new beginner students, as well as developers who are experienced working on the job who want to keep their skills updated. I've got about 16 years of professional development experience, mostly working as a consultant doing web development. I've also been a regional speaker and trainer. I have presented and given talks in Oregon, Washington, Utah, Tennessee, Idaho, lots of great places. Real quickly, our basic agenda, we're going to start just by kind of leveling the playing field by talking about or giving a quick introduction to .NET Core and ASP.NET Core. Then we're going to jump into some demos. We're going to create a project using Visual Studio 2017. We're going to take a look at the new CS project system. And then we're going to take a quick look at kind of the underpinnings of an ASP.NET Core application, program.cs, startup.cs, before we move on to looking at the middleware pipeline, a little bit of .NET Core CLI, just to show you what that experience is like outside of Visual Studio. Then we'll create an MVC project, and time permitting, we'll look at a quick demo of take helpers and API controllers. So to start, let's just give a quick overview of what .NET Core is. So .NET Core is an open source, cross-platform version of .NET. It's supported on Windows, Mac OS, and Linux. It's a subset of the full .NET framework. So application models like WinForms, WPF, and ASP.NET WebForms are not part of .NET Core. Now .NET Core and ASP.NET Core are delivered as a set of granular, well-factored NuGet packages. This gives you a pay-for-what-you-use model. And you only have to include what is needed for your app to actually run. So you can deploy .NET Core with your app, or it can be installed side by side in the user account or machine-wide. If deployed with your app, you only deploy what your application needs. This keeps things running fast and lean. .NET Core only supports a single app model, console apps. So that might seem a little limiting, but as we'll see when we create our ASP.NET Core project, other app models can be built on top of that. ASP.NET Core is a significant redesign of ASP.NET. It's a complete rewrite of the ASP.NET Web Framework. This is the biggest release of ASP.NET since version 1.0. To give you an idea, it's no longer based on System Web DLL. Having a clean break from the past gave the ASP.NET team the ability to develop a fast, modern, cross-platform web framework to meet their stated design goals. It runs on .NET Core or the full .NET framework. This gives you the choice and flexibility to use the framework that best supports your situation. In this session, we're going to be primarily using the .NET Core tooling that's available in Visual Studio 2017. The .NET Core tooling also includes the .NET Core Command Line Interface, or CLI. That gives you the ability to develop applications outside of Visual Studio, which is important if you're doing cross-platform development. When you install Visual Studio 2017, you'll see that there's a brand new installation experience. Part of this is selecting what workloads you want to include as part of your Visual Studio installation. In order to get the .NET Core tooling installed and ability to develop ASP.NET Core applications, you're going to want to select the ASP.NET and web development workload. This will give you tools to develop ASP.NET and ASP.NET Core applications. So that's enough introduction. Let's go ahead and jump right into some demos. And the very first one that we're going to do is we're going to use Visual Studio 2017 to create our first project. From the New Project dialog, we have two options available to us. We have a web application template here for .NET Core and one for the full .NET framework. Typically, you're going to want to target .NET Core. This gives you the ability to develop or deploy your application onto non-Windows platforms, and you can also take advantage of the Docker tools in Visual Studio. But if you need a feature that's not yet part of .NET Core or available there, then you might need to target the full .NET framework. But for this example, we're going to go ahead and target .NET Core. For my application name, I'm going to name this something creative, like First ASP.NET Core App. I spent a lot of time thinking about what to name my projects, and you can probably tell. And then I'm going to click OK. Now, this will take you to the second part of the project setup. You're familiar with this if you've created ASP.NET projects before. This allows us to pick the specific ASP.NET Core template that we want to use to create our project. We have empty, web API, or web application. For our first project, I'm going to go ahead and select the empty. Down here, you'll notice that there's a checkbox to enable Docker support. We're not going to cover Docker in this module, but that's what you would check in order to do that. Over here on the right, just like you've seen before, you can change your authentication options. And we currently have no authentication selected. We'll keep that way just to keep things simple. And then I'll click OK to create our project. As soon as our project is loaded here in the Solution Explorer, the first thing I want to call attention to is this new Dependencies folder. This used to be called References. Inside of here, if we expand this, we can see a NuGet folder, which contains our NuGet packages that we're referencing, and an SDK folder. The Microsoft.NET Core.app is the .NET Core framework that we just targeted. Now, if you look at our other files here in the project, we'll see program.cs and startup.cs. But you'll notice that there's something missing here if you've done ASP.NET Core development before. There's no project.json file. And why is that? Well, the new project system inside of Visual Studio 2017 that's part of the .NET Core tooling is based on MS Build. So, to be clear, this is not the CS proj that you know and, well, probably generally dislike. There have been many improvements made to MS Build in order to accomplish what they wanted to accomplish with ASP.NET Core applications. Not the least of which is that we can now right-click on our project and select Edit First ASP.NET Core App CS Proj. And we can do this without having to close the project or unload it. Now, probably the first thing that you'll notice when you see the new CS Proj format is look at how few elements there are within the CS Proj. If you're anything, in my experience, if it's anything like my experience, you're used to seeing a lot of elements here. They've been able to pare this down by using a lot of smart defaults, and they're also using file globbing, so they don't have to include individual references to files. Every file that's in your project folder that's on the file system is now by default part of your project. What that means is that you can make changes to the file system and they're just going to be picked up inside of your project. That means, for instance, if you switch branches, if you're using Git, then the project will just automatically take notice of that and adjust. Or if you add, remove, or rename files and folders, those will be picked up automatically as well. This one change will go a long ways to reducing the kind of merge conflicts that .NET developers have dealt with for years. The other thing that you'll notice is that we have package references to NuGet packages right here in CS Proj. It's not in a separate file. And especially cool, watch this. So if I pin my Solution Explorer back open again, and I'm going to just cut this package reference while we keep an eye over here on the right. So I'm going to cut and I'm going to save. And notice that my NuGet dependencies list is going to stay in sync with what my CS Proj is that I'm editing over in the editor. So it's live editing of the file. So cool. And if I undo and save again, then that reference is going to come back. You'll notice that there's a little bit of a caution or a yield sign that was there. That's the package being restored so that it's available to our project to use. If you've done ASP.NET Core development before, and let's say you have an existing project, you may have a project.json file that you're going to want to migrate as you bring it forward into Visual Studio 2017. Well, it's not a matter of that you might want to. You're going to have to. The new CS Proj MS Build project system is the only way that you can develop projects, ASP.NET Core projects, in Visual Studio 2017. Now, something to take note is that in Visual Studio 2015, the preview tooling only supports project.json, that project system. So when you migrate to 2017, it's a one-way trip into 2017. Though that may not be as big of a deal as it sounds, Visual Studio 2017 installs side by side with Visual Studio 2015. So you should be, if you have projects that you want to keep over on Visual Studio 2015, if you're working on a team and maybe you're moving ahead, just coordinate with your developers on your team and make sure that everyone is prepared to do what they need to do to keep up with that change to the project. Now, let's go ahead and switch gears and move on to looking at program.cs. Program.cs is a simple class. It has a single static method, static void main. Now, astute .NET developers who are watching the live stream here will probably look at this and think, this looks like a console app. And you know what? You'd be right. As I mentioned a bit ago, .NET Core only supports a single app model, console apps. So this is the entry point into our application. Now, what makes our app an ASP.NET Core app is that the main method is creating a host, building that host, and then running that host so it can listen for HTTP requests. Now, we use the web host builder to create the host. It's a Fluent API, so we can just dot off of web host builder, the new instance, and call methods to configure our host. The first one that you see here is a method use Kestrel, and this tells the host to use the Kestrel web server. Kestrel is a cross-platform managed web server. This allows ASP.NET Core apps to be developed and ran on platforms other than Windows, Mac OS and Linux, for instance. Also, I want to make note that there is a web listener server that's also available. So if your application needs to use a Windows-only feature like Windows Authentication, then you could switch to using the web listener server. Just need to make sure to note that when you do that, your application will be typically running on Windows servers. in order to support those Windows-only features. The next call that we're making here is use content root, and this is simply just saying to use the current directory as the root of our project. The next line is use IIS integration. This method configures the host so our web application can be integrated with IIS, or when we're developing locally, IIS Express. Now, this is kind of an important note. IIS is no longer directly supported, meaning that IIS does not host our ASP.NET Core apps within its own process. IIS is used as a reverse proxy to Kestrel. This is the same general approach for hosting Node.js apps in IIS. The useStartup method says to use our startup class when the application is starting up. And we'll take a look at that class in just a minute. Use application insights is to configure application insights for our application. We'll go ahead and leave that there, even though we're not going to be doing anything with that specifically in this module. And then, like I mentioned before, the host is built, and then we call run on that host so it can start listening for HTTP requests. Let's go take a look at our startup class. One of the first things you'll notice here is that startup is just a plain class. There's no interface implementations, no inheritance, but there are two specially named methods that our host will look for and call when our application is started up. The first is configure services. Configure services allows us to configure, well, services for our application. Services are components that their intent is to be, or they're intended for consumption in our application, sometimes by middleware, sometimes by controllers if we're doing MVC, filters, that sort of thing. Services are made available to these other classes through dependency injection, or DI. What's really great about ASP.NET Core is that it now includes a built-in inversion of control IOC container out of the box, and it supports constructor injection by default. Now, the built-in container, if it doesn't suit your needs for whatever reason, can be easily replaced with a container of your choice. Now, our container services method, our configure services method isn't doing anything right now. In a later example, when we configure an MVC or create an MVC project, we'll see an example of what that looks like. Let's move on to our configure method. Actually, let's go back for a second. Even though we're not configuring any of our own services, there are application services that we can inject into our configure method. iApplication Builder is an example. We can use that in order to configure our middleware pipeline, which we'll take a look at in just a second. iHosting Environment is used to give us information about our current environment, and iLogger Factory is used to configure logging providers, like we're doing right here, where we're adding a console logger. I'm going to go ahead and comment out these two lines just to reduce our configure method down to a single call, app.run. And what app.run is doing is it's configuring a terminal middleware component. A middleware component is going to handle an HTTP request. Now, we're only going to do a very simple thing here. We're going to take the HTTP context that's handed to us, and we're going to write asynchronously to the response the text, the hello world. Let's go ahead and run our application. And I'm going to do that by pressing Control F5, so I'm going to run without debugging. And once this builds and starts up here, it'll open up Edge, and we should see our text written to the response. Now, if we view source on this, just to be clear, it is just the text, hello world. There's no markup here whatsoever. Why is that? Well, because that's all that we're writing to the response, is just the text, the string, hello world. Now, something that's kind of cool, since we're not running without debugging, I can just update this file, come over here to the browser, refresh the page, and we'll see the new content without having to close the browser, stop the app, rebuild, and restart the app. Now let's try another experiment. What if we were to comment out this middleware so that we're doing nothing in our configure method? I'm going to go ahead and set a breakpoint here right at the end of our method code block. Then I'm going to press F5 this time to debug so that we hit our breakpoint just to make sure that the configure method is actually being called. And here we are at our breakpoint. So I'll press F5 to continue. Oh, and we get an HTTP 404 error. So that's interesting. But it makes sense, right? We're not configuring any middleware components in our configure method right now. So there was nothing written to the response. And what this tells us is that if we don't have any middleware in our pipeline, the default behavior is to return a 404 HTTP status code. Let's go ahead and bring that back, and let's try something else here. I wanted to show you an example of the ASP.NET Core's approach that we like to refer to as build up. So I'm going to throw an error. I'm going to say throw new exception. Throwing an exception is not asynchronous, so I'm going to take that keyword out, and then we'll run our application again. We hit our breakpoint. Oh, and there's our exception. So we hit our breakpoint first because we were configuring our middleware pipeline, and then the request was sent through the pipeline, which allowed our throw exception to be ran. And we get the 500 error. And if we open up the developer tools and switch over to network, I'm going to go ahead and refresh the page. We'll see that we got a 500 status code. But there was no content. Our request body is empty. So out of the box, we're not getting any exception handling, and even though we're on our local development machine, we're not getting any information about the exception that happened. What we can do, though, is that we can add another middleware component to our pipeline in order to give us what we're looking for, especially when we're running in development. So we're going to put this in an if conditional. So we're going to say if environment is development to make sure that we don't do this in production. And then we're going to say app.useDeveloperException page. And this will load in the developer exception page middleware component. Now, when we run our application, we should see something a little different. And it looks like we might be hung up here. Let's give it another second. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and stop. Oh, there we go, and I'll close Edge. And we're just going to restart and see if we can get this to run again. Okay, here's our exception. Press F5. And now we get probably what we were expecting the first time. We get a stack trace, and we can click this plus, and look at that. We get a nice little formatted code snippet showing where the exception happened. We can also click down here and show the raw exception details. If we had query string parameter values, we could see them here. If we had cookies, we could see them here. And here we can see the headers. So that's pretty cool, a nice developer exception page. But to get that, we had to add the middleware component. So this is showing again that ASP.NET Core uses what we call a build-up approach, as opposed to a tear-down approach. So instead of having a bunch of things turned on by default that you may or may not be using, ASP.NET Core starts out really with nothing there. And then you have to add in the middleware components to support the features that your application needs to have. Let's do one more example before we move on. Let's say that we want to serve a static page. Now, something we haven't talked about yet is that ASP.NET Core Applications includes a folder named www.root. www.root is where all of our static content is served from, so JavaScript files, images, CSS files. If we were to not put them in www.root, they wouldn't be able to get served to requests. So we want to make sure we put those static files here in www.root. That's the default location, which can be changed through configuration. But we'll go ahead and leave the default. And I'm going to go ahead and click Add, New Item, and then we'll select HTML page, and we'll give it the name Index. And then I'll add in H1 and say hello from the index page. And save that. Okay, let's go ahead and start application. I'll do it without running debugging or doing debugging this time. Oh, and we got our error. Well, I didn't browse to index.html, so let me do that. Oh, that's interesting. We did the correct route this time, but we still got the exception. So let's go back to our application and take a look at startup. Yeah, so there's our terminal middleware component. So our request is getting down there, but the static file is not being served. Well, this is an example of the build up approach again. Out of the box, static files are not going to be served from ASP.NET Core application. So first, we need to add that package to support doing that. So we can right-click on our project, go to Manage NuGet Packages, and then we'll go to Browse, and the package that we're looking for contains the word or the string static files. And the very first one that showed up here on the list is the one that we're looking for. So I'm going to select that and then click Install. Click OK. Yes, I accept the terms. I had my lawyer look that over the other day, so we're good. Okay, the NuGet package is finished installing. And you can see over here that it is now in our NuGet dependencies list in Solution Explorer. And if we come back over to Startup, we need to add the middleware component to handle static files. So we're going to say app.use static files. And I get an IntelliSense error. And this happened to me earlier when I was running through this. So what I'm going to do is, I'm not sure why this is happening, but I'm going to close the solution, and then I'm going to come back into it, and we'll see if we can make that error go away. And there we are. Control-Shift-B just to make sure that we're compiling, and we are. So let's review that real quick. So our middleware pipeline now has 3 components. If we're in development, which we are, then we add the Use Developer Exception Page middleware component. Then we're adding Use Static Files, and then our terminal, the middleware component at the end, the last one that runs, is throwing an exception. So I didn't mention that before, and maybe that wasn't absolutely clear. If you've played around at all with Node.js, or previously in ASP.NET, you could use Owen to set up middleware pipelines. The order that we add our components is the order that the request goes through in. So order is important here. We wouldn't, if we added static files after the app.run, it would never get there because app.run is always going to terminate the request and not go on through any further through the middleware pipeline. So we're going to want to make sure to put that before. Okay, now let's Control F5 and run our application one more time. And we still get the exception. Well, let's try browsing to our file again. Oh, great, success. This time we got hello from the index page. So that's great, but maybe we don't want to ask our users to have to specifically type in the URL to our static file or to our index page. Well, we can add another middleware component, use default files. And notice again, order matters. I'm having to do that before the static files component so that when the request comes in, if it's for the root of our site, it will modify the request, the path specifically, so that it includes a reference to our default file. So now, if we come over and take off the specific reference to the page, now we get our default index page without having to browse to it specifically. And notice that we're not getting to the end of the middleware pipeline anymore because use static files Well, let's take a step back. Use default files, modified the request, so it's looking for index.html. Then use static files, looked for that file in www.root, found that it was there, read that file, wrote it to the response, and didn't call next invoke to go on to the next middleware component. So we short-circuited the request pipeline because there wasn't any other work that needed to be done. So that is a very quick overview of middleware components. There's a lot you can do with middleware components. You can write your own custom middleware components. When we do an MVC application in just a bit, you'll see that there is more to our middleware pipeline than what we're doing here right now. In fact, we'll see that MVC just ends up being another middleware component that we add to our pipeline. Now, what I want to do at this point is I want to show you a quick demo of using the .NET Core CLI to add a class library project to our solution. So why is this important? Well, if you're working in a mixed environment or a team that's not just working on Windows only, let's say you have some developers, some front-end developers that are on Mac OS, they're going to want the ability to be able to create projects using the new project system, so CS-Proj, and add those projects potentially to the solution. And luckily, we have tools to do that. So I'm going to go into my projects folder, and I'm going to find there it is, first ASP.NET Core app. It's a classic application. And now I'm in the folder for our solution. So there's my .sln and my solution file that's loaded into Visual Studio. And the first thing that we're going to do is we're going to take a look at the help for the command .NET New. So .NET is the .NET Core CLI. That's how we invoke it. And then we say new is the command for creating a new project, and we'll do -- help just to get some additional information about the command. We can see arguments that we can pass, options, and here specifically is what I wanted to show is the list of templates that are available to us. And here's the one that we're looking for. So class library, and it has a short name of class lib. So let's use that. So I'm going to say .NET new class lib, so that we select that template, that project template, and then I'm going to use the N flag to name my project, shared project. Again, very creative, my project names. Spent a lot of time working on that. And then I'm going to use the O flag to direct the output, so I'm going to create my project into a folder also called shared project. And then we can see that the template class library was created successfully. Here's our first project. So if we go into that folder and list, wrong one, shared project, thought that looked like too many files. Here we can see that there's a class1.cs and a shared project.csproj. So we've created our project, but we're not quite done yet. Now we need to add it to our solution. Well, luckily again, there's a .NET command to do exactly that. And that command, if we do .NET -- help, we'll see a list of our available commands, and that's the sln command, which allows us to modify solution files. So we can do .NET sln add shared library, and we want to include the paths of the folder, and then we want to say shared library csproj. We can do .NET sln list, which will show us the projects that are part of our solution now. So if we zoom in here, we can see that we have two projects. First, ASP.NET Core app. There's that csproj, which is the one we created in Visual Studio. And now we also have shared project csproj. If we jump back over to Visual Studio, we'll be prompted that, hey, our solution was modified outside of the environment. Imagine that. And we actually meant to do that. So we're going to click Reload, and that will reload our solution. And lo and behold, here is our shared project, class library project that's now part of our solution. It's so great to be able to have the option to do these things outside of Visual Studio. Love having the choice, love having the flexibility. If we right-click and select Edit first ASP.NET Core App CSproj, then we can go in and see, oh, you know what? I missed a step here. What I wanted to do was go in and add a reference to our new class library project. So I added the project to the solution, which is great, but we're not consuming it from our ASP.NET Core project yet. So this works just like it did before. You right-click, you add a reference to a project that's in your solution, you select it and say OK. But you notice as soon as I did that, now we have a project reference element in our CS proj. And look at that, look how clean that is. It's just the path to the project file. No GUIDs to look at, really easy to do. In fact, we could have just edited this by hand if we knew that this was in fact the XML that it was going to generate. All right, moving on. Now it's time to go ahead and create our first MVC application. So I'm going to close this project, and we're going to go back to using the new project dialog. We can do that here from the start page. You can see that there's some templates here that we've recently used. Here's ASP.NET Core, Web Application.NET Core. Yep, that's the one we want to use. That takes us right to where we want to be. And this time, I'm going to name this first ASP.NET Core MVC app. And then click, and we're still targeting .NET Core, and we'll click OK. But this time, though, instead of empty, we'll choose the web application. We're still not going to use Docker. And we could go into our authentication options, and now we have the ability to select individual user accounts or Windows authentication. If we selected one of those, it would use identity, just like it did before if you were creating an ASP.NET project in Visual Studio 2015. But to keep things clean and simple, I'm going to go ahead and leave it as no auth. Open up Solution Explorer here. Great. So now you'll notice that there's some things that you would be, if you're an MVC developer or have experience with this, you'll see some things that you expect to see. You see a controllers folder that's got a single controller in there. We have a views folder with a home folder with some CS HTML files in there. All that should give you some good ASP.NET warm fuzzies, so to speak. So let's go ahead and take a quick look at startup and see how things look different here. Well, to start with, we have a constructor. So our startup class now has a constructor, and notice that iHosting environment is being injected. This is that application service that gives us information about our current environment, and it's being injected into our startup constructor. And what we're using this for is we're using the configuration builder to set up configuration for our application. Now, something that I didn't notice or didn't point out before is notice that there's no longer a web config file as part of our project. That's because we don't use web config anymore for configuration. It's a much more flexible configuration system now. You can use JSON, you can use XML if you want to, or you can use a custom configuration. Whatever format you want to use. We're going to use JSON, so let's go ahead and open up the app settings. And you can see here that it's just a straight, nothing fancy, JSON file. And we could add another value here, so we could say option 1, and we could say some value. If we come back over to startup, let's talk about this a little bit. So it's using the builder pattern here, very similarly to how we configured our host over in program.cs. It's a Fluent API again. So right off the bat, we're saying set base path. This is saying use the base path, our content root path as our base paths, which is the root of our project. And then we say add JSON file. And we're passing in the name of the file, which in this case is appsettings.json. It could be any name that you want to use. And notice that we're also saying that this is not optional. There has to be one of these files in the root of our project. If we don't supply this file, we're going to get an exception when our application starts up. And then we're also saying to reload on change so that if we change that file, the changes will be picked up. Then we add a second JSON file. So this is interesting. The name of this one is dynamic. So it's app settings dot, and then we're using the current environment name in the name of the file. So it'd be app settings development.json. And this one is optional. Then lastly, we're saying add environment variables. Now the order of these is important. So the first app settings.json file will get loaded, its key value pairs. Then the second JSON file, if it's there, will get loaded. And if there's any keys that are repeated in there that have already been loaded, then it will overwrite the previous values. And then the last one that gets checked is we'll load key value pairs from environment variables. So because it's the last one, it wins. It trumps all of the others. Environment variables are great because that allows us, for instance, like if we're using an Azure App Service to deploy and host our application, we can set those environment variables, sometimes which includes sensitive configuration data like API keys or database connection strings. We can set those as environment variables so we're not having to store them in a file. More secure that way. Then we say builder.build and we store that configuration into a property just so that we can make it available within configure services and the configure methods. Now, as we mentioned before, so that's configuration. There's a lot more to it than what we just covered there, but given our time constraints, that's all that we can talk about for now. The ASP.NET Docs has a lot of great resources that walk you through how you can even use, for instance, strongly typed classes to reference your configuration so you're not just dealing with string keys all the time. Pretty slick stuff. Now, we'll take a look at configure services and look, services.addMVC. This is an extension method that adds the services that we need for our MVC app. And those will be consumed throughout other components within MVC. So here's our configure. We're still referencing the same 3 application services as we did before. This time, not only we're adding a console logger, but we're adding a debug logger. Again, logger provider pattern, so we can add as many providers, even custom ones that we write ourselves, to this, and then we log throughout our application without really concerning ourselves with what logger or what provider they're going to be written out to. We set our level and we write a message, and that we can change this configuration in different environments to be whatever we need to do. And for instance, here we're using console. Maybe we don't do that in staging or production. We do something else like write to a database or an API. Then we check to see if we're in development environment. If we are, we use our developer exception page again. We also configure browser link as a middleware component. If we're not in development, then we're using the use exception handler middleware component. Now this handles exceptions, logs them, resets the request path, and then re-executes the request to this path. So this allows us to do like a pretty user-friendly error page. Then, like we did before, use static files because our MVC application is going to have CSS and JavaScript. And then we say use MVC. And finally, here's where we add our MVC middleware. And notice that there's a callback that we're passing in, which allows us to set up our routes. In this case, we just have the single default route. You'll notice that the syntax here, if you've done MVC development before, is slightly different. We can set up our route parameters, and then in line, we can just set our default values, which is pretty cool, much more concise. Now, just wanted to point out, and I never see this get used very often, but we actually have the option or an extension method to call that says use MVC with default route. And so we could use that instead of the one that the template gave us. If we didn't want to do that and stick with this, then we could add additional routes. So we could say other routes here, if we needed to, if our application needed those. So that is our middleware pipeline for our MVC application. Let's go ahead and run our app just so we can see what this project looks like that was created for us. And again, if you've done MVC development, you'll probably go, I've seen that before. Warm, fuzzy feelings again. The familiar, yes. And continuing on that line, let's now take a look at a controller. So even though what we've seen, ASP.NET Core changes a lot of what's going on underneath, there's a lot that also will feel very familiar. So, a lot of that host configuration and the startup and configuring services and middleware pipeline, a lot of that tends to be front-loaded in the development process. And even though you might make changes here and there, that work tends to be done up front. And then the day-to-day activities, you're working with controllers, you're working with views, you're working with, your models in the database. That's the kind of stuff that you do maybe 80–90% of the time. And luckily, ASP.NET Core follows a lot of the same ways of doing things that we had in the previous version. Here's our home controller. Notice that it inherits from a controller base class. Here's an action method. Now, instead of an action result concrete type, it is using an iActionResult interface, but the naming is similar, so that will feel very familiar. And then notice that we're returning a result, an action result, by calling view, which is defined in our base class. And then here's our about and contact action methods, and here's that error method that provides our friendly error error message page to our users. So those are controllers. You know what? Let's just add a new action method. So I'm going to say public action result, and I'm just going to call this one customers. I'm going to imagine that we're, have a list of customers on our website, and I'm going to say return view. Now, I'm going to right-click on this and point out that this is something that I think will get fixed probably relatively soon. But what you would expect to see here is add view, to invoke scaffolding to add that view. And it's not in the menu. And in fact, if we right-click here on our controllers folder, now we do see this one, add controller. But when we do that, Visual Studio 2017 is going to prompt us to add some dependencies in order to get scaffolding. Like it's thinking that we need to finish building out our MVC application so that we can use scaffolding for our MVC app. Well, we created this from the project template, so that's why I say that this feels a little sort of off kilter right now. I'm sure they'll get this fixed up. So I'm going to go ahead and say add full dependencies. And that's going to take a few seconds here to go out, and it's going through our project and adding the things that it thinks are missing. And once that's done, we'll be able to right-click on that view method and be able to say add view. We're given some, it's kind of cool. If you didn't have an MVC project set up and you wanted to do that, it'll add all the dependencies and things that you need to your project and give you some instructions about how to modify your startup class. Pretty slick, actually. Now we can right-click on view here and we get add view. And that brings up the same dialog that again you would expect to see. It picks up the name from our action method for the view customers. We'll go ahead and use the layout page that we have. And once this finishes scaffolding in our file, then we'll see our CS HTML Razor view. Here it is in all of its fantastic glory. All right, now we need to do one more thing. Well, let's go ahead and run our application. So the one more thing, as you probably would guess, is that we don't have a menu item to get to our customers, but we can, it's home is our controller, and customers is our action. And there it is. But we want to be able to have a menu item for our users. So let's go ahead and do that. So I'm going to go into shared, and I'm going to pick layout. Notice that we have two layout pages. Again, this is part of that dialog that came up that said add dependencies. It erroneously adds this layout CSHTML without an underscore. We can just delete that. We don't need that. And I'm sure these things will get cleaned up in due time, so these sort of anomalies will go away quickly. And here's our layout page. Now, that's kind of interesting. Notice here that we're getting some purple text. Haven't seen that before. Come down, scroll down. Oh, and here's our menu. And, interesting. We're not seeing any HTML action link helper methods, but we are seeing some unordered line items. You know what, I'm just going to go ahead and hack this in here. So here's my anchor element. We have an ASP area. That sounds familiar. I recognize that. ASP controller, home, yep. ASP action contact, well, I'm going to guess that this needs to be customers. And then the text for our anchor element should be customers. If we come out here then, oh, look at that. We get our menu item, and now I can click on contact and go to the contact page and click on customers and go to the customers page. That's exactly what we wanted. But what's going on here? So these new purple attributes or elements are what's known as tag helpers. Tag helpers are going to be, they're really cool. So again, just for comparison's sake here, let's create one of these menu items by using an HTML helper method. So we would typically use action link, and then I always forget what the first parameter is. Right, it's the link text. So I'm going to say, and I'll just call this test, and then we'll say index, and then continuing on, all right, route values. And I'm trying to get to the point where we can do CSS classes, because I want to be able to style. There it is. It's the fourth parameter, and we have to do one, we've all done this a million times, but we have to do one of these anonymous objects, and then prefix it with an @ because it's a reserved keyword, @class, and now I could, let's say we're using Bootstrap, and I could say button, but I don't remember, let's see, it's button dash danger, I believe, right? Really user-friendly. In fact, if you pass this off to your designer and your team, I'm sure they're going to love you to go through and add a bunch of classes that way. Now with tag helpers, we're able to apply server-side code or decorate our elements with attributes, or even have custom elements that invoke server-side code to be able to render markup in our views. So this ASP action is specifically, and in concert with ASP controller, is being used to create the href attribute on the anchor element. But check this out, because these are they appear as attributes in markup, we can now just say class like we would expect to. And furthermore, because we're just in markup, we get IntelliSense that shows us the CSS classes that are available. And so earlier when I was struggling to try to remember that it was button space button dash danger, I get the confirmation that that's what I want, and it's just, it's less cognitive work to have to do that. Those are tag helpers. Huge improvement over, I think, over what HTML helpers. And if you're like me, I'm substantially on larger or non-trivial projects, I tended to find that I had sort of a library of custom HTML helpers that I would use in order to make it easier to create forms. Well, you can create your own custom tag helpers as well. In fact, let's take a quick look at what a form looks like using tag helpers, because again, I think you'll appreciate how beneficial it looks. So first we're going to take a look at the form using HTML helper methods. And so we have begin form, and then we have label 4, text box 4, and we're using the 4 versions here, so we're able to pass in a lambda or a link expression to identify the property. That's pretty cool. We get IntelliSense, right? So I can say .name, and I know that it's not just a magic string. It's much harder to make a mistake there. But we're still having to do this anonymous object and @class. It really adds a lot of verboseness to our code. Now let's look at the tag helper version. What do you think? A lot cleaner, right? So if we switch between the two, there's the HTML helper version. Here's the tag helper version. And again, because we're just inside of a regular HTML element attribute, we're able to get IntelliSense support. Now, you might be looking at this ASP4 and thinking, well, James, yeah, but now you're typing a name magic string in here. Actually, it's not. The ASP.NET Core and Visual Studio is smart enough to know, the editor is smart enough to know that we're inside of a tag helper here, and the value for this is C# code. So we get IntelliSense for the model. This is a strongly typed view. We're using @model up here and setting it to our models.contact model. So we're being shown the members on that model. And so here I can select name and know that it's correct. And if I were to pick something that doesn't exist on the model, we should get an error. Yep, and right there it says contact does not contain a definition for ASDF. Well, of course it doesn't. And we'll change this back to name. Now, something I want to point out real quick is that when you use Visual Studio 2017, you install it for the first time and create an ASP.NET Core project, you're not going to get this nice purple highlighting, and the editor won't recognize tag helpers. They'll absolutely work runtime, but your design time experience is going to be a little bit lacking. And you want to be able to see these cool pop-up helpers and information as well about what the tag helper is doing. To get that, you need to install an extension. So if you go to Extensions and Updates, and I'll search for my install, and I'll type in Razor here. So Razor Language Services. Go search for that extension and install it, and you'll get this nice editor support for tag helpers. The last thing that I want to look at here real quick is API controllers. In ASP.NET Core, there isn't a separate base class for API controllers anymore. Web API has been merged with MVC. So you'll notice that our context controller, which this is an API controller, is inheriting from the same controller base class that our MVC controller did. This is great. If you ever had to create a custom filter, for instance, like if you're doing some sort of custom authentication authorization, you had to, in previous versions of ASP.NET, you had to implement that twice, once for MVC and once for Web API. You won't have to do that anymore because it's a single base controller. You'll notice here that we have a route attribute, and we're able to use this controller token so that we don't have to repeat the name of our controller. That's really great. If we rename our class, then the name will just flow up into that route attribute. One other big change is that even though I've named my method get, I have to be explicit about the fact that this should be associated with get requests. It's no longer going to pick up the naming of my action methods. And then here's an example of using our route parameters directly in our action or in our HTTP GET attribute. So we don't have to have separate attributes. We can just specify that we expect an ID parameter. Much more concise and elegant than it was before. And here is our put method, and here is our delete method. It's just a quick overview. The rest of this code should look very familiar. We still have our same helper method here for returning no content, for instance, or not found, so forth and so forth, or created at action, whatnot. So all of that should feel very familiar, and there's more to know about Web API, of course, in ASP.NET Core, but that's what we have time for today. So real quickly, let's do some wrap up here. And get to the right place in the slides. Sorry about that. Excellent. Here's our wrap up. So what didn't we cover? We didn't cover deployment. We didn't cover Docker. We didn't cover Entity Framework Core, which is a new lightweight cross-platform version of Entity Framework. We didn't cover web front-end web development. Identity, view components. There's a lot more to this. But there are great resources. All the resources and demo code that I showed you today, plus some extra stuff that we didn't even get to, is available at this GitHub repo. And if you want to dig further into this, be sure to check out these Microsoft Virtual Academy courses on ASP.NET Core. There's an introductory course, there's an intermediate course, and there's a more advanced cross-platform course. These are taught by Scott Hanselman and Maria Nagaga. Really great content that's freely available. Go check it out. Also, as I mentioned in the beginning, I work for Treehouse. We have a 7-day free trial that gives you our full access to our library. A lot of great C#.NET content up there, including a workshop that I did on ASP.NET Core. So go to teamtreehouse.com and start your learning there today. Thank you very much for tuning in. And that's all that I've got. See you later.
Hello and welcome to this session on building web apps powered by Angular 2 using Visual Studio 2017. It's a snappy little title, just rolls off the tongue. My name's Darren May. I'm president and co-founder of Crank 211. We're a digital agency that likes to produce next generation experiences. We do a lot of work with Windows UWP, web applications, and cross-platform mobile. I myself am a Microsoft MVP for Windows development, and I've got a bunch of interests around biking, hiking, and I couldn't get the last one to rhyme, working out. What we're going to be talking about today is how we can actually leverage Angular as part of a ASP.NET MVC core web application and bring these things together. So we're going to talk about how we would get started with this, some essential tools, and how we're going to go about creating an app. We're then going to talk about how we can take that template and strip it down so we're starting fresh for our own particular application. We're then going to go through some scenarios where we're taking an HTML mock and how we're going to bring that into Angular. We're then going to incorporate some data services into this mock that we've built. And finally, we're going to deploy this to Azure. Once we've done that, hopefully we'll have a little bit of time to wrap things up. Okay, let's leap in. So, obviously we're talking about Visual Studio 2017 here, so it's an essential tool for actually building this type of application. You'll want to make sure you've installed the web payload or workload for the ASP.NET web development. There's also a reliance upon Node.js version 6 or later. Now, typically when you're in Visual Studio, you would go to File, New, Create Project, and you would select a template in which you would create your project. The versions of the tools that we're using right now with the SPA templates actually come command line only, though I'm sure they'll be integrated into the new project dialog at some point in the future. Why are we going to use the SPA template? Well, it brings a number of benefits. First and foremost, it solves a number of the challenges of bringing together the Angular client-side system with the ASP.NET Core server-side system so that we can actually have them hosted within a single solution. It really resolves some of the routing issues that happen with both of them trying to take control of things. It also incorporates a great capability called server-side pre-rendering. The advantage of this is that it leverages Node on the server to create a version of your page that can be downloaded very quickly when you start the application before the JavaScript client side has spooled up. And so it gives you a much faster application launch capability. We're also leveraging the Webpack dev middleware. The great thing about this Webpack tool is it runs in the background and is constantly monitoring your source files and will transpile your TypeScript as created and saved. That means it's always ready to go. That ties in very nicely with hot model replacing. This allows us to automatically refresh our browser to display new content as we're doing this. This means that we don't have to constantly compile our application, hit Control F5 or F5 to launch it up and run it. It's actually running all the time. Obviously, we'll need to compile if we're going to create server-side code, but this is great for rapid development of our client-side application. The template also supports two build modes. One, which is dev-oriented, which makes sure that we have source maps that map our TypeScript source to our compiled JavaScript so that we can actually do debugging and integrate tightly with Chrome or Edge or Internet Explorer for debugging experiences. And we also have a production mode, which leverages minification and also doesn't produce source maps to keep our deploy code as small as possible to really make it efficient for downloading. You can learn a lot more about the SPA template itself from a great post by Steve Sanderson, and I've included a short link here to allow you to go out to that site. So let's talk through installing the SPA templates. First and foremost, you'll need to verify that you have a version of Node installed on your system that's greater than version 6. As you can see, I've got 7.5 installed on mine. You're then going to leverage the .NET command line tool, and we're going to install those templates. So .NET new, we're going to do -- install, and we're going to specify Microsoft.ASP.NET Core.SPA templates : That means grab the latest version of these things. This is actually a fairly lengthy process. There's a lot of packages that will be downloaded, so I'm not going to demonstrate that live for you. However, what I will demonstrate is actually creating an application using those templates. So let me switch over and show my command line. So I'm in command line, I'm in my demos folder. So your routine for creating these things is going to be, first and foremost, want to make a directory for yourself. So this is going to be my new application directory. I'm going to change directly into Crankbank. And then I'm going to use the .NET command. and I can say new, and I can specify -L. This will list all of the templates that are available for me. As we can see here, here's a list of these templates, and right here is our Angular template. You'll notice Aurelia, Knockout.js, React.js, React.js, and Redux are also part of these SPA application templates that are available for us. But as I mentioned, we're focusing on Angular right now. So let me create my Angular application. And this rapidly expands out the template and creates my project. And as we can see, we've got a lot of source files here, including a CS proj file. We're going to leverage that in a moment. What we've done at this point is created our project, but we haven't actually downloaded any dependencies. Now, I could open this directly in Visual Studio right now, and Visual Studio would pull down NuGet packages and would also pull down the NPM packages that are required, the node packages. However, I actually prefer doing this in the command line for a couple of reasons. The primary reason is that I can actually see the progress of the NPM installs, whereas it's a background task in Visual Studio and you just get a little busy icon moving in the status bar. So let me do this. So .NET restore. And so this is a very quick operation. And then I'm going to say npm install. Now this is a longer operation, as it's going to bring down all of the various npm packages that are documented within the packages.json file that's part of our application environment. So I'm going to leave that running and come back to my slide deck. So what we've just briefly ran through is a couple of essential tools, such as Visual Studio 2017 and Node. We've discussed briefly how to install the SPA template, and then we've demonstrated the creation of a SPA template, and we're in the process of preparing it for opening it in Visual Studio. What we're now going to look at is how we can take the application that's been created for us and remove some of the components that we don't necessarily need if we're building our own application. Effectively, what we have is we have an application that includes some sample components that show you how you can use some of the capabilities, such as call back into your TypeScript to increment counters, fetch data from a ASP.NET Web API service, and so on. We're going to remove those so that we're actually ready to go for building our own application. So let me switch back over and let's see if our resources have completed. So yes, they have. So we've actually finished downloading our dependencies. So now I'm just going to start up Visual Studio by launching our CS proj. So this will bring up Visual Studio. And obviously it's opening up the solution. It will do a check for us to make sure that we've got our dependencies downloaded. So we should see that happen very quickly, and then the application itself will start up. If I hadn't pre-installed our npm packages, we'd see something down in the status bar, and it would be a little sluggish. So I actually prefer to do it in the command line. So now I'm just going to hit Control F5 so we can quickly see the sample application that we have installed. So this is it spooling up. It's launching IIS Express to host our site. And here's our quick sample application. We see we've got Crankbank here, which is the title of the application. But we have a bunch of components that we actually don't need to use. So let me switch back to Visual Studio, and I'm going to show how we delete some of these things. Before I jump into that, I just want to call out startup.cs. Inside startup.cs is some of the routing magic on the MVC side of the house that maps to our home controller, so we can deliver our first view via MVC, and also introduces a SPA fallback route so that everything else gets handed over nicely to our Angular application. If I jump into views very quickly, we can see views home, so following the convention, there's the index.cshtml. This is the single page that will be served by our MVC application that will launch our SPA application. You'll notice we have an app element referenced here. This points to our app component in Angular. We are also launching our compiled, transpiled, minified client.js to launch our application. But here is the magic tag that actually fires off the server-side pre-rendering of our application to speed application launch. Just going to jump quickly into controllers. Here's the home controller, and as you can see, it does virtually nothing other than turn around and say, if we've got a request for the home path, we're going to return the index document, which is the view, which I just showed you, which is going to launch our application. And then we have a simple error action. We have a sample data controller that actually we're not going to leverage as part of our sample, so we're going to get rid of that. And now we're going to move over into the Angular world. That's hosted inside this client app folder. We have two TypeScript files here that are responsible for supporting our hot module loading and actually starting up our application. We won't play around with those too much, but our application itself is inside our app folder. Here we have appmodule.ts. So this is the main configuration for our application module. It includes a number of imports that bring in the components that we're leveraging. We have our ng module decorator, which is a specific type of function new to Angular 2 that allows us to attach metadata to our app module. And as we can see, we actually have nothing at all inside our app module. It's all being configured through this declarative data here. Here's our bootstrap. This tells us that we're going to be launching our app component as our startup component. This is a list of the components that we're going to reference inside our module. And down here, we've got some path configurations that set up the Angular routing. As we're going to be removing some of these things, let's go ahead and do that. So we're going to get rid of counter and fetch data. We're going to come up here, we're going to delete nav menu, counter, and fetch data here. And we're also going to remove the imports for those, as we're going to delete them from our system. So we've deleted those extra components. We're referencing just the components we have. So now we can jump in and expand up our components folder, and we can see we have a counter directory. We're going to delete that component. We have a fetch data directory. We're going to delete that component. And we have nav menu. We're going to delete that component. Now we quickly need to modify our HTML just to remove any references to things. We have a router outlet. This is where any of our routed components are going to render their output. So we're going to take that one and we're going to move that up. And we're just going to drop that inside a Bootstrap container. It's interesting to note that Bootstrap is included as part of this template, which allows us to create good UI without necessarily having to have a designer involved, and you'll see that later on. If we look at the home, in this home component, we have a lot of extraneous data. So I'm just going to strip this down into Hello World, and we're just going to save our application. Now we're being prompted here to create a solution file, and that's a necessary step if we're going to persist our solution. So we'll just save that. So now if we switch back to our home page, we see a number of errors related to how we've gone through and basically hacked out components that the system was expecting at this moment in time. If we refresh, we get some additional errors which are related to the fact that our application has been dramatically changed whilst we're running. So what I'm actually going to do is come back into my application in Visual Studio. I'm hitting Control F5 to relaunch my application. This should now start us up clean, and we should have a hello world showing. And of course, it wouldn't be a live demo if we didn't have a change. So I've just hit Control R to refresh my browser and remove the cache, and now we're actually getting our application running as expected. So we have hello world showing, which is the output of our home component, and that is being displayed in the position of the router outlet inside this page. Okay, so that's basically got us back to our clean point. So in summary, we've just demonstrated how we can quickly remove some components and get ready to actually create our application. So now we're going to look at how we can take an HTML mock and bring it into Angular. So the scenario that we're in is that we have a designer who's created a set of HTML files, and they've said, okay, go ahead and build this. We're going to review these HTML files, and we're going to componentize them. Then we're going to implement them in Angular. So I'll let you bask in the glory of this highly designed application. Yes, I admit I did it with Bootstrap. What we're basically showing here is a sample application that looks somewhat like a bank account. We have an initial view that's going to show us our account summary, and we have a detail view that's going to show the activities. If I look at the account summary page, we can break this down into a number of components. We have a shared header component that we're going to use across both of our pages. We have an account summary list component that is going to hold a number of instances of the account summaries that are going to show a summary of each of the accounts, such as a checking account, saving account, and so on. If we also look at the account detail, we can see that this breaks down in a similar fashion. We have a shared header component, we have an account detail component, we're actually going to reuse our account summary component from elsewhere, and we're going to have an account activity component. Now obviously as part of this demo I don't have time to create all of these things, so I'll be dropping in some code to get us to that point at some point in time. One thing other that I'm going to be using to help speed things along is a useful extension that's been published by Mads Christensen out on the Video Studio Marketplace. This is the Angular 2 snippet pack. This contains, as you can see, a very large number of different snippets. I'm going to be using ng2 component, I'll be using ng2 HTTP GET, ng2 pipe, and some structural components, ngIf and ng4. It's a great productivity boost to install this. I'm also going to be trying to comply with the Angular style guide. This is documented out at this URL. It provides guidance on naming your components and naming your files, and also on how you would lay out your source within your application itself. So, without further ado, let's jump into creating some of these components. So one of the things that we mentioned was that we have this HTML mock site. So if I open this up, I can actually bring that HTML into my Visual Studio environment and have a look. And we can see that our designer, me, has marked up this source file so that I can easily see the HTML that relates to particular components. The first one we have on this list is header. So let's go ahead and create header. Now we're going to use a convention here, which is each area we're actually going to create a folder to contain it. So I'm going to add a new folder and I'm going to call this shared. Inside here, I'm going to create another folder, which is going to be for my header. If I could spell it correctly. Now inside here, I'm going to create two files. I'm going to create a new item, which is going to be an HTML file. And using a convention, I'm going to call this header.component and leave the HTML extension. I'm then going to add another file, and this is going to be a TypeScript. I press Ctrl-Shift-A to bring this up quickly. And this is going to follow a similar convention. It's going to be header, again if I could spell it correctly, .component, .ts. Okay, we've got default HTML in here, so we're going to delete that for the time being, and then we're going to go back into the header component, and this is where I'm going to use my first snippet. So ng2 component, tab. So I'm going to call this shared header. So this is the element that I'll refer to in my HTML when I use this. We have an inline template here. Well, I've already created an external file, so we don't care about this for the time being. But now I'm going to name this class header component. One of the great things that we have in Visual Studio is we've imported our component decorator here. And so IntelliSense now knows the properties that are available to me. So I can press Control Space and I can see that I have a template URL property that I can populate. So what I'm going to do now is specify the path to my header component.html. So what I'm going to do very quickly is I'm just going to put a paragraph in here that says header. So we know that that's there. Now in order to leverage this component, I need to register it within my app module. So I'm going to come in here, I'm going to create a new import statement. I'm going to leave this empty for the time being, from /, and now what we can see is we actually get paths that are prompted for us. The Visual Studio understands our layout here, and so we know we're in shared, we know we're in header, and we know inside there is our header component. If I now come back into here and I press Control Space again, it tells us these are the exported components that are available in that source, which is awesome. So now I've got my header component imported. I need to declare it so that it's available for use within my environment. I can drop this in. And now let's go ahead and change my app page. So inside my app component, this is where I have my router outlet that's going to show my routed elements, but I want my header to be shown all of the time. So I'm going to move that above here, and I'm going to create my shared header component. So I'm going to save that. If I switch over to here and refresh, hit Control F5 just to refresh my environment. Quick as a flash. Okay, what did I do wrong here? Let's have a look at shared header. Let's come back into my header component. I said shared element, look at that. So there you go. This is, you can tell it's live. So I save this, I come back into my page, refresh, and hurrah. So here we have our header appear, and here is our content, our home controller being displayed. So now what we want to do is actually get our JavaScript in. So I'm going to come into my JavaScript, my HTML for my header. So I'm going to copy this, and I'm going to drop it into my header component. So I'm just going to replace this, save it, and we see that immediately this is refreshed. I didn't hit Control R, I didn't have to hit Control F5 or anything along those lines. This is refreshed and is showing exactly what it is that we wish to display, but we are missing some images. So this brings me to our www root folder. This is the actual base of our delivered web application. And so in here, this is where we would put assets associated with images and so on and so forth. So I'm going to create an assets folder here, and I'm going to go into my HTML mock. I also have a fave icon that I can drop in. That will replace the existing one. And I can also go into assets and grab my logo.svg, and I can paste that into assets here. So if I refresh my page, because this doesn't cause a transpilation to occur, we won't actually all pick it up automatically. So I refresh my page, we see we've got our logo, and we've got our home page here. So that's an example of how simply we can actually pull in some HTML and get our, start to mock out our componentry and actually start to build out our application. What we would do right now is we would rinse and repeat this process for each one of the components that we have in place. So rather than you watch me do that, what I'm going to do is I'm going to drag in some components that I prepared earlier. So I'm going to open this in File Explorer, and I've got my just HTML folder, which is, as I say, my prepared components, and I'm just going to grab these and I'm going to drop these in. I'm going to replace those files in the destination. Now what's interesting about this is our environment automatically refreshes. That all of a sudden I now have additional folders for account summary, account list, account detail. I have an account folder. Inside here I have all of the additional files that I just dropped in. So rather than having to do a add to project or anything along those lines, this is monitoring the directory structure and bringing them in. Something else I should call your attention to is how it's nicely nested our TS files beneath our HTML files. It's using a pattern matching there. And if I was to add a CSS file as well, you would see that that would nest nicely below the HTML. So we've just dropped these things in. Let's refresh, and as you can see, this has already brought up our new componentry in, and we've actually updated our display. We're getting some of the interaction that we expected with our mouse over, but we're actually not able to navigate anywhere. So we very quickly started to flesh out these applications. And just to prove that there's no smoke and mirrors going on here, let's have a look at the account list component. And we can see all it is just HTML that we've dropped in, and we don't have any magic going on behind the scenes in the TS file. So it's just some static data that we've dropped in. But what we would like to do is we've got our detail component, but we actually don't have a way to traverse to or navigate to our detail component at this moment in time. So what we're going to do is add this to our route system so that we can actually go and display it. Our routing is defined in our app-module.ts. So let me bring that up. So here are the existing routes that we had. One thing you'll note is we've replaced the home route with an account route so that we go to our account list, because we actually no longer need our home component. But what I'm going to do now is add in an additional route, and that's going to go to our account detail component. So we've got detail is going to be the name of the route, but we also know that at some point in the future we're going to want to pass in the account ID. So I'm going to make this a parameterized route that I can pass in the ID of the route of the account that I wish to show. I've already imported the account detail up here, and it's already declared. So now all I need to do is bring this component in and drop it in here. Now I can save this. And if I come up here and type in a route of detail /12345 because I need an ID, it should take us straight to our detail page, which it does after a little bit of thinking there. So this is our detail page, and I can hit back, and we can see that the routing system is working well and moving us backwards and forwards between our two views. But obviously the intent is that we would actually be able to navigate based upon clicking on one of these items. So how are we going to go about doing that? Well, in order to do that, we actually need to integrate into our summary and respond to a click event. So this is one of the first things I've talked about which require binding. So I'm going to actually bind to the click event handler in my summary, and whenever I click on it, I'm going to invoke a function on my TypeScript, navigate to detail. If I open up my TypeScript, if I create a function in here, navigate to detail, and just so we can prove that it's working, I'm going to say alert, and I'm going to show detail here. I can save this. So if I come in here now and I click on it, up comes my alert that says detail. So we know the magic is working, we're subscribing to the event and so on. But actually I want to do something where I'm going to navigate. So in order to do that, I need to tie into the routing system. So I need something like this router.navigate, and I'm going to pass an array of parameters. I know my route is detail, that's what I just created in my module, and I also know I'm supposed to pass in an ID, so I'm going to put that in place. But the challenge is, how do I get hold of the router? Well, the great thing about Angular is it has a dependency injection system. The router component is actually a core part of the system, so that is already available and registered as part of dependency injection. And in effect, dependency injection says that an external container is going to be responsible for the life cycle of the component that can be injected, and it will look at components to see if they require an instance of that external dependency when they're constructed. So I've kind of foreshadowed there that we can do this by turning around and adding a parameter to our constructor of type router, and I've already included in here the import for router. And inside here, I would then create a private member variable called router of type router. That's the type in TypeScript working for us. And in here, I would say this dot router is equal to the supplied router as part of the constructor. That's a lot of typing, of course, and the great guys at the TypeScript group have worked out that why not shortcut all of this so we can just type private router up here, and that will do the same thing as creating a private router variable, and we'll then make that available from the this dot. So let's save this. Let's jump into my home page. If I click on it, now you can see I navigate to my account. Of course, we're still showing static data inside here, but at least we're able to navigate around and move between our components. So that brings me back to the presentation. So what I've quickly shown there is how it's relatively straightforward to create a number of different components and to import HTML in from a series of mocks to very quickly flesh out the structure of your application. I've also shown how you can create a simple route that we can pass a parameter across, an ID, that we can use at some point in the future for pulling in data. I've also shown output binding to enable us to respond to a click event on a div. And I've shown how we can route via code and how we can leverage dependency injection to bring that router in. What I'm going to talk about now is how we can start incorporating data into this rather than static HTML. So the objective of this particular section is we're going to create some data classes, we're going to remove the hard-coded data in the HTML, and then we're going to display some data using bindings and templates. So before I jump into the code itself, let's talk a little bit about binding. We've got a couple of different types of binding that are available to us. The first is interpolation. And effectively, interpolation evaluates expressions. And you can tell in interpolation because it has these double curly braces surrounding some form of expression. For the first one here, for example, we have account.name. So the outcome of this expression would be the values held in account.name, which in this scenario is Darren. The second one shows that we can actually evaluate any JavaScript style expression. So 4 plus 4 would evaluate to 8, and that's what will be displayed there. We have another capability in here which allows us to put a null guard in place. So for example, if account was undefined, trying to access the name property of an undefined object would create an error for us, and that would break our templating and break our rendering. So we can put this guard in place to prevent trying to evaluate that expression if the account is null. There's actually other ways of doing this using structural ngIf and so on and so forth to prevent us from even trying to evaluate expressions, and I'll show that in a while. Input binding. So we're using square braces here, and this indicates that the value of the account property is going to be input into the property on the associated element, and we'll be demonstrating that shortly. We've already seen an example of output binding where we subscribe to the click event, and that causes our navigate to details function to be invoked. There's another type of binding, two-way binding, that we actually won't be demonstrating as part of this, but it's well known because of its the mnemonic that people use to remember which order the braces go. It's the banana in the box binding, where you have the square brace with a parentheses inside it, which is essentially the banana in the box. And that illustrates that we both input and output binding on a property. So, without further ado, let's leap into starting to add data into our application. So, we're back in Visual Studio. So, before we can actually start showing data, we have to have some way of creating data and storing data. So, I'm going to go into my shared folder, and I'm going to create a data type. So this is going to be a new TypeScript file, and we're going to create account summary.type. So again, we're following a naming convention here, using dashes to split the words of the class name, and we're specifying the type of the file, which happens to be type in this instance, as part of this. So now we have our account summary, so let's open that up. We're going to create a class that's going to be available elsewhere, so we're going to export it. It's account summary, and we're going to have a number of properties on here. We're going to have account number, which is typed as a string. We're going to have type, which is going to be an enumeration type, which we haven't created yet, so we'll put that in place and we'll come back to that. We're then going to create the name of the account, which is going to be a string. And then we're going to have the balance of the account, which is going to be a number. That will make sense. So let's quickly create the enumeration. So we're going to add a new TypeScript file. This is going to be account type.enum.ts. Make sure we've got that. So again, we're describing what our type is here. We're going to export the enum. It's going to be an enum account type. We are then going to add in here the types of accounts. So we've got checking, we've got savings, and then we have credit. So if I come back into my account summary, I wish I had $1 for every time I double-clicked on something and ended up trying to move it in Visual Studio. Import, we're going to import our account type, and then we're going to bring it in from the account summary type. Oh, I put that in the wrong place. Let's put that into our account summary. There we go. I know there's many of you shouting, it's in the wrong place out there. Fortunately, I heard you apparently. Okay, so we've brought in account, and I've brought in the wrong type, so now it needs to be type.enum. That's the wonderful thing about IntelliSense and these squigglies and so on. It tells you when you're going wrong, so it makes it much easier. Okay, so we've got our account type, and we've got our account summary. Now we want to leverage that data. So let's go back into our accounts list component. And this is where we're going to, if we look at the HTML, we have a list of cache accounts, and we've hard-coded that we're going to show 2 of our account summaries. And down here, we've hard-coded that we're showing 1 of those. Well, that doesn't make any sense. So we want to work out some way of having the system actually generate these based upon what we need. So we want something like, and I'm going to use another snippet here, ng2. We're going to use the ng4 structural construct, which says we can loop through every account that's in, say, cache accounts, and it's going to repeat this element for every instance it discovers within the cache accounts. And the same thing down here, that we're going to do this inside the credit accounts. But wait a minute, you say, we don't have any credit accounts right now. You're absolutely right, so let's create those. So we're coming to account list, and we're going to import, we know we need account summary because that's our data type. And if I spell it correctly, it'll be even more successful. And we're going to bring that in from our shared account summary type. We're also going to need our type because we're going to want to differentiate between the types of the accounts. And so we're going to bring in our enumeration. Okay, so now let's create some member variables. So what do we call these? Cache accounts. And that's going to be a type account summary array. And we're going to have credit accounts. And that's also going to be an account summary array. So if we view our page right now, we can see that this is empty. Makes sense, we haven't put anything inside our array. So all of this stuff is starting to hang together. But obviously that's not an ideal display. So maybe what we can do is we can use ngIf to show something in case this occurs. So maybe I'm going to put a paragraph in here that says no cache accounts. And I'm going to control whether that's displayed based upon another structural directive, which is ngIf. So I use a snippet. It really doesn't save me that much, but what I'm saying is if we have cache accounts as undefined, we're going to display that. And I'm going to copy this down here, and I'm going to drop this in here. And I'm going to say if credit accounts are not defined, we're going to say no credit accounts. Okay, so we've got those set up. Let's come back in here, and we can see that the magic is just working, that because those are undefined, we're displaying these things. Okay, well, let's get some test data to actually inject in there. So I'm going to create this in the constructor. I point this out because this is actually a bad idea. Creating content in the constructor means that any time your component is being created, it's going to be injected into your component. If you're running unit tests, you're having this static data created. There's actually lifecycle events on init that we'll leverage once we're actually doing this more properly. But for the time being, let's quickly create this. So we're going to cache account equals, I'm going to create a new array, and we're going to create a new object. Now, the great thing about all of this is that we have IntelliSense. It understands, because I've declared what cache account is, and this should be this.cache account, that's what the squiggly is telling me. Because I've declared that cache account is an array, or cache accounts, goodness, is an array of account summaries. It knows that the object it's expecting should be a account summary. So I immediately get IntelliSense to allow me to create the correct shape of object. And that's the wonderful thing about the type system within TypeScript. So the account number, let's call this 1, 2, 3, 2, 3, 4, 4, 5, 6, 7. And we're going to have a balance. And we're going to give it a balance of 1, 2, 3, 4.56. We're going to give it a name of, let's just call this checking. And we're going to give this a type of account type dot checking. So we copy this. And let's do different numbers here. 2, 3, 4, 4, 5, 6, 1, 2, 3, 4, and we'll make this one 5,234. This is going to be savings, and we're going to have this as a savings type. And we're just going to quickly rinse and repeat, delete one of these things. This is going to be credit accounts. And let's put a credit card style number in here, so 111-222-333-444. And we'll call this credit. And we're going to say this is type credit. If I can spell that correctly. Okay. So we've got that. Now if we flick back over to here, bang, all of a sudden we now have these instances displayed. But they're actually not showing the right data because we're not passing it into our summary component at all. So let's quickly look at how we can approach this. If we come back into our account HTML, we've got an account summary here, and we've got this account variable that's being set, but we're actually not consuming it anywhere. So let's assume that we're going to have an input on our account summary that's going to take that account value. And we have the same down here. So now what we've got is we're passing in a parameter, but this is causing a problem because we actually don't have a property on account summary that accepts this. So let's jump to account summary and rectify that. So the first thing we're going to do is we're going to import the input. And every time I type in out, we type input, and we're going to create a property on here that's going to be decorated with the @input decorator. And this is the account summary property. And that is going to be of type account summary. So we know we're going to need to import that. So let's import account summary. And we're importing that in from our shared summary type. So now we know we've got account summary. And if we come into our HTML, all of this is saved. So we can see that we're still showing rubbish, basically. So let's change this now. So now we're going to start showing, this is going to be our name. So let's use our interpolation binding, and we're going to show account summary dot name. Save that. Look at our home page. Hit refresh there. It was a little bit slow in picking up. So we can now see that checking, savings, and credit are being displayed. So we can jump down to here and show account summary dot account number. Save that, and here we can drop in account summary dot balance. Okay, so now we can see we're actually getting live data shown in here. Now, hold on just a second. We're showing all of the digits of our account number, and in our demo app, in our demo app, he says, repeating himself, we are showing just the last 4 digits. Let's bring that back up again. So we're just showing the last 4 digits. And we're also showing a currency formatted output for our balance, whereas in our application itself, we're just showing the raw numbers. So let's show quickly how we can go about doing this. So what we're going to do now is we're going to quickly add in a formatter. So if we look at our balance, we're going to use a built-in pipe. And the purpose of a pipe is to transform output into a new format. And we actually have a built-in currency type that takes the parameters and it uses a colon to separate it. And we're going to say we're going to use US dollars here. We're going to say true, we want to show the symbol, not the string. And we're going to supply a format, which is we're going to show a minimum of 1 integer element. We're going to show a minimum of 2 fractional components, and we're going to show a maximum of 2 fractional components. So if I do a quick save on here, what we can then see is we've got updated and we're now showing our currency. We have the desire to actually reformat our account number here. So we actually want to have a pipe that would take this and actually strip out the last 2. So I'm going to show you very quickly how we can create a custom pipe component. So again, another $. I'm going to add a new item, TypeScript file. And in this TypeScript file, it's going to be we're going to call this format-account number.pipe. And we're going to use another of our snippets. Again, another $. ng2, want to use pipe. So we're creating our pipe, and our pipe is going to be short name format account number. And we're going to, a class name is going to be format account number. We know we're actually going to pass in a type of string to our transform method. We don't need to pass in any additional parameters, and we're going to return a type of string. So we're going to quickly put a quick guard in here that says if the value is undefined, we're just going to return an empty string. And then we're going to return ellipsis plus, and then we're going to have a ternary expression that says if the value.length is greater than 4, then we're going to return the value.substring value.length minus 4. Otherwise, we're just going to return the value because it's less than 4 characters long anyway. So we're going to drop that in. Now we need to make sure that we go and import and declare it inside our module. Goodness gracious me. Just hit enter. Okay, so now what we're going to do is we're going to import that pipe, and we're going to make it available. So the pipe is located out in the shared location. So it's in components, shared, format account number pipe. We have that there. And we're going to import our account number pipe. We're going to declare it, make it available. And then we're going to remember that our name is format account number pipe. So we come back up into our summary component, and then we're going to add this onto our account number. And we've now truncated our account. So this has shown how we can do binding, but what we haven't done as yet is we haven't brought in any data from the server side. So let me show you how we can do that. So rather than write a whole bunch of code here, I have prepared our data scenario. And so what I'm going to do is come back into our app, and I'm going to drop in components and app modules. And I'm going to paste these in and replace those files. And so what we've done here is we've actually integrated a bunch of components that are going to interact with our service. We've created a service component that we're leveraging inside our TypeScript, inside our Angular application, that is going to use HTTP to pull down our response and map the JSON as that and cast it as an account summary array so we can inject it back into our components. We've also got the ability to get details, which we'll cover in a little while. In order to achieve that, we've had to create the ability to inject our account service. So what we've done is we've added a providers element to our ng model decorator, and on our app module now understands that account service is available for injection. That is being leveraged inside our account list component using the same constructor injection that we talked about beforehand. So now what we have is we're going to call on our account service get account summaries. We're going to get those accounts and we're going to filter based upon the type and load them into our cache accounts, and that's going to bring those things in. But what we're missing is a web API that's going to satisfy this requirement. So if we come over to our controllers, what we're going to do is we're going to add a new controller, and I'm going to search for the web API controller, and we're going to add this as a bank controller. I don't need any of these existing routes in here. But what we've got here is this is basically saying that if we access a route of API/bank, then this controller is going to be addressed. What we're now going to do is add in our server snippets. So we're going to bring in some types. So these types actually align with the types that we have on our Angular client side. So we've got account summary, as you can see, that's very familiar. Account transaction, that shows on the detail. Account detail. And we also have the account type enumeration. We also are going to have the get account summary method. So we're not actually going to connect to a database here. We're going to have some static data declared in our service. But again, this looks very similar to what we had in our account list component. And so this get account summary is returning an object result of account summary. The reason we're returning object result is it also allows us to return things such as not found if we run into a situation where we request IDs of a component that's not already available to us. We will also bring in the get account detail method. So this one is a little bit more complicated. It just creates some random transactions that we can display. So because we've now changed the server side, we actually do need to compile and build this particular application. So that's sitting there up and running. Hit Control F5 and bring it up and run. So now we're starting up that application. And now we can see we're actually returning values from the server. We've got the server affix that we put on there. That's the data that's coming from the server. We can click into here, and we're now getting our list of transactions that have been randomly generated. So that's showing how we can integrate our data backwards and forwards. I just want to dive quickly into the service to talk a little bit about promises and observables. So inside our account service, what we have is we've got this HTTP GET, which we're getting injected into us from the Angular environment. This is our API path to get the account summaries, and you've seen how that maps into our controller. This map, as I say, takes the response and projects it as a type account summary. We're bringing that in, and then basically we are leveraging the toPromise operation to convert our observable to a promise. I just have a practice where I prefer to have a service leveraging observables and return promises back to my UI components. We're importing reactive extensions here right now, and that's what allows us to do this map backwards and forwards. So that in a nutshell is how we actually integrate the data into our application. What I would like to show is how we can very quickly deploy this out to Azure. So if I jump through to my Azure deploy. So we've got a number of different options available to us to deploy our application out to Azure. We can use continuous integration and CI builds, and those can be supported through visualstudio.com. If you have your project on there, you can attach it to monitor a GitHub repository or any sort of Git repository, to be honest, even the one on Visual Studio, and it will detect changes and automatically push those out. You can also actually configure local Git deploy, that you could add your Azure site as a remote on your local Git, and you could do a push to that, and that would deploy it. Or you can do a direct publish from Visual Studio. That's what I'm going to demonstrate right now. So I'm in my solution. If I right-click on my Crankbank project, I have this publish option. If I select publish, it's going to bring me up this UI. It's going to say, do I want to do IIS FTP, folder, and so on? Well, I'm actually going to deploy through a Microsoft Azure App Service. I'm going to select that, and I'm going to hit publish. I've got create new selected, so this is going to reach out and look at my subscription, and it's also going to generate for me an app name. Now, I'm going to just run with this because this is basically perfectly fine for this scenario. But it's pulled down my subscription, and it's also pulled down a number of default resource groups and so on. I do have the option of creating new resource groups if I want, and also a new service plan. So I could select free if I wanted to do a free service plan or whatever, but I've already prepared one, so I'm going to go into West Central plan as an example. This is going to create my deploy profile. So it's pulling down all the various data, the various keys necessary to be able to transfer this across to Azure. Always seems to run quicker when you're not live. And now we've created our publish profile, and it's actually in the process now of creating a build. And this is going to use, if you recall before talking about Webpack where we have a production deploy, this is running through the production deploy scenario, so it's going to push out an app that's representative of our production environment. So now it's publish has started. We can see it's actually running through on the output here. The packages that is pulled down. It should be doing a build. It should be reaching out and starting to upload to Azure, and we'll start to see some of that activity shortly. Whilst it's doing that, let me quickly go and recap. As a whole, we've covered an awful lot of ground in this particular session. We showed how we could get started with some essential tools. We showed how you could refresh the template and actually start with a pretty clean environment. We've shown how you can take HTML mocks and bring them across into Angular. And we've shown how you can incorporate data services. And of course, here we go. My publish has just succeeded, and it's actually bringing up the application in Azure. Obviously knew I wanted to show that over and above my presentation. Quick as a flash, obviously the initial startup is always the longest. And here we are. Here's our app out running on Azure. The navigation, the data generation, everything's working Azure side. So it's as simple as that to deploy to Azure. Deploy to Azure, as we've just demonstrated, and obviously we're wrapping up right now. So I hope this gave you some insight into the value and power that the Angular Spa template brings to developing applications, and how it's very, very easy to create an Angular application that's hosted within an ASP.NET MVC core application, and how you can easily leverage ASP.core web APIs as part of your Angular application. I hope this was useful to you. Have a good day.
Hi everyone, I'm Mike Amerlon, a product marketing manager on the Office ecosystem system team. And today I want to talk to you a little bit about creating awesome bots, connectors, and tabs inside of Microsoft Teams. Now, Bringing your web apps to Microsoft Teams is something you can do today in a variety of different ways that we'll see throughout this presentation. But the really cool thing is that Microsoft Teams is just a sample of the kinds of ways that you can bring your web applications, integrate them with productivity services, Office 365, and really get to bring your application to where work gets done. So we'll be talking about Teams today. You'll see a lot of the techniques that we have for Microsoft Teams really will apply to almost anything that you're going to do across Office. So let's get started. Okay, so what we're going to do today is cover Microsoft Teams. So Microsoft Teams has been in developer preview since November of last year. And since then, and since day one, we've had this developer platform inside of Microsoft Teams. It's been iterated upon since then. And you can integrate really interesting things inside of Microsoft Teams that we'll talk about. We'll talk about tabs, which are web pages that you can embed inside of Teams, connectors, which is a way to inject content into conversations, and bots as well, which is a way to have a more interactive type of conversation hosted inside of Teams. Now, again, let me back up and talk a little bit about the Office Developer Platform. Office has a number of ways that you can bring your web applications and integrate with Office. If you're an organization where you've got Office 365 and there's tens of millions that do, there's a number of ways to pull in data from Office 365 and also present it. So, for example, not just Teams, but across Excel and PowerPoint and Outlook, we have a concept of add-ins, which is ways to embed and link to web applications from right within inside the applications across mobile and Mac OS and Windows and web as well. For SharePoint, for example, we have the similar concept. The concept of web parts, which is a way to integrate with the user interface of SharePoint, either through iframes that are hosted on your server or through JavaScript in the SharePoint framework as well. Our goal is really to make it possible to bring the web into Office and extend it everywhere where work gets done. Now, as I mentioned, we also have a set of APIs for actually pulling in content from Office. So if you're building a mobile application, maybe a business app that you can pull in through Microsoft Graph any kind of data that you have inside of Office 365. So things like users and files and calendars and contacts. A lot of different types of data are available for you to pull into your applications. If you're building any kind of application for an organization or a company and you're using Office 365, it's really the API you want to take a look at and integrate into your applications. It's Microsoft Graph. And then finally, we're pioneering a number of new form factors for working with customers wherever they may be. So if you're on the road and you're using Skype, there's voice-based communication. If you're doing chats and you want to inject content to keep people up to speed on what's going on, there's connectors. Video, of course, is a very important tool that a lot of companies want to use to train or to reach out. I mean, you're watching me on video, so it's a very important part of the platform as well. And then finally, we have bots, which is sort of this new generation of interactivity where you can sort of talk to a bot, you can interact with them using natural language and get to a targeted response or a targeted action very, very, very quickly. So across the board, there's just a number of opportunities to bring your applications into Office. And what we'll see, again, through Teams today is really just one great example of that. Now, philosophically, with the Office platform, where we really want to go is to try to make it possible so that if you're a web developer and you're building with Angular or you're writing with React or you're using TypeScript, however you want to build web applications, you can build them and then bring them into Office. In other words, if you're a web developer, you're also an Office developer. So we've focused on, for example, with the SharePoint framework, making it possible to use your frameworks of your choice, have a tool chain that uses Gulp and other sort of open source tools that you're likely familiar with, bring all that stuff into SharePoint, and then build a really responsive, engaging web part inside of it. And the same thing with the other Office applications as well, whether it's Outlook or Excel, use modern web dev technologies to bring it inside of Office. We're also working to be more cross-platform. So, of course, Office is available on Mac OS. It's available on mobile devices as well. And so we're working and continue to work on ways to bring these add-ins and these web extensions and web parts onto iOS and onto Android and onto Windows desktop applications as well. So across the board, trying to be as consistent with the developer tools and techniques that you're aware of to make it possible to quickly build your applications in. And I hope that's one of the takeaways that maybe you come away from this with is, with a little bit of metadata, a little bit of creation of some registration packages, you can otherwise take a lot of the web applications, bring them into Microsoft Teams and have a great experience. And then finally, we have distribution channels. So Office has a store where you can actually register your applications. You can get them out to users. Users can discover them and sort of bring them straight into Outlook. So there's a number of ways that people can actually discover and engage with your application as well, above and beyond sort of you working with them specifically to deploy your application. So there's a number of tools there. So with that, that's the broader landscape of Office. Let's go take a look at Teams. Now, Teams is really awesome. It's also a great example of the kinds of extensibility that we have across Office. Okay, so Microsoft Teams, as I mentioned, went into preview on November 2nd. So it's available for anyone who has Office 365, a number of different types of tenancies, and can get started with Microsoft Teams today. Now, it's in preview, so your administrator will need to go into their administration console and sort of enable Teams so that you can get to it. But you can do that and get started with it. The other thing we have is if you go to dev.office.com, we have a developer program. And through that developer program, you can get your own developer tenancy so that you can do your own development, you can play with Teams yourself, you can get started with developing, all within your own tenancy so you don't have to go bug an administrator. So it's a really great tool that you should definitely take advantage of if you're looking to go build applications on top of Office or Teams or any type of surface that you're looking to do with Office 365. Now, Teams itself, it really focuses on chat-based productivity. So a lot of teams, probably your team, does a lot of their developer work, and it's really important to have this very tight loop with all the people that you're working with. You don't want to spend a lot of time sort of trying to address mails and make sure that the right people are on the CC line and all those kinds of things. And so when you can get your entire team into a chat-based workspace and everyone's just living there, so to speak, you just get this next level of productivity where everyone can see what's going on, people can respond in real time, and it's a really great experience. If you've ever been able to sort of have your entire team live inside of a chat-based experience, it's really great. But it's more than just chat. It's actually, Teams is a surface for bringing in lots of content right in line with those conversations so that taking actions and getting the right information is always close at hand. And so as we'll see, you can actually extend Teams to really make it a place where you could live all day in, so to speak, as you get your job done, as you work with your developer teams, as you work with your engineering friends or marketing friends. You can use Teams to sort of keep in touch and keep everyone in the loop. Teams itself also has a number of facilities like integrated video and chat and calendaring. So as I mentioned, it's really kind of this one-stop shop. And then finally, from day one, Teams has a desktop application, there's a web application, mobile apps, so it's really available across all platforms. So if you haven't had a chance to check out Teams, definitely do so. We'll take a look through it. Hopefully you'll be pretty excited to go build some extensions. Let's go take a look. So I'm going to go switch over to Teams right now, and what you can see here is my Teams workspace. So all right, let's go do this. Let me just adjust this real quick. Okay. All right. Okay, so, all right, let me go over to Microsoft Teams. Okay, and so here we have a fictitious company, Contoso Bicycles. And so we do a lot of things. We make bikes, we market bikes, we sell bikes, and let's say for a moment that I work on the bike rental team, and so I want to use Teams to go start a space for my team. So adding that team is as simple as just saying add team, and I can create that team there. And so in this case, we're going to call it Contoso Bike Rentals, like so. And I'm going to call this Rentals, like so. And so, with just a couple clicks, I've got my team space that's ready to go. Now, the next thing I can do is just go invite some people. So I'm going to go invite Jasmine onto my team. Of course, Jasmine can go request access. And behind the scenes, what's actually doing here is creating a group. So a group is this security concept that works across a lot of Office applications. So things like Outlook has a concept of groups. And so these groups can be used for security purposes. They can be used to sort of channel conversations. And Teams uses that concept as well. OK, so we've got our Contoso Bike Rentals channel here. And within it, we have this general conversation channel that I can get started with. Now, to start with, I have conversations. I can say hello, of course. I can embed GIFs and emojis and all kinds of cool things to have a very rich conversation, like so. But in addition, I can also go to files, and I can actually share files with the rest of my team. So if I wanted to upload things, if I wanted to add more content, I could just do it here. And again, this is actually backed by SharePoint, so you get all the governance and capabilities of SharePoint. I can also do things like add custom tabs to my channel. So for example, if I wanted to go ahead and maybe add a YouTube video that I think is really inspirational, I can do that. This is the launch event YouTube video, and I can add that as a separate tab inside of my team. So I can bring in all the tools that I need to sort of be productive and get started. So you can see that there's a lot of capabilities here for pulling things in. You can see meetings on the left-hand side for hosting more communications, but it's really a great tool to get started and to do all of your work throughout your day inside of Teams. And you can see my chats and those kinds of things as well. So that's a little bit of a foundation of Teams. And again, where possible, it's definitely a great idea to go ahead and whether it's through your company's Office 365 tenancy or whether it's something that you get, go ahead and get started and start working with Teams. Okay, so let's talk a bit about how you can extend Teams now. So there's three main avenues for extending Teams. It starts with tabs. So tabs is a way that you can actually embed web pages in, and you saw, for example, the YouTube channel as a great case in point, but we also have connectors as well for actually pulling in content and notifications inside of your team channel. Then finally, we also have a concept of bots. So bots are ways to have a two-way conversation with various sort of automated entities. So they provide a natural language interface that you'll see for working with Teams. Now, to extend Teams, you can see that there's already a number of partners that are offering things like connectors and tabs that integrate in with Microsoft Teams. Maybe they're offering bots as well. So even since November, there's a really big start towards a lot of companies integrating the types of things that maybe you work with as a developer, whether it's your continuous integration system or whether it's your support desk through maybe something like Zendesk or what have you. There's a lot of tools already. So if nothing else, maybe you also might want to take a look at all the various partners that are integrating various things inside of Teams as a source of inspiration or as a tool for your project as well. So drilling in a little bit more detail, there is the concept of tabs. So tabs are essentially web pages that you're going to integrate in with Teams. You're going to register them with a simple sort of manifest file. But otherwise, you have the power of the web to extend Teams. Now, you can use this for things like dashboards or maybe details. So for example, maybe your team is talking about a support incident and you want to have a link from that support incident to more details about them. You can use a tab to host that information. Again, think of that YouTube video that I just showed you as well as a great case in point of a team. Now, the other thing you can do is now, as of about a couple weeks ago, you can also deep link between them. So you can have a conversation about a task and then use that to link off into your tab and get more information about it. Another extension point is this concept of connectors. So connectors is a way, as I mentioned, to push more information into your team conversations. And there's a number of different card styles and details that you can add in there to really sort of provide the right information at the right time about what's going on. So for example, there's a Trello card here where as people update information about their tasks, you can see what it would look like inside of your team where the conversation is happening. And of course, have a link back to the actual Trello details so that you can find out more information about it. And then finally, we have bots. So bots is a way to have two-way conversations. Sometimes you might be working in an environment where you want to just issue a quick command or issue a quick question and get a response back. And so there's a way to have bots. And this leverages the bot framework that we're developing across Microsoft. So it's one technology that you can use not just in Teams, but also in Skype and across a number of other different services. So Teams leverages the same bot infrastructure that you may have already been working with. You can bring them into Teams as well. The same thing for connectors, by the way. Connectors can also integrate with Office 365 groups as well. So again, build one technology, you can incorporate it in a number of different places. Now for bots, you can not just use it for finding and querying data, but you can also use it to kick off workflows or initiate surveys and have them inside of your channels. Okay, so that's the whirlwind tour of Microsoft Teams and some of the ways that you can extend it. So with that, let's go get started building and writing some code to do this. Okay, so this content is hosted on github.com/officedev/training content. And there's a subfolder called Teams, and so you'll find the training that I'm going to be using within that folder. So if you want to work with this later, you can go get started with that content and maybe even follow along, although I'll probably be going a little bit quickly. One quick note, we're actually updating the user experience of adding sort of custom extensions into Teams as we speak. So if you're following along, the instructions might not be completely up to date in terms of how you actually register, for example, a tab. I'll be covering the newer method in my session, but in my technical drill down in just a second. But just be aware that the instructions are a little bit out of date because we're making lots of fast-breaking changes as we improve on the preview of Microsoft Teams. Okay, so with that, let's go ahead and get started. So I'm in Visual Studio 2017, and what I have here is basically my Visual Studio window. So let me go ahead and focus on that. Okay, let me just go duplicate that.
Switch to duplicate.
Yep. Okay, so now I'm in duplicate mode, and now I'm going to go ahead and get started. Okay, all right. So I've got Visual Studio 2017 here, and what I'm going to do is create a new web project, because we're going to build a web application that can do that. Okay, so I'll go to Web, and I'm going to choose a ASP.NET Web Application, .NET Framework, fairly standard thing. We'll choose an empty project, and away we go. Now, the first thing you're going to want to do is have a configuration experience. If you remember when I added my YouTube video, one of the things I actually did was, of course, you have to paste in a video, a link to a YouTube video to actually know what to show inside the tab. So that's called the configuration experience. So let me just show you that one more time. Select YouTube, and you can see that there's a space to paste in a link. Now, depending on what your tab's going to do, you're going to want your own configuration experience. Now, in this case, for us, we're going to just want something that's fairly basic. We don't need to add a complex configuration experience. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to add a web page called configuration.html, like so. Okay, so now I've got my simple standard page, and what I'm going to do here is just paste in some script. So what this is going to do is a few things. First, it's going to pull in the standard Microsoft Teams library that you can see. Then what it'll do is it'll call Microsoft Teams.initialize to initialize the Microsoft Teams infrastructure. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to register a save handler. So this is what's going to happen when the user presses save inside of their configuration experience. And what I'll do is just simply update the entity ID. We're building a bike sharing application here to make it possible for people who want to do this bike rental service to check out bikes and know what's available through their inventory. I'm going to basically just say, here's where you can go grab the URL. It's going to be an Azure website, and just a little bit of details about it. So that's my basic configuration experience. Next, I'm going to actually add my web page, the main user interface of my tab. So I'm going to call this index.html. And so here I'll just say, hello, Teams. It's a great application, really quite simple. Let me go bump up the zoom just real quick, and away we go. Okay, so this is my application. I'm going to save everything, and then I'm going to go publish this to Azure so that there's one consistent place where it can be found. You can do it debugging through localhost as well. I'm going to just do it live and publish straight from the get-go from my application. So I'm going to import my profile and go ahead and publish, and that's going to go into Azure. Now, let's go back and register this tab that I've just created inside of Microsoft Teams. Now, to do that, here's my application, hello Teams. You can see it's just a standard website, and so a lot of the sort of standard techniques for developing it sort of will apply. Now, what I have here is actually my package definition. So what you see is a manifest.json file. And the manifest.json file, you can find more information about this on our developer documentation on dev.office.com/Microsoft-Teams. You can find more information about this manifest. But what you can see in a brief nutshell is that I declare some version information, the version of my manifest, the URLs I'm going to use for privacy and terms of use. I haven't built them yet, but I will. I have a number of things like an identifier for my tab, the name of my application, a description. There's some links to some icons that I've already published up to my Azure website for different sizes. And here's my link to my configuration.html that's going to be used to configure it. And then finally, a little bit about some valid domains that I'm going to be using that get registered with the application as well. And I'm going to go ahead and zip this up. So I'll send it to a WinZip package. We'll just call this bike sharing tab.zip, and away I go. Okay, now let's go back to Microsoft Teams. To actually go and register my tab, what I'll do is I will go in and go to View Team, and there's a Bots tab here at the end. Now again, this experience might be slightly different depending on how our latest preview bits have rolled out. You might see something a little different here. You'll see a developer experience, but in this case, with a newer experience, there's a sideload a bot or tab link at the bottom. And so I will go into that package folder that we just created our zip file with, and I will go click Bike Sharing tab. Before I do that, let's just make sure that this published successfully. Yes, it did. Okay, so my application is ready to go. Okay, so now this is going to come into Microsoft Teams, and what you can see is now it's registered. It pulled in my little icon here, and so I'm going to go back into my communication channel. I'm going to go hit the tabs, the Add New Tab button, and you can see that my Contoso bike sharing application is now listed along with all the other tabs that are available for users to use. And I will go click Contoso. It's going to ask me if I give it permission. I'll click Accept. Now this is my configuration experience. As you saw, we don't have much of a configuration experience yet, so this page is empty. But again, you can do more cool things here to configure URLs or to configure data that you want to set up your tab. I'm just going to hit Save, and now my tab is ready to go. And as you see, my very simple, plain web page that just says Hello Teams is now available and ready for use. Now, of course, this really isn't quite interesting at all. It's just hello world. So the next thing we want to do is actually pull in some bike information and some data into our tab. Now, what I'm going to do for this is actually go ahead and use something called Microsoft Graph. Now, if you're not familiar, Microsoft Graph is really this one API surface for getting at all kinds of data inside of Office 365, whether it's just about you, the user, whether it's about the groups that you're in that you maybe just created through Teams and what's the list of users inside of them. It's messages, it's your files and your sharing. It's all kinds of bits of data inside of Microsoft Graph. And it also works like a graph too, which is to say you can actually traverse it through REST endpoints. So you can start with me, you can find out who my manager is, you can find out the set of files that they're working with, then you can find out who modified those files, and then go, keep going through the graph to find the information that you need. And so, basically any type of organizational application that you're ever going to build can really benefit from pulling in data from Microsoft Graph if you're using Office 365, because there's such key information about things like, is this user who I'm about to send a notification to, are they out of the office? Well, go use Microsoft Graph to ask that question, and from there you can go ahead and do some, build a better application that's smarter and won't send notifications to people who might not be in the office. There's all kinds of scenarios for pulling in Microsoft Graph to your application. The other nice thing about Graph is that we have this concept of insights. So we actually have intelligence that's built on top of the data inside of Office 365. Things like, who am I working with? Not just who is my boss, but who am I working with on a day-to-day basis? Who's reviewing my files? Within the bounds of completely respecting the privacy of an organization, we provide ways to get sort of an aggregate view of the kinds of people that I'm working with inside of my organization, and we expose that through the APIs for you. And it also works for some personal data as well, things like OneDrive. So really, it's this one endpoint at graph.microsoft.com that really unifies a lot of these concepts. Okay, so that's a little bit of my diversion into talking about Microsoft Graph. We're going to use Microsoft Graph to make our Teams tab better. Okay, so let's come back into our code, and let me bug back out of PowerPoint. Okay. All right, so here we are. So we've got our index.html here, and I'm going to go ahead and get started with building out an application using Microsoft Graph. Now, in order to do that, the first step is really just registering my application with Azure Active Directory. And so I'm going to use Azure to do this. I'm going to use my Azure Portal, but you can also use a separate portal that's available even if you don't have Azure to register your application. So I'm going to go to App Registrations, and I'm going to create a new application called Bike Sharing for Teams, or something like that. And I'm going to go and paste in the URL to my application. That's going to be my sign-on URL, and we'll create that. Now think of an application registration as really just a kind of a user that's inside of your Azure Active Directory. And like a user, you're going to give it some permissions. You're going to define some metadata about it. And then when your application will run, it will run with the permissions that this administrator has given to the application. So for bike sharing for Teams, I'm going to go manage this. I'm going to go give it some explicit permissions. So in my case, oh, no, I don't want to grant permissions yet. What I'll do is I'll register the kinds of permissions that this application is going to want to use with Microsoft Graph, like so. And then I'll select the permissions that I'm interested in. And so what we really want to do is read some data from a SharePoint site, which has our documents and our inventory for bicycles that we want to share out. So I'm going to go select, I think it's a little bit lower. Let's see. Oh, read items in site collections and sign users in. So those are the two permissions that you would need if you want to go make some SharePoint-based Microsoft Graph calls. But you can see, here's all the goodies, if you will, that are inside of Microsoft Graph that you can use. So I'm going to go select those two permissions. And then what I will do is I will go grant those permissions to the application. So step one was saying, here's the kind of permissions that I need. And then step two is, let's click done. Oops. There we go. Let me do that one more time. Let me go grant those permissions. OK, so now I've granted this application registration some permissions. Now the other thing I want to do is, because I actually want to access this through script, what I want to do here is also make sure that it supports OAuth 2 implicit flows. So to do that, I have to edit the manifest more specifically. There's no kind of super convenient switch for this yet. I have to change this OAuth implicit flow property from false to true if I want to use it from scripting type languages that I'm going to be using inside of my tab. So now I'm going to hit save. OK, so this application is ready to go. So let's go start to use this thing. OK, so the first thing I'm going to do is, go add in some links to some scripts. So I'll paste in some links to some scripts at the top. You can see that I'm going to pull in Office UI Fabric, which is a way to bring in some new controls and some CSS to make the user experience consistent with Office and with Teams. I've got my own CSS file. I'm using jQuery. I'm pulling in the Microsoft Teams SDK, and I'm also using a library called ADAL, which is a way to do sign into Azure Active Directory so that I can get a token, so that I can use it with Microsoft Teams and Microsoft Graph, and pull that in as well. So let's just call this bike sharing. And then I'm going to go replace the body with more of a layout, really. So you can see that I'm defining my user experience here. You can see that I'm defining just basically the layout of my application. There's a bit of a sign-in experience up top. I've got a section for pulling in documents called advisories and notices. And then I've got also a section for actually showing the inventory that I'm going to dynamically populate that when I get data from Microsoft Teams. So this is really just the layout of my application. Let me go and add a CSS file. Oops. Let me go add a CSS file as well. Let's call this main.css. OK, and I'm going to paste in a lot of CSS here. Oops. OK, so this is just a lot of CSS that's going to do all the work to lay it out. It's just standard CSS, nothing too interesting here. And then I'm going to add the JavaScript, which is where most of my logic will come from. So let's add that JavaScript file, main.js, like so. And then let's paste in and walk through some of that script. Now, at the top of the script, I actually have some configuration that I'm going to do. And so you can see that it's wired to this tenancy that I have that I'm doing my development on, micam.onmicrosoft.com. But I can also just need to also pull in my application ID. So this is the application ID that we just created, my bike sharing for Teams. The ADAL code needs to know this so that it can know which account are we signing in as, and how what are the permissions that are available to us. So I'll just paste that in here. So I'm just going to go say this. I'll go explain the code in just a little bit, but I wanted to show you what this does first so that you have a frame for what it's going to look like. OK, so I will now publish this straight to Azure. Again, not even bothering to debug it locally. Just do it live and get it out there. So it's going to go up to Azure. It's going to succeed. You can see a little bit of the Chrome. We've got this daring blue and yellow style, which everyone loves. And I'll come back to my Teams application. So now I'm going to just switch out of the tab and then come back into the bike sharing tab, which will refresh it. Now you'll see that there's a login dialog up top. I'm going to go log in real quick, just so that it has my account, and now I'm signed in. And now that it's signed in, what it'll do is it'll call out to SharePoint. It's pulled in some documents that are in a SharePoint document library up top. And then there's a set of bicycles that are stored inside of a SharePoint list down bottom. So you can see that It's in my Office 365 tenancy. So yeah, you can see that kind of content. I can show you it in SharePoint in a little bit. Okay, so this is my tab. It's pulling in relevant information. We're on the rental team. We need to know inventory. We need to know the latest notices. It's here. It's present. It's available right where my team is working. Let's take a look at what the code behind the scenes does. So this is all really, as you've seen, manifested inside of the JavaScript. So, so if I go to main.js, you can see that I've got some configuration up here. Now, the first thing I'm going to do is basically establish this authentication context object that came from that ADAL library that will do the work to authenticate me against the Azure Active Directory. What I'm going to do is do a little bit of this sort of if I'm logged in, just continue and sort of execute more code. If I'm not logged in, or if we're in an error state, then do some work to actually show that we're in an error state, show a failure, those kinds of things. And then, if everything is fine and we're all logged in, let's go initialize the page. Now from here, what I'll do is I'll get the current user, which I can get from that auth context object from ADAL. And so you can see that, that's where we're going to put the name up in the upper right-hand corner to show who's signed in. And then what we'll do is we'll set this graph token that we've gotten as a result of lining in. So this graph token that we get from the authentication process, we're going to use that to make outbound REST calls against the graph endpoints. Doing a little bit more authentication here, showing the dialog if we need to. Let's go a little bit further down, some log out and log in type of infrastructure, some user interface cleanup. But let me go take you to a section where we're going to actually go work with it. So what we'll do is we'll get that token that comes from having signed in. We're going to get the identifier of the site that we're working with, the SharePoint site. And then what we also have defined in our configuration is the path to a document library where all the documents are being hosted. And so what we'll do is we'll just make an outbound AJAX request. You can of course use whatever web request library you'd like to use. I'm going to put in the graph token that we have. I'm going to say that we're working with JSON, so it's really just standard REST API 101. And from there, what I'll do is I'll just update and add more chunks of content based on the JSON response that I get back from my graph APIs. So really, we're just getting a simple outbound JSON request. We're getting it back in. Hopefully what you see from this is the hard part is really just getting your application registration all set up, but the actual script itself is just really simple REST that we're working with. There's a similar API for actually getting at the set of bikes, and again, in a similar way, I'm going to go to a SharePoint list. I'm going to pull in the list items that I have inside of that list, and then I'll just loop through and go add that CSS. The HTML content in here. And I just use plain old HTML and JavaScript. Obviously, if you wanted to use Angular or React or however you want to work with it, it's just web development, so you can use whatever technology works for you. Okay, so that was really just a very brief overview of building a tab inside of Microsoft Teams. You can see that really it's kind of just a web page, but you can do everything that a web page can do, including working with Microsoft Graph inside of Microsoft Teams. Okay, so now let's do some more work to actually pull in some dynamic content into Teams, and we're going to do that through a connector. So a connector is basically just a way to push content in. You can specify just a simple text message. You can specify a more complicated card. It's really up to you how you want to go do that. So to start with, what we'll do is we will go and add a new HTTP handler into our project, and we're going to call that connector.ashx. So here I'll just pick a simple generic handler. We're going to call it connector.ashx as well. And so this is really going to be the API that our JavaScript calls into to go send a connector message into Microsoft Teams. Now, what I want to do is basically add a user interface inside of my tab, which is going to do the thing to kick off that connector. So when I go check out a bike, I want to have a button that says notify everyone that I've checked out this bike so people know that this bike is now gone. It's away from the inventory. So I'm going to come to this HTML content here. I'm going to go paste in a little bit of markup here that's going to call notify connector. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to go into my JavaScript file and go find my bike action. I'm going to go find that function. Let's see, it's right here. And we'll replace it with some code that I'll go into. Okay, so what this code does here is basically just says when a bike is checked out, show a new button called Notify Connector, which is visible to users that they can push to go notify everyone that the bike is checked out. The real magic happens here inside of Notify Connector, where when that button gets pushed, it's going to generate a JSON message object with some details on the bike that was actually checked out and that was now reserved. Things like the picture, things like its title and its serial number. And it's going to go send that message to that connector ASHX that I just built. And this function right here, you can see it's just a very simple, just AJAX and outbound XML HTTP web request type of operation. Excuse me. Okay, so now let's actually add some code inside of our connector.ashx to do this. So I'm going to go view the markup, and what I'll do is, excuse me, let me go paste in the markup. Okay, so let's just take a look at this connector. You can see how easy it is to actually go create a connector. What I'm going to do is I'm going to take that inbound web request. I'm going to get some app settings about where the incoming webhook URL is, and we'll talk about that in just a second. And then I'm going to go send that message basically, in a form back out to the entry point inside of Teams where we can let it know about some new inbound content. So this is really just a JSON request. Now in this case, I'm really doing a bad thing. You should do more to validate your inputs and make sure it's secure, of course. For the sake of simplicity, I'm just passing a lot of this content through, but you definitely want to think through that through in terms of how that works. Now the one thing I do want to do is add a reference to system.net.http so that my outbound web request works, like so. And let's see. Okay, and let's just make sure that it's copied local so it deploys. Okay, so this is my connector. Now I've built the connector. Now how do I actually go ahead and register that inside of Microsoft Teams? Well, with Microsoft Teams, it's still in preview. So we're still working on more ways to sort of register your applications with Teams, have them available and discoverable by users. But in the short term, there's some ways that as a developer you can get started with to short circuit some of the processes that will be there in the future when we have more facilities for discovering connectors. So for now, if you're developing, if you're experimenting with Teams, the way to add a connector is to use something called the incoming webhook connector. So let me show you how that works. I'm going to go select connectors from my channel, and what I'll do here is pick the incoming webhook connector. Let's go do that. Try that again. Okay, so let's go. So you can see the incoming webhook connector here. Now the way this works is what it'll do is it will do the work on your behalf to sort of give you a URL that you can call into, essentially a webhook from the Teams perspective that your service can call into to go send content. So let me just add this, and we'll call this inventory notifications. And you can change the image if you so choose, and I will click create. Oops, I spelled it wrong. Oops. All right. Okay, so what we get from this is a URL that we can use to go send messages. So I'm going to go copy this. Now coming back to my web application project, we're going to need to know this URL so that we know where to send these requests. And so I'm going to come into connector.ashx here. I'm going to come into web.config, and let's see, like so. There's an app setting that this application uses to host this. Copy that URL from Teams. Okay, so this is how we basically know which URL to call when. Let me go put that a level up. Put it in the wrong place. Excuse me. Thanks to Visual Studio 2017 IntelliSense, I can know when I'm putting things in the wrong place, which is pretty nice. And so now I've got my incoming webhook that I've registered. Okay, so now I should be good to go. I've got my connector in place. Let me go view the markup version of that, where the real work gets done. Let's go build this, just to make sure everything is fine. Like so, and then we're going to go publish this out. So again, we have our endpoint is available on our site that is being used. Okay. All right, so let's go back to Teams. And I'm going to go back to my tab. Oh, let me click Done. Like so. Okay, so now this connector has been added. Okay, now I'm going to come back into bike sharing, and it's going to go log me in, and it'll show you the list of bikes and documents that are sort of interesting and relevant. Now in this case, I'll go click on my bicycle, and you can see that there's a button here in this great user experience for checking out the bicycle. And there's this new button that we've added called Notify Connector. And when I push this, what should happen is it will go outbound to my connector ASHX, and you should see a message that will come in from that. Let's see, try that again. Okay, let's see. That hasn't quite worked. Let's go see why that might be. First, let me just do this one more time. Let me delete this code behind that we're not using. Let's go. Let me just. Okay, let's just check this out really briefly, see if we can identify what the issue is. Use Visual Studio debugging tools and debugging tools in Azure to go figure out where things are going wrong. Let's see. Like so. Okay, and this will probably give me an error because it doesn't have the right context. Okay, let's just try publishing this one more time. Okay. Connector. Okay. And we're going to come back into Teams, and we will go ahead and find our bicycle, select that, check out, select Notify Connector, like so, and yeah, let's see. All right, let me just take one quick last pass through this code just to see if we can identify it. Let me go select just a different application. So this is sort of just a different application. You can see that the message that comes in here, it has the detail card. It says, here's the bicycle that was checked in, and here's how it works. So you can see very quickly how this connector can provide really interesting and useful information. Let me try this one. So, all right, and so those are the kinds of conversations that are coming out. Oh. Yeah, now it's coming in. Okay, maybe it was a little bit delayed. You can see that my misspelled inventory notifications. Now those connector notifications are coming in. Maybe my Azure was a little, maybe it was spooling up for the first time. So it actually all did work. It just was a little bit delayed. Cool. All right. So that's a little bit about connectors. Again, notifying teams at the right time about how you can go. Show more detailed information about things that are happening inside of your organization. Again, really critical if you're living inside of Teams, which I think is a really great way to work. Absolutely. Okay, so then finally, let's talk a little bit about bots. So bots are a way to have kind of this two-way conversation between an entity where you can ask it questions, it can give you status. Again, works with not only Teams, but also Skype and other applications as well. Now to build this bot, I'm just going to go start with a new project. There is a template you can download for Visual Studio 2017 that has the bot, lets you create a bot application. It's really quite easy. I'm going to start with my bot application here, like so. And what you can really see is a bot, think of a bot as really it's just a web service that you're hosting that, serves and sort of operates the interactions between the person who's making their natural language queries in the language of their choice, and your web service basically has to parse through that, provide a response, and go from there. So when I create my default bot, what you can see here is that there's something called Messages Controller. And Messages Controller really has the content that we're going to be handling. So in a nutshell, what you can see, what it's doing is it's going to take the incoming text from this activity, it's going to do just a simple length check, and it's going to return a response that says the length of the text that you passed in was certain characters. So this is really just a hello world type of bot application. Now there's all kinds of libraries. Lewis is one that you can use, for example, to help you with the parsing of natural language and to simplify the process for it. In the case of this example, I'm just going to do some very simple text string parsing, which is good for a demo, but you should definitely check out the libraries to help you with all the natural language processing that you're going to want to do inside of your bot. Now in this case, what we'll do is we'll just go publish it straight away so that you can access it. So I'm going to go import profile. I'm going to go select a different Azure site that I've already created, just a standard Azure app service. That's going to go host our application. And so this is going to go up there. Now, the next step that we're going to want to do is we're going to register this bot so that it can go ahead and be available to apps like Teams. So by default, it's going to take me to this website. The website has a handy-dandy link to the bot framework where I can go and register it. So I will go ahead and register this. We're going to call this inventory checker 2. And I'm going to call it inventory checker, like so. Checks inventory. Of course, I can get fancy with the icon if I so choose. And a little bit lower, there is sort of some of the configuration aspects of it. So, oops. So the actual endpoint for this is going to be, excuse me. Hold on just a second. There we go. It's training content bot API, which is my Azure website /API/messages. That's where it's exposed from. And so what I'll do is I'll create a specific Microsoft application ID for this. It's going to generate an application ID for this, and I'm also going to need to generate a password. OK, so let me generate a password first. Please don't steal my password. That's not going to be nice. OK, so let's go back into my web.config. You can see that there's a space in here in this template for putting it in. I'm going to go grab my application ID as well. Paste that in here, and then I'm going to go type in the identifier. So now that's part of my application. And we're done essentially registering my bot sort of in a test capacity with the bot framework. So it's available for me to start working with. OK, so in fact, I can go ahead and do this. Now, when I type hello, it's going to say it couldn't send. That's because I haven't actually published it with my configuration updates. So let's do that. The bot framework has some really great tools just for testing and configuring and working with your bot. So it's really fantastic for that. OK, let's try this again in my debugging tool. And so now I said hello, and it's going to return its hello world response, which is, hey, you sent hello, which was 5 characters. Now, one thing I want to do just to sort of make it a little bit more relevant is try to do a function here that will allow us to actually check inventory. So like so, I'm going to replace this function with a new function. Oops. Excuse me. Find the right script to paste in. OK, so what you can see here is there's a simple check here for what is our inventory of replacement tires. Again, not really magic here. It's just doing some simple string parsing. But just to show you that, give you an idea of the kinds of things that you can do with bots. Alrighty. OK, so now we've published it with that update. I can say, what is our inventory of replacement tires? It's going to give me a response. Oh, we only have 3? Oh, let me ask again. Oh, now we have 42. Well, OK, that's just because it's wired to a random number generator. But you can imagine how you could use this to connect to a Microsoft Graph or to your data systems, and of course do interesting things as well. OK, now let's bring this into Microsoft Teams really quickly. So I'm going to let me come back and grab the application ID, so that C5F thing. Come back into Microsoft Teams. And while it's in a kind of this debugging capacity, you have to use the actual application ID to sort of send off chat so that you can test it. I could say, I can start a one-on-one conversation with my inventory checker and say hello, and it's going to give me the same kinds of responses that you saw in that debugging tool inside of the bot framework. Now we have 44 tires, which is just excellent. And then I'm going to come back to my team. And you can now also actually have conversations with bots and add them essentially like members inside of your Microsoft team. So let's just show you what that looks like. So I'm going to go back to, oops, excuse me. I'm going to go back to View Team. I'm going to go back to this Bots tab here. I'm going to go sideload a bot or tab. So let's go back to our bot package. Let me go back up to Windows Explorer. Go into bot package. And I have a manifest.json here. And this manifest is really very similar to the one that we saw earlier for tabs. I'm basically just giving it the identifier of my bot. Let me update that really briefly, like so. I'm going to then send it to a zip file, which is what Teams expects for its extensions. inventory bot. Okay, now let's go back into Teams, and I'm going to go add that package which describes my bot into my team. Okay, so now it's added. You can see the logo and it's inventory checker 2. And so now if I come back into this conversation and I say, hello at inventory bot, inventory checker 2, what is our inventory of replacement tires? You can see that now it's integrated directly with my Teams channel as well. So that's just the fundamentals of building a bot that integrates with Teams as well. And you can see how, with a combination of tabs and connectors and bots, you really have all the tools you need to sort of keep everyone in the loop and to have great conversations that are hosted within Teams and really spend a lot of your time in Teams and being super productive, focused on getting things done. Okay, so with that, we've actually covered all of the major ways that you can extend Teams. Again, the source code for this is on github.com/officedev/training content. And it's in the Teams folder underneath that if you want to go find it. Play with the code, extend your own applications, bring in your own web applications inside of Teams, and you'll have a great time. The other thing to point out, again, just one more time, is this is how you can work with Teams, but it really works in a lot of the same ways with Excel and with PowerPoint and with SharePoint. So bring your web application into anything inside of Office 365. Use Graph APIs to pull the data inside of your applications, and you can make your productivity applications so much better. Thank you very much for dropping into our training, and look forward to seeing what you build. Thanks.
Hi everyone, I'm Donovan Brown, Principal Program Manager at Microsoft. And today I'm going to be showing you how we can enter the DevOps pipeline from a different perspective. Yesterday in the keynote, you saw me stay inside the browser the entire time, yet build an entire pipeline. Yesterday in a live stream, I went and I showed you how we could do that from inside of Visual Studio, and then I showed you again how we could do it from the command line, and today we're going to take an Azure pivot on that as well. I also thought I'd have some more fun today. You always see me on stage talking about any language, any platform, so today I'm doing this entire demo off of my Linux machine just to add some more fun to the demo today. So for those who do not know who I am, my name is Donovan Brown. I am the Principal Program Manager for DevOps at Microsoft. I'm responsible for the DevOps division on top of Team Foundation Server and Visual Studio Team Services. I blog quite often at donovanbrown.com, but the #1 way to get a hold of me is Twitter. I'm on it all the time. It's a great way to ask me questions, and also you'll get a lot of your questions answered by some of my followers who are all diehard Agilists, diehard DevOps guys, so and women. And I have a lot of great people like Angela Dugan who also follow me and help answer questions that people have when it comes to DevOps. I'm a big fan of being on Channel 9 as often as I possibly can. I'm a co-host of Azure Friday, co-host of Visual Studio Toolbox, and I host my own show called DevOps Interviews. So trying to get you as much DevOps richness and information as we possibly can through those channels. So please follow me on Twitter, tweet your questions at me so that we can get them answered for you. Today what we're going to be focusing on are just a few things. First of all, let's just level set. What is DevOps? It's going to be an important thing for us to make sure that we all agree upon. Then I'm going to talk about the prerequisites required to follow along with this particular demo that we're going to be doing today. Then I'm going to take you on a quick tour of Visual Studio Team Services. Nothing too exhaustive. You've seen it quite a few times, but it is the backbone of every DevOps pipeline that you've seen me do. Regardless if I use Yo Team from a command line, the continuous integration plugin, continuous delivery plugin for Visual Studio, if I stay inside Visual Studio Team Services, or I come from Azure, all of those DevOps pipelines are built inside Visual Studio Team Services. So we're going to see that again today. Then we're going to show you a new extension point inside of the Azure Portal that will allow you to create an entire DevOps pipeline right from the portal. So this is going to be great for those who spend the majority of their time there. You have IT pros who spend a lot of time inside the Azure Portal, who want to be champions for DevOps. You don't have to go learn Visual Studio. You don't have to go to another website. You can literally stay inside the portal and be that champion for DevOps on your team, even if that's where you live most of the time. Then we're going to go talk and see about the CI and CD pipeline that's built for you, ways that you can extend that pipeline further beyond what it does out of the box for you. And then finally, we're just going to have a quick wrap up where we'll talk about what we've actually seen today. So what is DevOps? DevOps is the union of people, process, and products to enable continuous delivery of value to our end users. This is the only way I could think to succinctly say this powerful concept that is DevOps. And obviously the most important part of that is the people. They're the most difficult to convince that this is a good idea, even now. I remember when we had these same debates over Agile, and I think most people now believe that Agile is the best way to develop software. And I believe once you've gotten really, really good at Agile and you're producing these small increments of deliverable software, it's time for you to now deliver that software. Let's go ahead and take that value from the fingertips of your developers and put it into the hands of your users. And DevOps is going to help you do that. It's going to allow you to automate as much as you possibly can, to reduce as much human error and human intervention as you can, so that that value just flows right into the hands of your users. And that's what we want to do. So there's people involved, and we got to make sure that people believe. And I hope that demonstrations like this ones, the tools that we build here at Microsoft, are going to help convince those people that not only is this the right thing to do, but we can actually do this. It's not something for just the unicorns. I think Gene Kim said horses can do this too, right? This is for everyone. And in 9 minutes on stage, I built an entire pipeline. It doesn't take you a long time to do. And I don't want people feeling that they have to go ask permission to go do the right thing for your company. DevOps is the right thing. There's no more debating that. You either do it or you lose. I mean, it's pretty much that simple. And there's no need for you to go ask permission. Just take half your lunch, set up a CI system. Take half your lunch and deploy your package from your CI system into your dev environment. Next week, go and move it to QA and slowly build up that pipeline. But take your weekends back, take your nights back, right? That's what you're sacrificing by not having a DevOps pipeline, is the time that you spend fixing problems that would have been avoided completely had you done it in a much more consistent, automated, and a best practice way, which we're going to talk about today. So that's what DevOps is. So let's talk about how we can actually implement some of this using the Azure Portal. So what are the prerequisites? What are the things that you're going to need to be able to follow along today as we go through this demonstration? First one you're going to need is you're going to need a Visual Studio Team Services account. I like to say that Visual Studio Team Services is everything that you need to turn an idea into a working piece of software. And I mean everything. Starts with the idea, so we have work item tracking, bug tracking, test case management, task tracking. We have the ability for you to do Kanban boards, backlogs, delivery plans. We have the ability for you, after that idea starts to take shape, it starts taking shape in the form of source code. That source code can now be versioned inside of Git or Team Foundation Server version control. Once the version control is happening, it's time for you to start building that. And we offer you continuous integration services that can build on any platform. And it can build any language. And I'll be talking about that over and over again. I did a tour of Europe back in December, and every place I went was blown away that we could do more than just .NET. So I'm here trying to get the awareness out that Visual Studio Team Services is for any language targeting any platform. Okay, another thing, after you have your CI, you might also produce packages as part of your CI build. Those packages, be it NuGet or NPM, can be stored in package management inside of Visual Studio Team Services. Once all of that goodness has been packaged up, it's time for us to start delivering it, and we can do that using release management. Release management would take those zeros and ones and automatically deploy them for you to Linux, Mac, Azure, someone else's cloud, on-prem, iOS, Android, Windows Phone, Raspberry Pi. I don't care what your device is. Just let me know where you want this code, and we'll figure out a way to get it there using our build system and our release system. Any language, any platform. After you have your Team Services account, which I'll show you how to set one of those up real quickly and create a new team project, we're going to need an Azure account. Both of these items you can get for free. So you can go to visualstudio.com and create a free Team Services account. You can go to Azure and start up a trial subscription so that you can follow along with what I'm going to be doing today and get your feet wet. If you are an MSDN subscriber, you already have access to Azure. All right, so we give you credits every single month for you to go out into Azure and play with it however you see fit. Start playing with bots or functions. You might want to start playing with Azure Container Registry and Container Service. You might want to go out and just start doing some things for your mobile applications. There's so much value in Azure, and we're giving it to you, MSDN subscribers, every single month. So please take advantage of that and go play with it. Once you have your account, we're ready to go ahead and start rocking and rolling. Where we're going to begin is we're going to actually begin in Visual Studio Team Services, because what we're going to need is a project, a home for our source code that we're going to want to deploy inside of Azure. And what we're going to do is we're going to create a team project, and inside that team project we're going to import some code, and then that's the code that we're then going to deploy into Azure. But we're not going to build the pipeline from within Visual Studio Team Services. We're actually going to have Azure do that for us. And then it's going to go off and create a CI build. It's going to create a continuous delivery into a website for us. We're going to have it run load test and use deployment slots, a lot of cool stuff. And it's going to automatically set it up. What's really nice about it, though, is it's your pipeline, which means you will have complete access to going in there and modifying it, enhancing it, adding environments, whatever you see fit, once the pipeline has been built for you. So let's go ahead and talk about, again, what is it? It's everything. So I'm not going to belabor this slide. This slide is essentially what I just described to you. Visual Studio Team Services is source control, CI/CD, any language, any platform, work item tracking, package management, test case management, everything that you possibly need to turn an idea into a working piece of software. We're just going to focus on CI and CD today. We're going to peek a little bit at source control because we're going to need to bring some source code into the project, but we're not going to talk about the rest of this in detail. We'll have to make sure we come back and do some other sessions on these other areas. So now what I'm going to do is switch over to Visual Studio Team Services. So here I am inside of my web browser, and here I am inside of the welcome page of Team Services. Go to visualstudio.com, create a new account, and you will be brought to a page very similar to this one where you can go ahead and create a new project. What I'm going to do now is go ahead and create a new project called DevOps from Portal, because we're going to be basically enabling DevOps from the portal. And if I wanted to, I could choose different types of source control. I can use Git, or I can use TFVC, which is a centralized version control. We also have process templates. We have both Agile, Scrum, and CMMI. And we obviously have visibility for our particular project. Now, when I click on Create, it says, all right, I'm going to go create you a project with this name. I'm going to give you a version control system that is based off of Git. And what's really nice is that if you decide later that you wish you had chosen centralized and TFVC, you can go back in and add that to an existing project. So we actually allow you to have both source control systems side by side. Some of your projects are in Git, some of your projects are in centralized. For whatever reason you decide, we'll be able to go ahead and support that for you. The other thing is that we allow you to have 3 different process templates, which are really cool. A process template they're the rules that govern the way that you write software. If you're a Scrum team, for example, you're going to use words like product backlog item, impediment, and sprint. But if you are an Agile team, you would use words like user story, issue, and iteration. And if you're a CMMI or basically a waterfall company, you're going to say things like requirement and risk and change request. Those templates understand that. So when you choose the template that matches how you write software, the tool will use words and a vocabulary that matches the way that you speak on your team. So when you're in your daily stand-up and you say, who has an impediment, when you go to the tool, it's called an impediment and it matches directly with what you're talking about. So choose the template that most closely represents the way that you write software and allow the tool to help you do the right thing in your process. Now here we are, and we need to get some source code. Now, like I said before, this is just Git. So if you use Git today, you already know how to use this as well. Here's the URL you would go and clone. Or if you wanted to, you can actually import code from other repositories. I made a joke on stage that I hate paying for stuff that I can get for free. It's sort of a joke. Actually, it's a true statement as well. And I wanted to show you this really cool import feature that allows me to basically put in the URL of another Git repository and then simply say import. And what it's going to do now is actually go back in there. Uh-oh, my URL is incorrect. Too many T's there. And what it's going to do now is it's going to go over to that repository, and it's going to pull over all of the source code, all of the history, everything that I need. So if I'm paying for that other repository, I could literally just do this and then shut off the other one, get all that money back, and then come over here and do unlimited private repos for free. So just that quickly, I've created a project, and I've imported source code from another repository, and I'm ready to go. If I had source code already on my machine, I could just go ahead and clone the repo, add the files, and commit them. However you want to get your source into your repository, it's completely up to you. But that's all we have to do now inside Visual Studio Team Services. The rest of this work is now going to be done inside of Azure. But before we get there, let's go back to our slides. So we created a team project. That was step number 1. Now what we're going to do is we're going to move over into the Azure Portal. Now, for those who don't know what Azure is basically Microsoft's cloud. So think of the Amazon has a cloud, Google has a cloud, IBM has a cloud, and so do we. We have a cloud that has more regions than all the others combined. We are stamping these things out as fast as we possibly can, and inside of them are millions and millions of cores and machines that basically allow you to do whatever you want. if you want to write bots, if you want to write functions, if you need just a way to offload your data center that's currently on-prem and costing you a lot of money to run, and generators and maintenance and hard drives failing, and you just don't want to deal with that anymore, you can lift and shift those Windows and Linux workloads from your own data center and put them in our data center for you instead, and then we'll manage a lot of that for you, make sure the lights stay on, the power keeps running, things like that. That's if you want to just lift and shift into Azure. The other way is PaaS, which is my personal favorite, which is Platform as a Service, where I don't even know if there's a server back there. I mean, obviously I know there is a server running it, but I don't care about it. I never have to patch it. I never have to reboot it. I never have to concern myself with any of the aspects of maintaining a virtual machine. I simply say, I need a virtual directory for my web app, go put it over there, you handle the rest. I'm just going to keep cranking out value, you deal with everything else. I think PaaS, in my personal opinion, is the holy grail of the internet and of the cloud. That's where you want to go. Let someone else deal with the low stuff so that I can focus on delivering value, and that's exactly the portion of Azure that we're going to be using today. Again, you can start for free with a trial, or if you already have an MSDN subscription, you already have access to Azure. So please go use your Azure benefits and start playing with it and just see what cool stuff that you can build. Now, let's go configure CI and CD, but from the Azure portal. So like I said, again, we're going to return to Visual Studio Team Services to see what was built for us, but we're not going to actually configure anything inside of Team Services. So this is a different pivot from the demo you saw me do on stage. We're using the same project, but you saw me go inside Visual Studio in Team Services, and I built the repository and the build and the release. This time it's all going to be built for me. So let's switch over again to my web browser. I'm done with Team Services, so I'm going to go over to my Azure portal. So this is the Azure portal, and this is where you can see on the left-hand side all the different types of resources that I can create. And what I want to do now is create a new resource. What I'm actually going to be creating is something called a web app. A web app just says I need a virtual directory so that I can go host my web application. It could be .NET or Java, Node.js, PHP, Python, Golang, whatever it is that you're working on, you can actually host those web apps inside of our web applications. And you never have to worry about anything happening on the underlying server that runs your code for you, which is really nice. So we're going to go create a web app. And then all I have to do is give the web app a, give it a name here. So let me go back here. I'm not sure why let's go back. I need to create a new one here and see why it's complaining at me. I want another web app, and it's telling me I need to switch my subscription. Interesting. Switch my directory and see if this is going to get me where I want to go. If not, we're going to call an audible on this machine and go somewhere else. But let me see if I can go ahead and get this one to work for us here real quick. We're going to try to create another web app here. I was hoping to do this off my Linux machine, but now all of a sudden my Linux machine is not wanting to play nice. Try once again. We're going to go web app and see if we make any further. We're having some technical difficulties here. Give me 1 second. I'm going to call a quick audible here, switch to another browser session, and see if I can get us back on track here. So let's go ahead and click new. And we're going to go web app. For some reason, I don't know why my other browser is not playing nice, but we're going to say DevOps from portal. And copy this. We're also going to create what we call a resource group. A resource group is a logical grouping of everything that I want that maintains to my particular project. So let's say, for example, I'm going to have a web app, I'm going to have a Redis cache, a SQL Server database, I'm going to have, I don't know, maybe a load balancer, and I want all that stuff grouped together so that if I need to delete it or move it or recreate it, I can do it all as a unit, and that's what we call a resource group. So I'm going to create a resource group with the exact same name as my web apps, just so they can kind of all make sense. I'm also going to create what we call a service plan. An app service plan is how you pay for your resources. So this is basically me saying, what size machine would I want to run my website? Even though I'm never going to really have to worry about dealing with it, I can still tell you basically how much capacity I think I'm going to need. Maybe I'm going to put a lot of different websites on the same app service, which basically means what kind of machine do I want it to be on. So I'm going to go ahead and pick a standard one. And then I want to do application insights. part of the definition of DevOps was value. To make sure I can deliver value, I need to be able to monitor my application when it's running in production to make sure that what I just delivered was actually valuable to my end users. Otherwise, I'm just copying files to a server and I have no idea if it adds value or not. So with that done now, I'm going to go ahead and click on Create. And what it's going to do now is it's going to go off and create a web application that will be the home for my application that we're about to go ahead and create. So I did some dry runs earlier to make sure this was going to work, so I can go ahead and delete that. And if all else fails, I do have a dry run, so I have like a basically the cake's already in the oven. We're going to try to bake the cake right here live, but if should anything bad happen, don't worry, I can still show you everything that I want to show you when it comes to creating a DevOps pipeline from the Azure Portal. So it's creating the resource group. Inside the resource group, it's creating my web application. That web application, I will then be able to configure continuous delivery, which is a new preview feature. So it's in preview. We want your feedback. Feel free to follow along as you start to use it. If you feel some things that we could do better, please make sure you let us know. You can tweet at me or however you want to get a hold of me. On the left-hand side, you might recognize deployment options. That's not what I'm talking about. What we're going to be building is almost like the big brother, a more mature version of the deployment options. Continuous delivery is the concept of CI feeding into a CD pipeline that allows me to go to multiple environments, run load tests, allow me to run functional tests as part of my delivery. The other one, you kind of basically create a repo. Every time the repo changes, it automatically deploys your code, but you have no control over the CI. You have no way to plug in more additional testing. With the continuous delivery, you will be able to do that. So if I click on continuous delivery here, it's basically going to give me the option to configure continuous delivery using team services as the backing feature for us. So what it's doing now is it's basically trying to figure out who am I, what accounts do I have access to, and now it says, great, why don't we go ahead and set up a complete continuous delivery pipeline for you that's going to go from code to build to test to deploy. I simply click on configure, and I'm going to be presented a blade that's going to allow me to configure all the different parts of my deployment. First, I want to choose the repository, which is the team services account that we created a moment ago. I want to point to that account into that project so that I can pull the code in. So I'm going to go to demonstrations, which is where I built that. I'm then going to come over here to DevOps from the portal, which is what we're working with. And then I'm going to go ahead and click on OK. Now it's saying, great, what about your build? Where do you actually want us to, what type of application are we actually building for you? Right now we have ASP and ASP.NET Core. You can imagine this list is going to start to grow because App Service already supports Golang and PHP and Python and Java and all sorts of different languages. So we're going to actually have to increase the list of options in here, but now that it's in preview, we started off with ASP. Now what we're going to do now is go ahead and say OK to that. And now we can actually run load test. If you've ever set up load test in the past, it can be quite daunting because you need what we call a test rig. And a test rig is a computer that is the controller and that has all of these other computers whose sole purpose in life is to generate load upon your application and bring it to its knees so that you can go back in and find out where your bottlenecks are. Setting up that rig is not easy. I've set up a couple of them in my lifetime and they were never fun to do. Now what we allow you to do is actually generate the load from Azure. And that way, when you no longer need the machines, those machines are no longer being billed to you. When you stand up a rig in physical hardware like I've done in the past, you're paying for those machines if you're running load test or not. It's quite an expensive endeavor to go down. But now I can simply say, yes, I would like you to run load test against my application for me. And matter of fact, what I want you to do is I want you to create an exact duplicate of my website such that when you're running load against the test one, you're not impacting the performance of my production one. Because if we put them on the same app service and everything, they literally are sharing the same machine, and therefore that impact of the load that you're putting on one will actually impact the other. So this way you're like, okay, we're going to separate everything so that it's an exact duplicate, but not the exact same hardware that you're running before. You say, perfect, go do that for me. And then we're going to talk about deployment slots. Deployment slots are one of my favorite features of App Service. It gives me the ability to have sort of like a backdoor or a shadow copy of what you're seeing running in production. And I can be deploying to the staging slot while production is happily serving all of my users. So my users are sitting there still using the application like normal. I can then take my time and copy all my files to the staging slot. That staging slot is a real website. And I can go then after I deploy all my code and I can do some smoke test. I can poke around the application, make sure everything looks right. And then when I'm ready, I swap the slots and everything just swaps over instantly. It's just a IP swap. And then everyone's now looking at the staging slot, which is now production, and what was production is now staging, which is also cool if once a lot of people hit it with load, I realize, whoa, we made a huge mistake. I can simply swap them back. And the next thing you know, what was production and staging all swap back again, and everyone's back to working and happy. I can go figure out what was wrong with my features, push them back into staging, and then swap them back again. And what I really like about that is that if you have a large site and a lot of changes, that copying can sometimes take a long time, and you don't want your customers not to be able to access your site while you're updating it. Deployment slots allow you to update it while the site's running and then swap them once it's done, and your customers have a zero downtime deployment. So we're definitely going to enable that. So I'm going to click on yes, and it's basically say, what slot would you like me to create? I'm going to create it called staging, and I simply click on OK. So now what's going to happen is I'm going to click on OK, and what should happen here, I'm saying should because we've had some issues. Again, it's in preview and we're working through this. That's why I baked a cake before I got here. But what should happen is we're going to create an entire pipeline for you in the project that I created earlier. That means it's going to create a CI build for us. It's going to also create a continuous delivery pipeline. It's going to run load test for us. And it's even going to use slots to be able to do the deployment into production and build all of that for me. And then even trigger a build for that initial deployment. Because right now my website's empty and it will take the code directly from the new code that I actually put inside my project here in just a moment. So it's off hard at work, making sure that I get the pipeline that I need created. So this is equivalent to what I was doing on stage earlier, or yesterday in the keynote, where I actually went and I created my own CI system and I created my own release system. So here, I've seen this error earlier today, that's why I baked a cake, but I'm gonna try one more time and see if we can kick the tires of this thing and make it go a little bit further. If not, I'll take you through the demonstration of the one I've already done to show you exactly what will happen. I'm not sure why we're having some flaky behavior today, but I want to make sure that you see exactly what I wanted you to see. So we're going to give it one more try. I'm going to go through very quickly, tell it exactly what I want it to do, and then let's see if we can get it to kick a little bit further this time. That all looks good. So it obviously started creating some of this stuff because it realized that a lot of that stuff already existed. We're having a little bit of trouble creating that final release definition inside of our project. We'll see if it gets a little further this time. While that's actually working, I think I'm going to go ahead and show you what will get created for you automatically. So let's go back and go to our dashboard here. Yeah, we're still having some trouble there. So let's just go ahead and pull that cake out of the oven that's already been baked and show you exactly what I want to show you. So here in my dry run that I did earlier, I was able to get everything to go through as I wanted it to go through. And if you go back to that same blade we had earlier, you'll be able to see exactly what happens here. So you'll see some logs here where we were able to do a deployment. So again, you'll be able to surface this information. And as you can see, even in my dry run earlier today, I did have some issues getting it to finally fire up. Now, this is a new development. I did this demo practicing for it last week several times with no issues. I think it started Monday. We started having some problems here, so our team was going to go off and start figuring out what's going on there again. Again, this is in preview. We're quickly trying to iterate over this and make things better, so I'm just being completely transparent and open with you guys. We are going to make this right for you, and it actually can work, as you can see here. So let me go show you what gets created while we basically dust off what's going on here. So this is the view that you're going to have inside of Azure. Your IT pro can come here, see the results of the last builds, get information about the commits, and even jump over to Visual Studio Team Services directly from the Azure Portal. So those links are now deep links inside of Visual Studio Team Services so that I can actually see the build that was created for me. So let's go look at the anatomy of this particular build by simply editing it. So if I go to edit this build, you can see that it created a build for me using the NuGet restore from my packages, builds it using Visual Studio, runs my unit test for me if there are any in my project already. It then publishes the symbols and also publishes artifacts. The artifacts are the part of your build that you're going to want to deploy inside of release management. If you're doing web development, that might be a zip file. If you're doing infrastructure as code, that's going to be ARM templates or chef recipes or whatever tool of choice you're using for your orchestration for your infrastructure as code and configuration as code. Those artifacts would basically be stored for you so that they can be pulled down in our release management system. For those who didn't see the keynote, just very quickly, our task list is amazing. It has an enormous list of tasks in there that allow you to deploy to on-prem or in the cloud, to Azure. There's lots of tools in here you probably recognize. You'll see that we're ready for Cordova, we're ready for Xamarin. We allow you to do anything you can possibly do from a command line. You can now do it from our build system. The heavy lifter for our build system is what we call our build agent. That agent will install on Linux, Windows, and Mac. So these tasks, the majority of them run on all 3 platforms, so that no matter where you want to build your code, we're there to build them for you. This list has gotten so long, we had to implement search. So if I were to go and type Azure for an example, you'll see all of the different tasks that we have available for you to go directly to Azure. We're trying to reduce as much of the friction as we possibly can and just make it a no-brainer for you to be able to move your code right into Azure using our build system. Once the build is done, let's go look at a build summary here real quick. Once the build is done, it basically starts a release. So let's go look at our summary. And from here on the bottom, we're going to be able to see our release that deployed earlier today when I was playing with this. So down here at the bottom, we have deployments. And then here, we're basically going to go to release number 1. Release number 1 shows me everything that actually happened during that release. So let me show you the environments. An environment in our release management system is just a logical grouping of any and everything that you want to happen inside of this quote-unquote environment. Environment's a funny little word here because it doesn't have to map to a physical machine or set of machines. It can literally map to whatever you want. You could generate database scripts in one of these quote-unquote environments and then deploy them in the next one, even though they're both going towards the development environment. So please free your minds. Think of these as just boxes in which I want to put tasks that I want to perform. And what's really cool about these little boxes is that you can have approvers before and after those boxes. So at this point, I can come in and say I'd like to have approvers before I enter this environment, and I'd like to have approvers after the code has been deployed successfully to this environment. This would allow me to put people that say, I protect this environment, I don't want any code going into this environment without me knowing about it, make me the approver going in. And that way the system will ask for your permission or a group of people's permission to then move that code inside that environment. If they all get the thumbs up, the system will automatically deploy inside that environment. But you might think that's good enough. Why would I need one on the outside? Because let's say it's a QA environment and your QA people have gone in and done a battery of testing. They found lots of technical debt and bugs, and they don't want this code going any further down the pipeline. They actually can have the authority as a post-deployment approver saying, nope, this is no good. I don't want this going into staging or into production. And they can stop it right there before anyone in the downstream environments get inundated with emails about, hey, it's time for you to go and approve this, and here I am trying to stop a runaway train. I have the permission to stop it before it even leaves my environment. So that's a nice way to have both pre and post-deployment approvers, which is one of the really nice features of release management. What we were able to build for you is we actually deployed into that testing website, and then we started running performance tests so we can determine if the application will perform as expected when we take it from this environment and move it into the next environment for you. The next environment is where we're actually using deployment slots. Now I want to be very clear, the best practice for using deployment slots is to deploy into a slot and then swap them in one environment or in one of these little blocks. Do not deploy into a staging slot here and then swap to the staging slot here. That would be a bad idea because if something bad were to happen here, you can restart just the production environment. If I restart it and all it does is a swap, what actually is going to happen when I start it for the second time is what I really want in production is about to get swapped out again. And that's not the end goal that I want. You need to build your environment such that if you need to restart them, the end goal of that environment will be the same. And by always deploying fresh code into the staging slot and then swapping it into production, even if I have to restart this, I know I'm going to get the desired end results. So if in production you have a staging slot and a production slot, in staging and in QA and in dev you better have a staging and a production slot as well, and practice that swapping of the slots in every environment. You don't want to do anything new or for the first time in your production environment because the only time you'll know if that's going to work or not is when you finally do it in production. I try to make sure that all of my environments look almost identical. The only exception is I might do some testing and not other testing, but the way that I deploy my code is always exactly the same so that as I deploy through dev and through QA and through staging, I'm building up confidence that I know that I've done all the steps in the right order, I know how the tasks are going to behave, I can anticipate any errors that might potentially happen, and I know if I restart that stage it's going to perform correctly. So they should look almost identical. Scale and configuration are the two things that I say that you can change. What I mean by scale is you might deploy to more database servers or more app tier servers in one environment than the other. But the way that I deploy to database and the way that I deploy to those app tiers is exactly the same. I just might only deploy to one in dev, 10 in QA, and hundreds potentially in production because of the way that I'm trying to generate my load. So that's where we change the scale of our deployment. The other thing that might change is your configuration, which is I have to change connection strings values that are going to point at different databases in dev than they do in QA than they do in production. And that's fine too, and that also happens through things like configuration variables. For example, if I needed to set connection strings or I needed to set passwords that are different in dev than in QA, for every environment I can set those values and then I can basically have those values applied for me using some of the tasks that we have out of the box. The other option is you store all of that information in source control. Some people prefer that. They want everything to be code, and you can do that as well. But you want to make sure that only the configuration and the scale changes as you move from one environment to the other. Okay, so again, our system here is very powerful. It has the same task library as we had in our build system, and this again was built automatically for us for free. We didn't have to go and build any of this ourselves. It was stood up, but we can come in here and modify it should we want to. So if I go back to the definition and go to edit, what will happen here is I can then go back in and start adding additional tasks. We have different categories to make it a little easier for you to find what you're looking for. We have database support, not only with SSDT, but also the announcement that we made with Redgate at the launch event so that you can actually use Redgate ReadyRoll. That gives you the power of migrations even if you're not using Entity Framework. Obviously, Entity Framework has code-first migrations in there, so we're trying to give you as many options as we possibly can when it comes to database, and you can actually find those tasks right here inside of our library. We also allow lots of different testing. We obviously have Xamarin Test Cloud. We have partners like Perfecto Mobile who also allow you to test on mobile devices as well. So we want to make sure that you realize that we can do all sorts of cool things inside of our build and our release pipeline as well. Again, this was all built for you, and I just wanted to make sure that you saw what was going to happen, and we'll fix the stuff that's happening in the portal today. So what I want to do now is switch back over to my slide deck, which is actually in my Linux machine. So let me log back over here, and then get back over into my PowerPoint. So we've configured CI and CD inside of Team Services, and now let's go back. One of the things I also wanted to talk about with Team Services, again, it's any language, any platform. I can't stress that enough. I can't tell you how many people just believe it's Windows and .NET. That could not be further from the truth. Team Services is everything that you possibly need. I've already taken you on a tour of our CI and CD system, so we can get past that. And now what I want to do is wrap it up. I also have my buddy here, Seth, was going to join me here for the last 10 minutes, and we're basically just going to talk about some of the different concepts around DevOps. So what we're going to do here is take a quick break, get Seth wrapped up and mic'd up so that we can go ahead and have a quick chat.
Dude. All right, we're back. And so I'm here to ask questions, man, because I saw your demo and I was like, okay, love the whole Azure Portal experience, but there's some people are like, well, what if I just want to get into the command line and do my magic stuff there? I saw there was a yeoman generator thing. I saw briefly a little bit of it yesterday. I had to step out for just a second. I want you to show us that experience because I have some questions.
All right, cool. So you
can
can actually do that from any PowerShell that you want. And
it has to be PowerShell.
It does today have to be PowerShell, and the reason I did that is because PowerShell is now open source. It works on Mac, Windows, and Linux, right? And the fact that it went to all three of them is when I got excited about it as well. So if I were to go to, let's just go to my D drive here, and let's go into my temp directory. I got some garbage in here, but what you do is just type yo team. And what it's going to do is it's going to start asking you some questions. And the questions that it asks you are the ones that allow you to basically go back in and create an entire DevOps pipeline right from the command line.
So this is a yeoman generator.
Yeah, it's completely open source as well. So let me show you that as well. Because if you go to GitHub, and I have a GitHub page here, and what we're going to be able to do is show you exactly, that's going to want me to verify my password. Give me one second.
I'll just verify. I mean, two-factor authentication is super important.
It
is.
is.
Turn it on all your things right now. Because this is super important. Because one day someone is not going to have this on, they're going to lose all their stuff. Trust me. All right, so here we are.
Yeah, so this is basically the repo for the generator, which anyone can come and actually issue pull requests for me. I've actually submitted some pull requests already for this particular item that people have come in and added to it. Because I wrote this as basically a result of I do these demos all the time.
Sure.
I want to show people how easy it is. And I was doing, actually it was when we were in New Zealand together.
That's right.
You remember I did the demo where I said, I'm going to let you pick the language, I'm going to let you pick the platform,
Right.
and I'm going to let you pick the what computer I do it on. And in my back pocket I had this, so no matter what the answers were, I was still going to go to PowerShell, type in a few commands, and it was going to generate everything that
And
I
you were
needed.
like, boy, this is so handy. I should.
Start open sourcing this and giving this away for everyone. And I'm going to let everyone in on one little secret here as well. One secret that you guys are going to want to know and been asking about is how in the world do you type so fast? What I use is something called auto hotkey, and I need to turn that on right now. So I'm going to go ahead and double click on this guy. This little magical person pops up, and now I can go back over into my browser here, and I can start doing really cool things like this. Right? So that starts to type for me. So everyone who tweeted at me, how in the world does Donovan type so fast? The trick is auto hotkey.
And so is this like looking at, could I hook this up to team services, Visual Studio team services and do stuff there, or is it just the local TFS?
Great question. So it actually works for both, right? Okay. That's why I had to change the name. It used to, when I first wrote it, it was called Yo VSTS, and it only worked for VSTS. Then when I went to Europe, they said, we really love to have this for TFS. So on the flight home, I wrote Yo TFS, and I realized that they were so similar that I could probably write one tool that did them both, which is what Yo Team does. Because it doesn't matter if it's Team Foundation Server or Visual Studio Team Services. All you do is you give me a different URL here, and I know if I'm going to a local server or if I'm going to Team Services.
Oh, I see. So my demos is a local thing. Otherwise, I'd have sethjuarez.visualstudio.com or whatever.
Other way around. If you have Seth Juarez, you would just put Seth Juarez. I would know the rest is visualstudio.com. If it's local for TFS, you would put in the full URL, TFS WAC 8080, blah, blah, blah.
Perfect.
Right, and then I would know. Okay. And then all I'm doing now is saying, hey, you got all these different queues you might want to use. Let me go ahead and pick a queue. I can pick whatever language I want. For example,
let's do .NET Core.
.NET Core. And then here I would do ASP demo.
So this is making a new project that's already having the pipeline set up in VST.
Exactly.
Okay.
Now that's a really good clarification because the tool can actually be used against existing projects as well. If you don't need source code and you already have it, you can actually type yo team : pipeline and just say, I want you to add a pipeline to an existing project and existing code for me. You don't have to type yo team. Yo team assumes you have no source code, no project, no nothing.
Okay.
And it's going to go create all that stuff for us. Do you want to go to Docker or do you want to go to app service?
Let's do app service because that's the one that I'm used to.
Okay, so we're going to app service and then it's basically saying what subscription do you want to use? And then it's asking you, do you want to develop now or do you want to develop later? I want to develop later, which means it's going to go create all the source code for me, but it's not going to run NuGet, it's not going to run NPM, it's not going to basically download my dependencies.
So is it source code like a blank .NET Core project?
Hello World, pretty much. Hello World,
and
right.
it's like just a regular console type application?
No, it's not. It's actually a full-blown web app.
Okay, web app.
Yeah.
Okay.
Full-blown MVC web application is what's going to be generated for you. So it's going to Team Services right now and literally creating a new team project called ASP Demos. After the project is created, it's going to clone the repo down to my hard drive, which is empty, but then it's going to put all the files inside of that particular, and then commit it all for me so that I have this beautiful blank desktop. So he says, hey, it looks like you cloned an empty repo. No problem, because I'm going to give you code here in just a second.
Sure.
And now what it did is it says, hey, I found the subscription you wanted to use, and now you got to remember, we have to wire our subscription to our Azure account, to our VSTS, and that's what it's doing right now. It says, I'm creating a...
Because now you're going to have this full pipeline where it's like, I want to build it now. It's going to have that standard build for .NET Core website.
Yep.
Okay. To an app service, web app service.
Right. So what we're going to do is we're going to give you the CI build, and we're going to give you the CD. We're going to give you the pipeline too, and that pipeline is going to have dev, QA, and prod. It's going to have a load test and QA for you. It's going to have approvers already set up to approve going into QA and to prod. It's like if I were to build my own DevOps pipeline, this is what I'd want, and I just build it for you.
Is it putting the dev and the prod things? I know with an ARM template, you can actually say a web app has certain different sort of deployment staging and dev, and is it going to do that too?
What it's going to do for us is it's actually going to create 3 different resource groups in Azure. One for your dev environment, one for your QA, and one for your production.
I see.
What's really nice about that is you could go in later, and you can see on the screen now we're done. It's created all the source code for us. It actually put all the source code into our repo, and it even does the initial commit to Git for you, so you don't have to remember all the commands to do your Git commands. So what it's telling me now on the screen is that all you have to do, Donovan, is transfer into that folder and then type git push. So that's exactly what I'm going to do. I'm going to CD into the ASP.NET demo folder that was created. And then what we're going to do now is simply do what the screen is telling me to do, which is do a git push. So
let's cut to the screen if we're not. I want people to see this.
Yeah. So this is the screen, what it looks like after it's run for you. It says, I found everything, I created your release, I created your build. And now what it's saying here is that, hey, all you have to do, Donovan, is just CD over into ASP demo and do a git push. So when I do a git push, it's going to take the code off my hard drive and push it to that remote repo inside of team services.
And the CI engine is going to take off and do a deployment?
Yeah, so what's going to happen, I'm going to take you right there. So what we're going to do is we're going to start a browser, and we're going to jump over into our team services account. So this is the team services account that was created for us.
Okay.
Let me plug my computer in here real quick.
No problem.
And if you go over to build for me real quick,
I'm going to go there right now.
and then you're going to be able to see that we created a build definition that's already running.
Okay, so this is the thing
That was just created for you. So the
makes sense.
Joven generator creates the team project, it creates the build, it creates the release, it creates your source code, all by simply typing yo team, answering a few questions.
So now I understand why it's running in PowerShell, because the Yeoman generator is going to execute a series of gulp tasks that might call out to PowerShell.
Actually, it's not running gulp tasks. Good question. It's actually running REST API calls. So everything that you can do in Visual Studio Team Services, you can do via REST.
Got it.
So what the PowerShell is doing is calling the REST endpoints to go create a build definition, like what you just did. Create a release, create a project. And now that this build is done, it's actually going to go off and start trying to deploy it, which you can see down here in the corner. So if we were to zoom in down here, you can see it's already trying to deploy our software. And it has 3 environments it's going to go through, dev, QA, and prod. If I go to release 1, it's doing that right now. So what's funny is, what I was trying to do from the Azure Portal, which we're going to keep polishing that, is basically allow you to do exactly what we just did from the command line, but from the portal, without ever having to learn
Is it going to be
PowerShell.
able to, are we able to open it? We have like 30 seconds.
Sure.
probably.
So if you want to go and look at the environments that were created, this is what was created for you. It uses infrastructure as code, so it's using ARM templates to stand up that environment. It then deploys inside of it. In QA, I go further and even run performance tests for you. And then in production, we go ahead and deploy it the same way. This goes back to what I was saying during the demo, guys. Do exactly the same thing in every environment. I do ARM, and then I do a deployment. The only difference is configuration and scale. I configure them differently because they point at different resource groups. And the scale, you can almost say the scale of testing has gone from 1 test to 0 tests, but that's just scale. It wasn't changing the way that I deploy my application.
So if you're doing greenfield, you should
Yes, it's the
this
quickest
thing.
way to get going. And if you're doing brownfield, what you do is you simply come back over here and you would type something like yo team, and then you could type pipeline. And what all it's going to do is it's going to ask you a subset of questions that only add a pipeline to an existing project. So even if it's brownfield, this can actually add value. Exactly.
Well, I need to have you come back because I have an open source .NET standard library that's on GitHub already that I need to do a CI/CD thing.
Perfect.
So we're going to have to do that later because we're out of time. But this was absolutely amazing. Thank you so much for spending the last 10 minutes.
No, thanks for coming in, man.
All right, dude, and I'll let you take it out.
Take care, guys. I appreciate it. Thanks for joining.
Take care.
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, depending on what time it is when you're watching this. Welcome to 10 Entity Framework Features Every Developer Should Know. My name is Phil Jupixi, and just a little bit about me. I'm a .NET Enterprise consultant. I do a lot of Agile coaching. I'm a trainer for LinkedIn Learning, formerly Lynda. I write books for Apress, and there's my contact information. Schematic@outlook.com is the easiest way to get a hold of me. Also on Twitter, Schematic. And that name came about because I'm a retired firefighter paramedic and have spent the past 30 years on the National Ski Patrol. All the samples that you see in this presentation are available on GitHub, and that link is at the bottom of your screen, github.com/schematic/efcore-top10. The agenda today is very, very simple. We're going to talk about Entity Framework and the project status. We're going to do a little discussion about which Entity Framework is right for you. And then we're just going to dive right in the code. I've got 10 demos that we're going to show some awesome features within Entity Framework. So let's talk about the Entity Framework project status. And it really should be projects status because there are 2 live Entity Frameworks. Entity Framework 6.1, full featured, been in production for a long time, lots of people using it very successfully. Then there's Entity Framework Core, which currently is in 1.1 version, and that coincides along with ASP.NET Core and .NET Core. Now, the important thing I want to point out is that Entity Framework 6 is not dead. It is still being developed. They are working on Entity Framework 6.2 as I teach this course, with Beta 1 followed by lots of bug fixes and Visual Studio 2017 support. At the same time, Entity Framework Core 2.0 is being worked on with lots of additional features, some that were in 6.1 and didn't make it into Entity Framework Core, and others that are brand new to Entity Framework. No talk would be complete without the birthday cake architecture diagram. So we have one here. You've probably seen this a million times. You'll see it again. We've got the infrastructure libraries across the bottom, the .NET Standard Library in the middle, and then the different frameworks across the top and the tooling on the right. So where does Entity Framework fit in? Well, again, we have two frameworks to talk about. So let's talk about Entity Framework 6. It is Windows only runs on the .NET framework. Then we bring in Entity Framework Core, and it runs everywhere. You can run it on Windows, you can run it on .NET Core, you can run it on Xamarin. So you really do have two choices, and we're going to discuss those choices now. So, which one should you use, Entity Framework 6 or EF Core? Well, largely it depends on what you're doing and trying to accomplish. If you're already heavily invested in Entity Framework 6, there's no reason to throw it all out and start over. Entity Framework 6 is Windows only, so if you are not thinking about going cross-platform, it is a perfectly viable option. It's full-featured. It's been under development for 8 years. As I mentioned earlier, they are still doing patches, minor releases, lots of good stuff coming. And it's widely used. Chances are, if you run into a problem with Entity Framework 6, you can quickly find an answer on Stack Overflow or in the documentation. Lots of articles, books, examples out there for you to use. Well, that being said, why should you look at EF Core? Well, EF Core is the cross-platform alternative. If you are looking to do a cross-platform ASP.NET Core solution, EF Core is the ORM of choice. But it also works on Windows, and we'll talk about that more shortly. It is brand new. It's missing not a lot of features anymore, but missing some features from EF6. And if it's missing one of those features that's an absolute deal breaker for you, then you're going to have to stick with EF6 on Windows. Now, EF Core 1.1 significantly closed the gap between EF6 and EF Core, and a lot of those features are what I want to talk about today in this class. And the documentation is catching up. Some of it's a little rough around the edges, not a lot of examples out there, but there's enough that you can keep moving forward. But there are many improvements over EF6. It is brand new, written from the ground up. That means a lot of that technical debt that was carried forward over those 8 years of developing EF6, Microsoft didn't have to deal with. Start over, better development techniques, better practices. We always learn from what we write, and we write it better the second time around, and that is absolutely true with EF Core. It is significantly faster than EF6. There are features that they're bringing into EF Core that they could not bring into EF6 because of technical debt. And it works with EF6. I have a customer right now that I'm working with. They've got a very large MVC5 application using EF6. They're having performance issues with data access. We are working with them to bring EF Core side by side with EF6, and we're seeing significant performance improvements. Now, there is an asterisk there because it's not simply plug and play. There's a little bit of work you can do, or that you need to do, but it does work very well side by side. All right, so enough of the slides. We're about to jump out into these 10 features that I think, again, this is my personal opinion, but these are the 10 things that you really need to know about Entity Framework. First and foremost, the improved performance. Got a great demo from Rowan that shows how much faster EF Core is than EF6 going against AdventureWorks. Batching of calls that helps with performance, but it's also customizable. Field mapping, brand new in EF Core. Connection resiliency brought back into EF Core with 1.1. Concurrency, mixed mode evaluation. The from SQL, that is using raw SQL to populate your models. Improve migrations. Now, I say migrations, there's probably several of you out there that just groaned having been burned by migrations in the past. Much, much better in EF Core. Computed column support, and then find, which was brought back. And that is the last slide. We're going to dive right into code. All right, so the first project we're going to look at is just a little performance test. And it goes against the AdventureWorks database. And if we look at the code, it's very, very simple. The first test, it's going to pull back 19,000 records. Does it with EF6 and EF Core. Then it does a more complex query. And then it adds 1,000 records and save those changes. Now, there were some tweaks you could do in EF6 to get a little better performance. And that is with auto-detecting of changes, turning that off. So just to show still the improvement of EF Core, we run that last test again using the EF6 optimized. Now, I can talk about it for a while. Let's just show the numbers. So here we go, the first iteration. We're pulling back 19,000 records. I am running on a Surface Book. This is an i7. It's the 500 gig hard drive. So it's certainly not what I would consider a server machine. But when you look at the exact same execution pattern for EF6 versus EF Core, anywhere from 70% to 99% improvement in performance. Same models, little different context, but exact same code. And this is because of the optimization that the EF team has been able to do by starting from scratch. Now, this is demo code, so you're probably thinking, how much faster is it in real life? I don't have numbers to show, but I can tell you that the performance that we're getting with my customers where we're switching out EF Core in place of EF6, we're getting significant improvement, like noticeable improvement from the users. All right, let's talk about batching. One of the reasons that the performance is so much better in EF Core is that the statements are batched. And what I mean by that, in EF6, if I have 3 updates and I call save changes on the context, it does go as one transaction, but there's 3 individual calls that are sent over to the database. EF Core changed that into one call using temp tables and some other SQL magic. It's not really SQL magic. We've been doing it in the SQL Server side forever, but it becomes one network call. And the best way to demonstrate that is to actually show it. So I have Performance Profiler here. We'll go ahead and start it up. And we're going to run. We're actually going to set the project to the right project. And the first run goes with default batching. In other words, that's the EF Core default way of sending data over. To make this easier to read, got a breakpoint, clear out what's in there, go back into Visual Studio, step over the line, and we'll look at the results. So here we have a batch. And we declare a table. Well, not we don't. Entity Framework's doing this for us. It declares a table with all the fields, inserts the values, runs the operation. Now, why does this matter? Well, this matters greatly if you're in the cloud. So if you are sending 4 or 5 network calls up to the cloud, that's going to cost you more than one bigger statement. So the batching is very, very good for performance, very good for cost reduction in the cloud, but it's not always perfect for everybody. So it can be adjusted. We go back into the code and we're going to set up the database without using the default batching. And we do that very simply by setting the max batch size, easy for me to say 3 times, to whatever number you want. Now I set it to 1 so that it will mirror what EF6 does. Go back into Profiler, clear out what's there. Let's run this next line. It's the exact same statement, but what we're going to see is we're going to see multiple calls going across the wire. Is batching always going to be faster? I don't know. Nobody knows. But what EF Core does is gives you the ability to set it up so it's optimal in your particular environment. All right, I'm going to pause the trace, go back into the code, and let's look at our next demo. So we've covered the performance improvements. Batching is a big part of that. The next thing I want to talk to you about is field mapping. Now, one of the big complaints I have, I do a lot of WPF development, and I use notify property changed everywhere. With EF6, we had access to the interceptors. So we could do things like on the object materialized event, set the isDirty flag to false. Well, those aren't yet supported in EF, but field mapping allows us to get around that. And field mapping means that I have an entity, let's say here, again, a blog, right? We try and keep the examples very, very simple so that we can talk about the tech and not get lost in domains. And I have this name property, and it's got a backing property underscore name. If Entity Framework Core sees a backing property following that naming paradigm, underscore name or M underscore name, it will presume that that's a backing property, and it will use that property or that field to materialize the object. So in this case, I'm faking out the unnotified property changed. If I call this through regular .NET code, I'm setting properties through my application, the property changed method gets called. When EF calls into my blog object to create a new blog object from the database, it will use the property instead of the setter, therefore avoiding the property change event, which is what we really want. So to show this demo, it's also very, very simple. We're going to set custom properties through C#, and we should see the event fire, or the fake event, I should say. My apologies, we're back in batching. Got way too many projects in here than I normally use, but I wanted to keep it clean so that you could have each individual project as a demo to play with on your own. So now we really are field mapping as the starting project. That's what we get for live TV. Sometimes we get errors in there, but we'll just keep plugging forward. So each of these creates a database from scratch, so it takes a little bit of delay. All right, so now I'm going to set the property through C#. So I create a new blog object, set the name to .NET Musings, set the URL, add the blog, and save the changes. If we look at the console window, we see that the property changed was called. So now we're going to set properties through the Entity Framework materialization. So we just do a very simple query, blogs order by. We're going to talk about this query in just a second. I want to talk about the materialization skipping the setter. And then we go through each of the blogs. We'll just run it to the end, and you'll see that it does not hit the property. So while we don't have access to the interceptors, and I know that's still very important for many people out there, from a WPF scenario and utilizing property changed, you now have in EF Core what you need to keep moving forward. All right, let's talk about some other things that we can do with this field mapping. I've declared a property called URL that's a string, but it doesn't really exist on the object. What I have on my blog object is a setter and a getter for those. Now this is different than a shadow property because shadow properties are tracked by the DB change tracker. This is really just a virtual fake made up property, if you will, that is only accessible through code and through EF. So lots of power in the field mapping. From my perspective, this is awesome because, again, I do a lot of WPF. Your mileage might vary on each of these, but let's move on to the next demo because I am limited by time. And we're going to remember to set the new startup project this time. All right, connection resiliency. This was another thing that was missing in EF Core 1.0. And had a lot of people kind of got their hackles up. What connection resiliency is the ability to automatically retry when certain transient errors occur. So if you're working with a cloud-based database such as SQL Azure, you don't want to have your application choke and die every time there's a little glitch in the matrix. What you'd like to do is if these certain things happen and you know for a fact that they're transient errors, you want it to be able to retry a certain number of times. EF Core 1.1 brings this back. It was always in EF6. And there's a couple ways that you can handle connection resiliency. So let's look at the on configuring. And the simplest way, if you're using SQL Server, which all my demos are, is to enable retry on failure in your options. What this does is this brings in a new SQL Server retrying execution strategy, and it was created by the brilliant engineers at Microsoft to say, hey, if you're using SQL Server or SQL Azure, these are all the things that might happen that are just glitches where you should retry. And it sets a default retry and the max delay. So what happens is your application, you call save changes, or you're doing a query, it gets this error, it delays, tries again. When it hits the max number of errors, it does finally say, yep, you know what, I'm done, I give up. I'm going to raise an error, and that error that it raises, right here, the retry limit exceeded exception. So this tells you that there were transient errors, but they were so repeated that Entity Framework just had to give up, returns you back this error. The inner exception is the actual exception that caused the problem. So what if you don't like the SQL Server retry strategy? You can make your own. And it literally is this simple. I create a new class. I derive from execution strategy. I want to set a couple constructors because this is how we have to configure it in the DB context options. And it takes in an execution strategy context. Takes a max retry count and a default max delay. One method that you care about is you should retry on. If you return true out of this override, it will retry up until it hits that max retry count, delaying the retry delay. To plug that into your particular context, all you need to do for the options, I guess I should have spelled these out better. Do a little live typing. I try and avoid that because you don't want to see me type. You want to learn the content. So here are the options. Set the execution strategy to a new custom execution strategy with the max retry delay, or max retry count, and max retry times. Now I apologize for the name. Custom execution strategy is a pretty weak name, but you know what? The three hardest things in software development: naming conventions and off by one errors. All right, so that's connection resiliency. The next topic I want to move on to is concurrency. Let me make sure I set this to be the new startup project. We'll close all documents, save those changes. Now this has been around for a while, But what's new in EF Core 1.1 is some of those familiar APIs that we leveraged very heavily in EF6 to handle concurrency issues. So what is database concurrency? Well, I get something out of the database, Walt gets something out of the database, I save my changes, Walt then goes to save his changes, we have a concurrency issue because his changes are now going to overwrite mine. The way Entity Framework handles concurrency with SQL Server is actually very elegant. We have a timestamp data annotation, and we can also set this through the Fluent API. And this tells Entity Framework that the column named timestamp, and I just happen to name it timestamp here, is actually a row version column in SQL Server. And a row version translates into C# into a byte array. Row version is very specific to SQL Server, and it's kind of a magic column. Every time that a database row gets changed in any way, shape, or form, it's added or updated, the row version gets updated as well. By declaring this a timestamp right here, what happens is Entity Framework changes the query it runs just a little bit when it's running update or delete statements. Instead of just saying update blog where blog ID equals 5, for example, it'll send into the database update blog where blog ID equals 5 and timestamp equals this byte array. And if it doesn't match, then it knows that something has changed. So let's run this and see the query that gets generated. Again, it's creating the database each time, so we have a fresh start every time. All right, we're going to back up to again, live TV, my apologies. Breakpoint in the wrong line. Let's run this again. All right, so we're going to create the database. You don't need to see that code. That just calls ensure created. We'll talk more about that in migrations. What I really want to get to is the where clause when we call the update. All right, so I create the blogging context. I'm going to add a blog, call save changes. Now what I do is I just running a straight SQL command here that changes the database out from under me. So I have this blog object in the DB change tracker. It's got values, it's got a timestamp, and I change the name and then I call save changes. So we'll start the trace again. We'll call save changes. We got an exception, but let's look. So right here, you can see that it's saying update where primary key equals 1 and I don't know how to read a row version, but we're just going to call that 7D1 because that's the letters that show up. So it's checking for both of those to make sure that the value that is in the database matches what I am trying to pass in. Now, it doesn't match, it fails, so we get an exception. Now, the exception's a little misleading, I think it is anyway. It's called a DB update concurrency exception. The name matches, but it doesn't mean that you necessarily had a concurrency error. What it means is that the number of changes that successfully made it into the database is different than the number of changes that the DB change tracker expected to have happened in the database. More often than not, that's a concurrency issue. But I just want to be very clear that it's just telling you that those numbers don't match. Now, the DB update concurrency exception gives us a ton of information that is very, very good for us as developers when we try and sort through what could have happened to the user. there is an entries property, and this is all of the entries that the change tracker expected something to happen, but nothing happened. In this case, we only have one entry because we're only trying to update one thing. We get two sets of property values exposed by this entry entity object, and that's the original values. In other words, the values that were loaded when we first pulled this object from the database. The current values, these are the values that obviously are currently in this object, what the user changed them to. We also have access to the modified properties, and it's not a very simple property, but it is a very simple link statement where we say we take all of the properties where they are modified, and that gives us all the modified, and that gives us normally a significant portion of what we need to build a UI to help the user rectify the situation. Two methods that came back in 1.1, largely because of the community asking for them: get database values and reload. So these were not in 1.0. Get database values makes another call to the database. And actually, you gotta keep this in mind, it is making another round trip out to the database, but then it brings back a property values object showing all of the values that are currently in the database. So now you can build a very robust screen that says to the user, here's the original values, here are the values that you changed them to, and oh, by the way, here's what's in the database. And you could have them pick and choose which ones they want to keep and then save again. Or you can go the easy way and punt and call reload, another API method brought back in EF Core 1.1, and that just reloads the object from the database. So the concurrency capabilities within Entity Framework don't solve anything, don't solve any of the concurrency problems for you, but they give you all of the tools necessary to make sure that you can solve them yourself. Very, very powerful stuff. Matter of fact, so powerful that I keep all of my entities. I have a base entity class that I use in all my projects, and you'll see this in my Lynda courses as well as my books, that has two properties, the primary key and the timestamp, and everything derives from that. Now, if your application doesn't care about concurrency, you can just ignore it. All right, mixed evaluation. This is brand new in Entity Framework. And what mixed evaluation is, it's client-server evaluation. So you've got some method that you want to execute, a C# method, that you want to combine with your link statement. So we have right here just a where clause where we're using a C# method. Now this is very, very trivial, but again, don't want to get too lost in the domain of an example, but show the tech behind the example. So if the name has the word blog in it, and this is a C# method, then pull it back. Now EF6 would have a hard time with this because it's mixed mode. Entity Framework doesn't know how to change this C# method into a link statement. Now if you're new to Entity Framework, then I need to fill you in. The way link works is prior to mixed mode evaluation, it runs on the server. And it runs when that list is enumerated over, or if you call toList. So I can keep building up this link statement, adding where clauses and order bys, and those, however I need to build it up. Once I call toList, executes on the server very, very fast. Well, there was a need to tie C# or client-side functionality into that. So that's what mixed mode evaluation does for us. I can have a link statement with a C# method and then another link statement. Now, I have to warn you that this can turn around and bite you really, really hard in the foot. If I do a get all, and then I say where it has this word in it, and then start doing more link, guess what I have just done? I have done a get all to the client. So you have to be really careful about where you put your client evaluation or your client function. This is probably not a very good example because it's going to bring back all of the blogs, then process through the function, and then create the list. So if you're worried about performance, and I just had this happen, I mentioned that I was converting Entity Framework 6 calls to EF Core for a customer of mine, and I was doing a search for a GUID, database property or GUID, and the method, the C# method, was getting passed in a string. So I said, very simply, where x lambda, x dot, I don't remember what the field name was, it doesn't matter, GUID field name equals GUID. Well, that ended up being a client-side evaluation. It pulled back every single customer in every single customer record in their database, and then client-side converted to a string and parsed it out. So I recommend that you turn off mixed mode evaluation to begin with, and then if you need it, turn it back on. Unfortunately, at this point in time, you can't turn it on and off based on an individual query. It's at the context level. And the way you turn it on and off, it's actually not even turning it on and off. That's kind of a misnomer as well. We'll get back into the code here. Is we basically we have a warning turn into an exception. So we configure the warnings and we say, hey, if we get the query client evaluation warning, change it into an exception, and then it'll become a runtime exception. So hopefully in EF Core 1.2 or 2.0, so in other words, some version soon, we can turn it on and off by query. Right now, it's only at the context level. All right, the next topic I want to cover is bringing back objects from raw SQL. Now, this is a little misleading, is too strong of a word. Entity Framework 6 had an incredible amount of power dealing with raw SQL and the things you could do. Matter of fact, even in the model creating, you can set up an entire entity to be based on stored procedures. EF Core is not that advanced, but what it has is very, very nice. What you can do is you can populate any DB set in your context from a raw SQL query, such as a user-defined function, or, it's kind of taboo, you shouldn't do it, but a raw SQL string right in your code. And you can combine those with link statements to make a more narrow view. So for example here, I've got the blogs that we've dealt with the entire time, and I have a user-defined function, search blogs, takes in a parameter. So I can say db.blogs from SQL, pass into SQL, and then I can continue with additional link. So the user-defined function will fire, returns a list of blogs, does an order by, and does it all server side. And just to prove that's true, let's go back into Profiler. Takes a minute to build a database. Make sure I've got the profile cleared out. I do. All right, now we're going to get the data from the function. So let me turn the profiler back on. I just want to try and eliminate all of the noise that comes to the profiler. And we're going to call this right now. Now, it won't show up yet until we actually iterate through it. New feature in 2017, run to cursor. I love that. All right, and we go in here, and you can see, select those fields from that function, order by. So it's all happening server side. And again, from a performance standpoint, the more you can have done server side and reduce that result set before it comes back client side, the better performance you're going to experience. Now, another thing you can do with this, and I just learned this recently, and this is, I think, really awesome, is it doesn't even have to be a table in the database. So I have this short blog class, silly name, I know, and it just doesn't have a name, blog ID and URL. So it's a subset of the blog. And there's a couple ways in real life that we can populate this, right? We can certainly get blogs back, do a projection with link to populate the short blog. But what if I want to do it straight from SQL? I just say select star from blogs and it'll populate. And you go, whoa, hold the farm, that can't be true. There are some rules. First and foremost, every field that is in your class that you're populating has to be represented in the query. Select star is not a good way to do it. I should have named the field individually. The short blog, my particular example here, also has to be a DB set on your context. So here I have short blogs to DB set on the context. I've added not mapped in case you're using migrations. That way I won't try and create this table. And you have to define a primary key. And I can do that very simply in the on model creating. Just say short blog has key blog ID. And I'm off to the races. We're using this in production in place of pulling back the full model or several models and then doing auto mapper or those types of projections. We're actually doing this with EF Core to pull the data straight into our view models, and we're finding very nice success with this. All right, I'm going to talk about migrations next. So go ahead, Groan. I know we've all been burnt in the past by migrations. They seem to have been a necessary evil for a long time. And I want to tell you that the Entity Framework team did an awesome job of listening to the community, hearing what the pain points were with migrations, and saying, we got to fix this. So if you're not familiar with migrations, it is a way to either create the database from your code or create the code from the database. So you can scaffold your context and your classes from an existing database, as well as you can create a database from code. And this worked actually pretty well until it didn't. And it was one of those things that I've run into in the past where everything is running swimmingly, and then all of a sudden it stopped working, and you pretty much have to just nuke it from orbit and start over. One of the problems with EF6 is how it kept track of the changes. So there's a migration history table that you might have noticed. And in EF6, what gets stored in there is the name of your migration version, but also a hash of the database. Well, hashes are inherently one way. So if I'm working in a team environment and I make a change to the database and you make a change to the database, and now we have two hashes, we can't really see what the changes were. So the Entity Framework team addressed that on a couple different fronts. First and foremost, if we look at the migration history table now and what is contained, and that's a really small font, I apologize, the one thing I forgot to change. But just suffice it to say, there's only two fields. The name of the migration and the product version. The hash is gone. It's no longer stored in the database. So you wait, hold your horses. Where did that go? Well, it is now a C# class. So if I look into the migration sample and I look at this blogging context model snapshot. Now the model snapshot name is added on. The blogging context is the name of your context. This is a C# code that represents your model as it exists based on your entity classes and your DB context derived class. If we're in a team environment, I can now use any merge tool to look at the differences between what I've done and what Walt has done to the database, and we can very quickly figure it out. So no longer do you have to have one person in charge of migrations and nobody else allowed to touch them, right? It really works as a team environment. There are a couple other differences I do want to call out. In EF6, we could remove a migration just by saying its name. We could say .NET EF migrations remove, and the name of the migration doesn't exist anymore. Makes total sense. You don't want to pick one migration out of the middle of a whole stream of migrations and take it off the board. .NET EF migrations, or remove migrations if you're using Package Manager Console and not the .NET EF, only removes the last migration. You can script just like you can in prior, and this is actually what we do in production, is we will say .NET EF migration script, beginning migration, end migration, or if you leave it blank, it goes from the beginning of time to the end of time, what file you want it in, and if you want it to be idempotent, in other words, if it's not dependent on any other migrations. So this is great if you're in an environment where DBAs have to approve all changes. Absolutely. I totally support that. The more eyes looking at something before we put it into production, the better. Create the script, hand it off to them, let them go to town. Now, one thing about migrations, and this isn't new, but just to keep in mind, if you want to run custom SQL, all you have to do is create an empty migration, and you can call migrationbuilder.sql. For example, here I am building a user-defined function. You also want to remember in your down method of that migration to drop the function. A couple things that you don't see in EF core migrations that you might have used in prior versions. If we go back into the model snapshot, which used to be called the configuration class, there is no seed method here. So there's no way to automatically initially seed a database using migrations. And honestly, I think that's kind of a good thing, because if you forgot that was in there, seeding is great and you can write your own in EF core. But if you forget that it's automatically seeding database in your older production, then you can have some significant problems. So, to sum up the changes with migrations, the good no longer uses a hash to check the database state. Model snapshots now a C# file that contains all of the DDL. And the database migrate command, oh, we didn't touch that. It's a good thing that I'm looking at my notes. I want to talk about ensure deleted, ensure created, and migrate. So ensure deleted and ensure created combined is similar to drop and create database always, which existed in EF6. Ensure deleted says, hey, if this database exists based on a connection string within the blogging context or those context options, then delete it. If it's already deleted, we're happy, move on. Ensure created will then create the database based on the model. Now this is important. It's going to use that model snapshot class that we looked at right here, and it's going to build up your model. So it'll match all of your code. But if you have migrations in there to create things like stored procedures, to create user-defined functions, or to do anything else, they will not get executed. So I've gone away from using ensure created, and I stick with migrate. So the context.database migrate is a combination of ensure created and run all migrations. So just something to keep in mind if you're doing this on your own. All right, 2 more topics. Looks like we're pretty much on time schedule-wise. The next one is very near and dear to my heart because it did not work in EF Core 1.0. I was the one who logged the bug and the samples. Well, actually, several people logged the bug, but I ponytailed on that, and we got it resolved. Computed columns. So I am not just a C# developer. I do a lot of database admin type work too, although not as much as I used to. So I'm not a type of developer who wants to have everything in the database or everything in code. I like putting things in the right place. So if I have a situation where I'm doing set theory to provide values to another table, I absolutely will want to have a user-defined function for a computed column to get that value. For example, if I have a very simple e-commerce site and I have an orders table and an order details table, I would like in the orders table the total of all of the order details without having to run a query each time I get the data to populate the order details. Very simple to do on the database side with a user-defined function, that the order total column in the order table is defined as a user-defined function that then calls into the order details, sums it up, and shows the value. Right? It is set theory 101. And if we look at the SQL for that table, and this font might be too small. I know how we can do it. Let's do this. Script table as creates to new query window. There we go. That's bigger than it would have been. So here we very simply have the order total as this function takes in a parameter. Super easy to do on the database side. Unfortunately, in EF Core 1.0, this caused all kinds of problems. I will tell you, once I was able to get a test that showed it definitively, the EF team was all over it, had it working pretty quick, and now it works very, very slick. But there's some things I want to point out to you as to how to configure this from an EF standpoint. So whereas I believe that you should intermix database code and C# code where it makes the most sense for your application, you also have to keep in mind supportability for other developers. So if I've got a new developer starting on this project, I don't want them to have to run the migrations, run a bunch of SQL scripts, right? Do a whole bunch of friction-causing cruft to get their system up and running. I want them to be able to hit F5 and be off to the races. So that brings us back into migrations. So I've created the first migration, right? Just normal. I've got a migration based on my columns, two tables, orders, order details, creates the columns, no computed values whatsoever. I then create a manual migration that creates the function. Once I have the function created, I can then add in the computed column. This is where you have to know your database provider. SQL Server will not allow you to change an existing column into a computed column. So you have to add the column after the function exists. So that's how the migrations read. A lot of code there, not expecting you to type any of that. All you need to know is this, and it's actually very, very simple. I go into my context, I go into my model building, and I say, my order table has a property called order total, money type of, or column type of money, and has computed column SQL. This is a method on the model builder, and you just pass in the SQL. This will automatically create that computed column on the table for you. Now, one thing that did work in 1.0 and still works in 1.1, thankfully, is you could always do a very simple computed column that was based on the same table. So my order detail table has a quantity and a unit cost. I want to have a line item total. I just put quantity times unit cost. Works great in EF6, worked in EF Core 1.0. and works in EF Core 1.1. So here's my computed column, and that literally is how simple it is. Now, when you look at the code, sometimes I get a little defensive in my programming. So we look at the order total. One thing I could have added in here is called it a computed column with the data annotations, but it's not necessary since I did that through the API. Now, I will tell you that the Fluent API is the only way to set a computed column to a function or even a computed column to two fields on the same table. All right, so that's computed columns. I could run the code and it'll profile and it'll give the sum, but there's nothing too exciting there. I only have one more thing that I want to talk about, and I think this is also very important. And this also shows how important the community is to the Entity Framework team. So find was a method that was in the older version. Well, it's still a current version, but in EF6. And the way find works is a little different than just calling a get. So let's show the code. I can call first. I can put a where clause in there. Either way, I'm getting one blog back from the blogs table. This goes out, makes a database call. By now, you should know exactly how this works. Find works a little differently, and I can call it on the DB set itself, db.blogs.find, right? So I could do this. Now let's be creative with our names and call it 2a equals db.blogs.find and pass in the primary key. Now this only works with primary keys, but I can also do it directly on the DB context. So all the methods, I'm sneaking in an 11th feature here. All the contexts you can do add, update to all the CRUD operations directly off the context. You just have to tell it what DB set it is. But both of these do the same thing. By primary key, it looks in the DB change tracker first to see if you've already pulled back that object. If it has, it hands it back to you. If it hasn't pulled back that object into your instance of the DB change tracker, it will then make a database call. So this I do want to trace into. We're going to comment that out. So create a new database, create a new blogging context. We're going to make a database call to get the first object. Creating a database takes a few minutes. Well, it actually takes a few seconds. Here on camera, feels like a few minutes. All right, let's clear out the trace. It is running. Go back into our code here, and we step in. All right, and what did it do? Okay, select top one from blog. Let's clear it. Now let's call find. And we're back here, no database call. And we go back here, and now we're going to call first again, passing in a where clause. And once again, we get a database call. Now, how much of an impact this has on your code? You know, there were some people in the community that said we don't need find. There are other people who argued very eloquently how important find was to their particular code. The important thing is the Entity Framework team listened, they responded, and they returned a feature that many, many people had a very important need for. And with that, I am just about out of time. I'm going to once again put my contact information up. Probably the easiest way to get a hold of me is Schematic on Twitter. That's as in snow ski paramedic, not like a database schematic. And all of these examples are available on github.com at schematic/EFCore top 10. Thank you very much. Have a great rest of your day, evening, or weekend, depending on, again, on what time it is when you're watching this course. My name is Phil Japixi. I've enjoyed being here.
Hello, my name is Chandar Dal, commonly pronounced as Chandar Dal. Today we're going to talk about DocumentDB. I'm a principal consultant with Kasten, and here's a link to my lynda.com course on DocumentDB. For a lot of beginners and intermediate level people, it's about 2 to 2.5 hours. Today's agenda is pretty awesome. We're going to do very little slides and a lot of code. We're going to talk about DocumentDB CRUD operations, create, read, update, delete in .NET and then in Node.js. And then we'll also show you how we're going to take an existing MongoDB database and transfer it over to DocumentDB on Azure. So DocumentDB is a fully managed database service that runs in Azure. We have to do nothing at all. It's completely managed by Azure. It's very fast, very, very fast. You're talking 10 to 15 millisecond reads and writes. If you go to documentdb.com, they talk about it on 99% of the queries. And that's pretty amazing. It's very scalable and highly available. Look at the breadth of data that could be carried by Microsoft data centers all over the world. So you really don't have an upper limit. When you're using an RDBMS, we have a problem of scaling up. But when you're using a NoSQL database, it's mostly scaling out. So you're getting both the benefits because not only do you have a NoSQL database, it also has a SQL-like query syntax. Yes, you heard me correctly. By the way, you can also use JavaScript inside the database. And then DocumentDB, according to me, is one of the very few databases that provide you with a variety of consistency levels. Let me tell you what that means. So the first one is strong consistency, the same as what you get in SQL Server. Means you get async transactions, guarantees with it as you would get in SQL Server. Now, of course, that could be something may not be very fast. So you may want to do something else, which is more like eventual consistency, which you might have been doing in a lot of NoSQL databases. Now, eventual consistency means, let's say I made a request to change data, and it changes one copy of the data. And then there are two other copies of that data. Assume you have a master, and then you have two slaves. Well, the master gets updated, but it might take some time to update the slaves. So if I make another request to get the same exact data that I just updated in the master, the request might go to the slave, and I might not see the latest data. So that's eventual consistency. It's really fast, but the problem is you may not be very consistent. Now, it works in a lot of NoSQL kind of scenarios, for example, social networks and a lot of others. Then you also have session consistency. And what does that mean? Let's say I'm a user, and I have a session where I go and update something. As a user, I will always get the latest update that I just made. Maybe other users might not get that. And that's what session consistency is. And then we also have a fourth one, which is bounded staleness. Now, that's pretty amazing. What it allows you to do is you can have at most, let's say, K updates. So for example, if you want to update something, you want to make sure that this data is at least updated to the last 2 versions. So you will never get data that's 3 versions behind. It'll only be 2 versions behind, and that's a setting you can change. Or you can also do time-based bounded update. What does that mean? Well, what you could say is every 10 milliseconds, I want you to go update my data. You could also say every 100 milliseconds, I want you to have consistent data. So you've got these 4 different kinds of consistency levels, and that's the power of DocumentDB. Automatic indexing. If you've ever used any kind of search index, you know that automatic indexing is an amazing thing because you keep creating these indexes, and when you have the retrieval is really fast because now you're actually creating the indexes, not the actual data. With DocumentDB, you get that by default. And you can, of course, you can turn it off if you want to, but by default, you have it. That's pretty much it for slides. So we're going to go and jump into demos. First, we're going to do CRUD operations on .NET. So we're going to pick Visual Studio 2017, File, New Project. We're going to do a web project with ASP.NET Core. I'm going to call it Kasten. And then I'm going to pick Web API. I could have picked anything. It's really not a talk about Web API. It's a talk about DocumentDB. So we're going to create some really bad code with Web API because we're going to do CRUD operations with DocumentDB. So we'll start with a class, product. So we got a class called product. We're going to have some properties in it. DocumentDB requires your ID to be a string, not an integer or a GUID. So we're going to create an ID, and then we're going to say product has a model, and then we also have a description. The one thing to keep in mind is that this is going to be serialized. So we need to make sure that we have JSON property, which is part of newtonsoft.json. That's part of ASP.NET Core. And we're going to assign this to every single property. It's a bit of copy-paste. And then we're going to make sure we name these properties more like in a camel case style, because it's more JSON-based. So what's the next thing? We're going to create a repository, and this repository, in this case, let's create an interface. And I can call that interface iDocDB repository. Now this interface will be a public interface, and we'll make sure that it does CRUD operations for any particular item. So this could be generic, where T is class. So this works for pretty much anything. And now we're going to give it some functions. What are we going to do? Get, put, update, and delete. So basically, it's going to be a get where I take an ID and get you back that particular object. And then I'm going to do document. In this case, I don't really have a document. What's a document? I'm going to go to grab a NuGet package. So search for it, DocumentDB, and you'll see this one's going to pop up. It's got about 12,000 downloads. Once I have this, I should be able to use the document class. So I can come in here, use control dot, and then use Microsoft.Azure Documents, and say create async. So when I want to create async, I want to pass in the entire object, which in this case is a generic object. I'm going to do the same exact thing for update. In case of an update, I always need an ID, and then I need the object that we're going to replace our current object with. And then we can also have delete, and in this case, we're not really passing anything back. And keep in mind, this code is not best practices code. This is just demo level code to show you how very quickly from scratch you can start using DocumentDB, and it's such an amazing experience. Now, once we're done with this, I want to take this and also create a class. So in this case, I have a class. I'm going to call it docdb repository and add that class, and then make sure that it inherits from this particular interface that we just created, where T is class. I'm going to do control dot and then implement that entire interface. So the first thing I'm really interested to do is work with initialize, because I want certain things to work before I can move forward. Now, in order for this to work, I need to get certain values. So for example, I need the database ID. Now, ideally, you would put all of this in some kind of configuration file, but since we are out of time here, we would like to just write some bad code. Everyone appreciates bad code. Just kidding. So you got collection ID, and then you would also need an Azure endpoint, which we'll grab in a second from Azure, and then we'll need an Azure auth key. So here's Caston, which is my database, also the name of my company, and then I have products. Now the next thing I want is to go to portal.azure.com. And what you do here is you go to new, and then search for DocumentDB. And then you can check this one, NoSQL DocumentDB. And you can pick what you want. So in this case, we'll pick this one, and then go and create an instance. So when you create an instance here, you can say Caston in this case, and then you can say create new, and this is your resource group, and then you can choose your location and then say create. So once you do that, it's less than a minute, and you will have your instance up and running. Now, I'm going to discard this because I've already created this for you. So once I go to my instance, you can see that this is populating on the side. I can actually get my keys here that has a lot of things. So for example, I have my URI here, which is exactly what I wanted to use in case of Azure endpoint. And then I also need my primary key, I hope you're not using my primary key to log into Azure. That's it. That's all I need. So the next thing I need is my document client, which is part of the DocumentDB NuGet package, which we just brought in. So it's going to be controller dot. That's it. So we have everything we need to initialize our client. So we got document client. So once we have the document client, it needs a URI. In this case, it's going to be Azure endpoint, because that's what we're using. Keep in mind, you don't really need to have an Azure instance to start coding in case of DocumentDB. What you could always do is get DocumentDB emulator, and it will actually run locally on your machine. Now, you could have not added this connection policy. I just wanted to show you there's a lot of connection policies, and all I did is say enable endpoint discovery false. It was actually not required. But now that your client is instantiated, we're going to go ahead and create database if not exists. Now, which is really the database I want to create in my DocumentDB instance. Currently, it has no database. And then I also have create collection if not exists. And then the reason I put await here is because what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to create an async await version for it. So I'm going to go ahead and create these particular methods and then replace this with async and then say task. Now here's where I'm going to do a try catch. And the reason I'm trying to do a try catch is because I want to go ahead and read the document database. And if I don't find it, then I want to create it. So let's try this and say, OK, await client.read database async, and then say it would require the URI for the database. And there's a really cool utility here, which is after some time you'll see how intuitive this is. So in this case, I'm going to say I've got a database ID. Do you actually have it as part of my instance in Azure? If not, well, it's going to throw an error. So when it throws an error, I'm going to say x.statuscode, which is if it is equal to not found. Well, in that case only, go create it. So this is a good check because even if you know that you already have the database or you don't think that database exists, you don't want to create it or overwrite an existing database. So this way you can easily check this. So you've got ID equals database ID, which is again the value that we have up there in our config, which is really not a config. Technically needs to come out of a config. So we've done this, and this should work, and then we're going to go create a collection. So same exact logic, except this time we're going to do this for a collection. So we have a database, and part of that database is going to be a collection. We're going to do a bit of copy-paste, not a good idea in production, but it works here. Read document collection async, you've got URI.create. Now in this case, you're going to have document collection URI. And for that, I would need the database ID, and then I also need the collection ID. Just to make it a little better for you to see what's going on, you've got this. That's pretty much it. Now, if that document collection doesn't exist and I have the same exact status code not found, then what I want to do is come in here and say create document collection async, which is right here. And you can see if you hover over it, it says this needs a string database link, and then the next thing it needs is really the collection. So I'm going to remove everything here, go to the next line. Now, in order to get that particular database link, all I need to do is create document URI. Oh, sorry, this is going to be database URI. And for the database URI, all I need is the database ID. Once I have that, I'm going to do new document collection because it needs the entire collection now. So in this case, it's really a collection with ID equals to collection ID. That's it. Now, you don't need to do anything more, but you do have options. For example, you could do request options and say something like offer throughput, which is pretty standard. You can say 1,000 or something. Now, again, wasn't required, but just so you know, there's a lot more options than you might think. And then if still something goes wrong, well, then in that case, throw an exception. So I just want to know what happened. Now, we've got the database, we've got the collection, and those are two good things we have. Now, what's next? Next thing what we could do is create our product or whatever class that is, that object that we want to be part of our actual document inside the document DB. So I could say create document async, and we can say URI factory dot create document collection URI in this case. So you can see if you hover over it, it's looking for the database link and then the object. So in this case, you can say database ID. That's a typo. And once you have that, the next thing could be collection ID. And then your actual value. So I just want to move this to the next line so you know what's going on. So I've got await, create, document async, and then I'm returning it, but I still need to make this async, otherwise I'll still get an error. So Visual Studio is pretty smart. It tells me something is wrong. I didn't have async here. But that's pretty much it. Now this code technically needs to be part of a try catch. Again, I'm not doing that because you know that that's just redundant here. But otherwise, in real life, in production, that better be part of a try catch. I'm just going to do a try catch in this case, just in case when we try this, I have an exception, at least it throws the exception. And then say throw X. Now, when we are trying to do a get async, we want to make sure there is URI. I have the URI factory, and then say create document. I'm trying to get async on a document. So if it's a product, I want the product back. Well, in this case, I'm going to have collection ID, and then also the ID that I'm passing in. So now I have the URI for that particular document, and then I want to get the actual document. So now where's the document? It's also part of your NuGet package. So in this case, I'm going to do await, but then make sure that this is changed to async. Just going to do this for every single method here, so we don't have to do it again and again. At this point of time, I can say read document async for that particular URI, and then return that particular document. Very simple. Now keep in mind that this document is coming back as a JSON object. I'm going to create it, convert it over to dynamic. The next thing I'm going to do is convert it over to T, and now I should have everything. Now this is not create database URI, this is create document URI, just to be clear. So we have a database, then we have a collection, and then we have an actual document, which is more like a record when it comes to SQL Server. Next thing should be update async. So when we're doing update async, we're going to say var URI equals to URI factory. Again, I need the document URI. I'm going to get it from here. Now that I have the document URI, I could pretty much use the same exact code base here. But in this case, the difference would be I'm trying to replace the document. So I'm going to say replace document async, and this is my URI, but replace it with the new value, which is this value. So now that I have the document, just return the document. And again, the only reason you see that error is because we don't have async. That's it. Again, this should technically be part of another try catch. But again, we're going to just omit that for now. And then the simplest one out there is going to be delete. So we got await client.delete document async, and then we have URI factory. We'll just do it in the next line. Create document URI. I could possibly take it from here. That should do it for us. Now that we have our CRUD, which is really our CRUD that's actually working in case of our repository, we're going to go and create a controller. So I could do add new item, and then say web, and then go web API controller. I could say products controller. With web API, ASP.NET Core, you can get MVC and web API as part of the same controller, so it's pretty cool now. Now once we are here, the first thing I want to do is use dependency injection, and I'll show you how easy it is. Just come in here and say, I've got this particular type. of product. Of course, that's my class. And I'm just going to call it repository to be generic. I could have called it product repository. And then I'm going to go and say private repository, and I'm going to call this underscore repository. And then I'll initialize this here, equals repository. That's pretty much it. And then say repository.initialize. Now wait a minute, I haven't actually wired my IOC container. So what I'm going to do is copy this, and it's very simple. Go to startup.cs, go to services, and say services.add singleton, and then use the generic one and say comma this, and that should work. So what it's saying is, anytime I ask for an iDocumentDB, give me documentDB of product, and that's it. That's all I have to do to wire dependency injection. Super cool, huh? So what's the next thing? I've got my initialization happening for this particular repository. So what's next? First, I want to post something. Now, this is not a web API talk. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to hack this. I'm going to remove this. So I could just go and create a product, hard code it. Hard coding is awesome. In demos, of course, don't do it at work. At this point of time, I'm going to give it an ID. I'm going to make it simple. I'm going to say ID is 1, and then say model is, let's say, surface, and then description is going to be Surface Design Studio. Is awesome. If you haven't checked it out, you might want to. Now, at this point of time, I've got my document that I will return from my repo. So it's going to be a repository.create async. But what does it return back? It returns a document. And that's exactly my return type here. So that'll be my document. Now, this won't actually work because we're saying void post. So I'm going to change this to say async task of document, which is going to be my generic type here. So that's it. So here's a typo. So that post should work. Now, assuming that this works, we're going to test this in a second. Let's just go and make sure that get is working. So over here, let's just convert this string to int to a string ID because of documentDB requirement. So at this point of time, I'm going to say await repository. And again, you might not get IntelliSense until you fix this part. So let's go ahead and fix this first. And say task of product, and you have repository.getAsync. And then pass in the ID. So now we have the product, and we're going to return that particular product. Pretty cool. So we've got create, and we've got read working. So the next thing is put. And then it's not understanding what document is, so you're just going to use Azure Documents, and that's it. Part of the same NuGet package. So at this point of time, we can either pass this value from the body, or in the interest of time, we're going to remove this and still hardcode the same value. I'm going to come in here and say I've got a product equals new product. And in this case, my ID is definitely the same ID, but my description is actually now going to change to iPhone. And then I'm going to say model as something that doesn't actually exist. I'm going to say 9. That's it. So now I can go and replace my current document with something else. And again, I'm gonna use the same exact signature. And I could come in and say repository.update async, and again, ID and product. That's all we need. We're really making a facade call to our API. That's it. So we can say return document. So we've got a void. So this is a little bit of a typo here. Once I remove this, everything should hopefully work. So we've got task ID, we've got put v. Everything works. At least it looks like it works. We've got everything compiling. That's a good step. And then next thing is delete. So if you remember, we were really not returning anything when it came to delete. So just keep it simple. So repository.delete async. And I've got my ID here. So there's a lot of stuff here, but it's giving an error because it's not a string. Now let's see if it actually runs. So let's just do Control F5, fingers crossed. So Control F5, we got API/values, which really doesn't do anything. Let's see, it did get value 1 and value 2, which is cool. It does the same for products, but Chrome is not going to be able to post. So what we're going to use is Postman. So we can go to Postman and then put this particular URL here and say post. And when we post, we were able to actually post something. That's cool. We got an ID1, we got Surface Design Studio is awesome. So let's just go to get and then change this to 1. And then when we say send, we can see that we got the same exact data, which is really cool. Now when we do put, it should automatically change this to iPhone. And it does that. So we got Model 9, we got iPhone. And then the fourth one is delete. So we hit delete, we should be able to see that that particular record is gone. Now delete doesn't give us anything back. So we're going to have to check this by going to get. So once I do get, I can see that I got a 500 internal error because I was throwing an exception when this was working. Let's go back to post and then send it. So once we do that, actually go back to products. Now it should work. And now we should have one record. So go back to our Chrome. And when we go to Chrome, we can go to our Browse section or even the Document Explorer session and see I've got a products here. And if I click on it, I can see my document that just got created. So this is pretty cool. Everything is happening live. It's coming from Azure, and everything is working. So we got a lot going here, which is pretty awesome. But again, in about 20 minutes, we got CRUD operations done on .NET using DocumentDB. So moving on to the next slide. Next, we're going to try to do the same exact thing, but this time on Node.js, again using Visual Studio 2017. So we go to Visual Studio and then close solution, and we're going to go and open some kind of folder. So in this case, we got Visual Studio Launch, and we're going to just say select folder, because that's all we need. We're going to start everything from scratch. Right-click and open Developer Command Prompt. Once we do that, we will be able to see that we're in Visual Studio Launch folder. So the first thing I'm going to do is say npm init. So once I do npm init, it will ask me for the name of the website. I'm going to say Kasten, and then I could add a lot of these versions and things like that and descriptions and every single thing that npm wants, but I'm just going to go and hit enter, and now it's going to put whatever is default, because this really doesn't matter. I'm going to say yes, and now we've got something created over there. The next thing I'm going to do is say npm install DocumentDB, because that's the package we need, and then hit enter. So once we do that, we can see that we have a lot of things that have come in. So we got a node module package, and this is really our node module, right? So we got different modules that came in. With DocumentDB, it also got some other modules, which is all what you get with the DocumentDB package, and that's all we need to make our code run. The next thing I want to do is add a file called server.js for my Node.js code to actually run on the server. And then I need some kind of configuration. So what I'm going to do is grab the configuration file from here. I've got config.js, and then copy it as it is, and go back here, and then paste it here. This configuration file is very simple. Just to save some time, I'll just walk you through this file. So I've got var config. This is really that one object that I have. It has a URI, which is the same URI we used in our .NET project. Again, in this case, it's a URI to your DocumentDB instance that's running in Azure. This is my primary key from Azure. My name of my database in this case is Kasten. And then I'm going to add another collection this time. Last time we used products, but this time we're going to use users as a collection. And then I've got some test data from DocumentDB website. So there's a lot of test data there. I just went there, grabbed some of it. All the way down, you can see only this one line is there, which is module.exports equals to config. Now what I'm doing is exporting this config object so I can use it somewhere else. So let's start coding our server. So as you can see, the first thing we would need is going to be the config object. So we're going to say var config equals to require, and then say dot config. And there's some cool IntelliSense that actually shows up because it was able to find out that there was a config object. And then we need DocumentDB client, and then say require DocumentDB, and it's very simple, and then say dot, and you can see there's really some cool IntelliSense there suggesting that there's something called document client. Now we haven't created an instance of it. So what we're going to do is var client equals to docdb client and then say config.uri. Now you can see that particular option coming up too. And then you have master key, which could be your primary key, which we already have in our config. So the config makes our life so much simpler here. I want to add another value here. Usually you'll have a lot more than this, but we'll just keep it simple and say HTTP status codes equals not found and say 404. And the next thing I'm going to need is the database URL. Now, if you use the REST API, you should read it on the website, documentdb.com. You will see that it's very, very predictable. So if you have config.database.id, this will actually give you DBs / the name of the database will actually give you the exact database in Azure. And it's very similar for collection URL too. In this case, by the way, I'm using backticks. These are not single quotes. These are backticks, ECMAScript's, I think 2015 syntax. So I've got the database URL. Once I have the database URL, all I need is /cols. So you can see first it was DBs, and now it's /cols. So we got $config.collection.id, and then once I end this, I should be able to get this. So you can see it's very predictable. I've got DB / let's say ID /cols, let's say / another ID, and then if I had docs, I would have had another ID, right? This is a very predictable syntax right there. And we're going to do the same thing which we did earlier, which was create database if not exists, except this time we're going to do this with Node.js. So we're going to use our client object and say read database. Once I read the database, I'm going to say database URL, and then say, here's my callback. Let's say it's error, and then it's result, and then start my callback and close it right here. In case of a callback, if there's an error, well, then I want to make sure that I handle that error. Anytime there is an error, that means that database actually doesn't exist. So I'm going to say config.database. So create client.read database, and then if that doesn't exist, you're going to have to go create it. So I've got created here. Again, another callback, same exact logic. And again, I'm going to check for an error here. So once I check for this error, I'm just going to go ahead and print that error or log that error. For now, I'm going to use json.stringify so I can see the exact error in JSON format. That's it. But if that error didn't occur, well, then show me the same exact value that was actually created. So now it's going to show us the entire database. So what's happening? So I've got client.read database. If there is an error in reading it, well, then client.create database. I'm glad I checked that. And if there is an error in creating the database, I want to know the error. But if there is no error in creating the database, then show me which database was actually created. So now that I have that, I still have to take care of this else situation here, where I've got else, and then I have console.log. And in this case, really what I'm looking for is the result. Copy this again, paste it here. That's it. So now I'm going to run this function. I could have done this using an iffy or an immediately invoked function expression, but the only reason I'm not doing that is because I would need to comment these functions in a second. So if I go to my admin command prompt and go back to the same window we were at, we are VS Launch. We could say node server.js. You can see I got ID as cast, and then I've got RID, and then you can see that link, which I was talking about, db/actual ID of that particular database, and that's what we need. That's really your URL to get to your database. So this worked, which is pretty awesome. Now we have this. The next thing we're going to do is create a function which is very similar like this, except this time it's going to create our collection. So I'm going to say create collection if not exists. And then I'm going to say client.read collection in this case. So I'm going to say client.read collection. And what does it really need? Now this time it doesn't need the database URL. It needs the collection URL. So we're going to get the collection URL, and then it's going to have the same exact callback with error and result. Now if this is a problem, that means it doesn't exist. So we're going to say create collection. And when we create the collection, you can see that it needs a database link, which is a string, and then it needs the body, which is the collection. Now do you see something here? It's very similar to what we did in .NET. The APIs are very similar. That's what it makes it so much easier to work with this thing. So now I can say database URL, which is right here, and then I have config.collection, and then I've got another option. So in this case, it's request options, and you saw what we did in case of .NET, but in this case, I'm just going to say null. And then I'm going to say error created. So once you have this callback, which is error, we're going to check for that error, and if there's an error, then JSON.stringify and log that error. If there is no error, then show me what you created. That's pretty much it. So we're going to copy this method and run this. Keep in mind, we've already commented this particular method, so all we're running is this. Go back here and say node server.js. That's it. So I've got ID, users, indexing policy. You can see a lot of stuff here, but the ID of the collection that we created is users. That's pretty amazing. We were able to create, in just 2 methods, our database and our collection. So what's next? The first thing I'm going to do is add a lot of these documents that are actually part of my config file. What I want to do is add these documents and push them over to my actual Azure instance. So in order to do that, what I'll do is I'll say function and say get user documents, or I could have said create, it doesn't really matter, and then pass in the documents. And it's going to be, I kind of know they're 10, but it doesn't matter. I'm just going to go with the actual logic, which is going to be documents.length. So once I check for, it's a for loop that goes from 0 all the way to the length of the documents. And then the first thing I need is the document URL. So keep in mind, we already have the collection URL. So what do we need now is really the document URL. So we can actually steal it, because it's a very similar pattern. Let's just take this, paste it here. We're going to use collection URL. And then the next thing, as you could see, we did it a few minutes ago, is going to be /docs, and then the ID. But in order to get the ID of the documents, I would need to pass in I, because that's really a for loop, and that's all it is. So here's I equals to 0. There's a bit of an error. Visual Studio told me that I missed the 0 there. We're good to go. And now we're going to do read document. I'm doing one by one. You could also do bulk, but just for now, let's just do one by one. Read the document. It needs the document URL, and then I'm passing in null. We don't need the options for now. And then we have error and result. It's again a very similar callback as what we've been working with. So if there is an error, then there are 2 possibilities. Maybe I actually have the error code, and if the error code is very similar to what I was working with, which is not found, well, in that case, let's just go ahead and create that particular document. And this is a good practice, because if you already have a document, you don't want to overwrite that document, because that's also doable. But again, right, it totally depends on your business logic. This is just one way of doing things. And then I've got the actual document, which is going to be documents I, and then I also have my callback, which in this case, if there is no error, means this actually got created. So I've got if error, then log that error, which is very similar to this particular logic. So I'm just going to copy this. So if error, well then log that particular error. If there is no error, then tell me what actually got created, because I really want to see the list of documents that got created in the Azure instance. So I've got this if here. Next thing I'm going to do is handle this else. And again, in this case, it's also another error. So it should be very simple. Just copy this. And then we got one more thing left because we've got this error, but what if there is no error? Well, in that case, we have the result. So if the document actually existed, then we have the result. So you can see this. I can copy this, but I'll have to change this to result. So very simple logic. I've got about 10 documents, and then I'm trying to read one by one. I get one document URL, which changes automatically every time the loop changes. And then if I can't find it, then I just go create it. And if there's an error creating it, well, then we log that error. If not, then we just show what just got created. So we've got a lot of these documents. So where are the documents? It's in config. So I'm going to use config.documents. That's it. And I've already commented every other method. So we're going to go here, node server.js. And you can see it did all of them. So you got 1, 2, 3, 4. I mean, there's a lot of these. So it's all 10 of those. They're not necessarily in the same order, but we got everything going. Pretty cool. So what's next? Well, next is how do I query these documents? I've got a lot of these documents, so let's just go and query. So this time what I'm going to do is I'm going to create an IFI, or an immediately invoked function expression. This will take care of running the function on its own. And I've got my query, so I'm going to say here's my promise. And again, it's a good approach to use a promise in this case. That's just simple JavaScript and Node.js. Of course, observables and a lot of other good things are coming. It totally depends on what you want to use at what point of time. But for now, we're going to use a very simple query, which is saying select star from root, which is give me pretty much everything you have. And then I could take that query and say it to array. And when I'm converting it to array, there are two possibilities. Either I got nothing and I had an error, or I didn't have an error. So if there's an error, then do something with the error. I could say console.log and say json.stringify error. Very similar to what we've been doing. Otherwise, I'm assuming that I have the data. Now, if I do have the data, what do? So we're going to do a for loop, let result of results, ECMAScript syntax, and then loop through it, and then just log it. So we'll just do a very simple log of all of this. And then, of course, we got here, that means we resolved it. So we resolved the results. And that should work. So let's just try to do our query. Again, I'm going to do node server.js and run this. So I've got an error, line number 95. Let's see what happened here. So we've got a function here, got a query, and this started here. This did end over here. Run this again, and that works. So we got everything. Now this is a really big query, so why don't we just make it a little simplistic? So I could do where r.id equals, let's say, 1. And that way I'll only get one record. So that's it. So I got the record number 1, which is my name in this case, and that's it. That's all I needed. Perfect. So the next thing we could do is replace. Again, we got a document, and then what I want to do is replace it with another document that I have. So the first thing I would need is the document URL, which we could get from here. So in this case, we don't really need documents I, because it's not a for loop. So we got the collection URL /doc/document.id. And let's go and look for a record. So let's just say user ID number 3. So we got the name was Clementine. So for ID number 3, what I want to do is change the name to something else. So in this case, I could just put my name in here. And that's the only update we want to do. So the next thing we do is really use a promise, again, like we've been doing. So we have a resolve, and then we have reject. And then the callback starts, and we close the callback right here. Very simple, very similar to the .NET API. We got client.replace, document, and we got document URL, and then we have the new document, and then we have another situation here where we may have a callback. So let's just add that callback. Very simply, we're going to take the same exact code and alter it to satisfy our needs. In this case, in the else case, all I want to do is resolve the result. So now I've replaced it. It might make sense to run this after this particular function. And this time, I just want to change this to ID 3. And in order to call this function, all we need is replace and then send in the document. So in this case, we're going to send in the document, which is going to be documents. Actually, ID 3 would be 2. So we'll see that that particular value will actually change. So we got the query first, then we replace it, then we got another query. So let's try this. Clear screen, and then we're going to do node server.js. So it looks like we got another error there. So the error was simply a small typo. This was actually supposed to be result and not results. That's it. So run this again. So you can see that the first time it looked for ID 1, and actually we should have done ID 3 because that was the value that has actually changed because ID 1 already had my name. So why don't we just go change this to something else? We're going to just change my name to doll and then run this again. Make sure that this actually works. So for now, we can comment this particular one, and then for value 2, we're going to go and change this to doll and then look for the new value. So you can see that the name is doll and also has a space that we gave. So this actually works. Perfect. So replace is done, and the only thing we're left with is going to be delete, and it's going to be very, very simple. So what we could do is copy this as it is and actually create delete. So in case of delete, all we need to do is pass in the document. We already have that particular document. We don't really need to change or alter anything, any property whatsoever when it comes to deleting the document. And then the API is fairly simple. We say delete document, and then we have document URL, document error, and then we have the result. So we got console.log, JSON.stringify.error, and that's simply because if you had an error. If you didn't have an error, then you want to resolve this. You could say to delete document, take this particular function, push it here, and say config.documents. So we want to delete the document. We want to make sure that that document actually exists in Azure. So why don't we do this? You go back to Chrome, go to Azure, and check for Document Explorer. In Document Explorer, I've got 2 different collections. Now this time we have products, and we also have users. Click users, and I've got ID all the way from 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. And even if they're in different numbers, we have all of them. So we can see number 1, ID is 1, and name is Chandra Doll. So what we're going to do is we're going to remove this particular record. So we go back to Visual Studio and say document 0, and then come back here and run node server.js, and this should technically remove that particular document. So once we do that, we're going to go back to Chrome and then refresh this data. And now you can see that I can't actually see ID number 1. ID number 1 doesn't exist. So we were able to delete it. That was it. We were able to do CRUD operations in Node.js, and the API was very similar to .NET. So prior to using DocumentDB, I was doing a lot of MongoDB development, and my biggest concern was taking that data and pushing it over to Azure, because a lot of times it's not that easy. But for our benefit, Microsoft's actually created a really awesome tool, which is DocumentDB Data Migration Tool. Let's look into that tool. In order to make that work, first thing I'm going to do is make sure the MongoDB instance is running. So as you can see, we have products and we have users and we have Kasten. Now, if I were to take my data, which is part of MongoDB, it will be a completely different collection. It could be part of the same database, but it will be a completely different collection. So going back to Visual Studio, now you can run data transfer or data migration tool as a simple install, but since it's on GitHub, so what I like to do is run the latest bits. So I got the source code here, and I'm just running it from the source code. I'm going to do Control F5. Feel free to use the tool that's part of the install, and it's going to work. So once I run this, I can see that this tool can do a lot of migration of data. So in this case, you can see that I can import from either a JSON file, MongoDB. I can also do a SQL database. I could also do CSV files. And if you ever used Azure Table Storage, you could do that too. Even RavenDB is supported, and DynamoDB is supported. And then you can also transfer data from an existing document DB and also HBase. So that's a lot of options. Now, a few different ways we can make this work. One of the easy ways is to really export the data out of your MongoDB instance into a JSON file, because I would like to see what data is being exported. So in order to do that, I need to go back to command prompt and then grab this particular location, run MongoDB again, go to a different window, and while I'm here, what I'm going to do is I'm going to do Mongo export, which is a command that comes with MongoDB. Now you need to make sure that MongoDB is running while you run this command. And I know that there's a database called test, and then it has a collection with ID restaurants. And I'm going to take this data out and push it to a local JSON file. And I can call this file anything. I'm just going to call it restaurants.json and hit enter. So you can see that it was connected to localhost. It was actually connected to my local database instance, which is my MongoDB instance. And once I have that, it says 25,359 records were actually imported. So let's go and check if that really worked. So we can see here we got a restaurants.json. We got open. I'm just going to open it with Visual Studio Code. And you can see there's a lot of data here. We've got an address, we've got coordinates, we've got street, and then we have a zip code here. And knowing this data is important because you need to understand how you would actually replicate this data. So what's going to be your partition key, what's going to be your ID, and things like that. So I've got cuisine, I've got grades, and then I also have a date, and then I have a lot more data, including it's very similar to the same data because it's part of an array. And then I have name, and then I've got a restaurant ID. So two things from here I could gather was I could actually partition my data according to the zip code. And that's something I'm choosing to do. You don't have to. It totally depends on your business logic. And the second thing I want to do is take the ID, which is not this particular ID, because this is a little different kind of an ID. Maybe I want to use the restaurant ID. I could take those two data points and then use it as part of my data migration tool. So going back to the data migration tool, I'm making sure that I'm importing from JSON files. I'm going to add the files, and we're going to take the same exact file that we just created, restaurants.json. Double click it, and you can see that that file is over there. You can also decompress the data if you want to. Hit next, and now we have a few different options. We could either convert it to a JSON file, which is very simple. It's going to create another JSON file locally. In this case, I don't think that has any value. We can sequentially import every single record, or we can also do a bulk import. Bulk import makes the most sense, so I'm going to pick bulk import. The next thing is connection string. So as you can see, the connection string is account endpoint, and then it needs the account key, and then it needs the database. So we're going to go and look for all these values. So the first thing would be account endpoint. And then go to Chrome and then get these values. So we're going to go to the key and get the endpoint, which is the URI. Same exact thing which we did in case of .NET, and the same exact thing we did in case of Node.js. And the next thing is an account key. So I'm going to type in account key, and then grab my key right here and paste it as it is. And then the next thing is the database. So we've already created a database, which is Caston. So I'm going to say database is Caston, just making sure that that's exactly what it's looking for. It is. And then we can hit verify, and very quickly it's going to tell you that it was successfully able to connect or not connect to the DocumentDB account that you have running in Azure. And then we can add collections. Now in this case, what are really those collections? Well, restaurants is the collections that I'm interested in, so I'm going to add that collection. And then my partition key, as we discussed, is going to be zip code. And then my ID field is going to be restaurant ID. Now you have to be very careful that if you get these names wrong, this actually might not work. So going back to Visual Studio Code, I'm just going to do a quick search and look for zip code to make sure it was zip code, not zip codes. And then the second one was restaurant ID and not restaurants ID, and then I think we were right. That's it. So we're going to need to hit next. You can also add an error file, and you can manually go and do it. So let's say I created error.csv. Now you can get all your errors in that particular file, and then say next. So that's it. Now you're ready to import all your data. It's about 25,000 records. Now you hit import, and within a couple of minutes, you probably have all of your data over there. So you can see you've transferred about 400 records already, about 500 records. That's pretty cool. So it's very fast, very efficient, gets the job done. Trust me, this is going to work. We don't have any errors. We don't have anything failed. This is amazing. In the meanwhile, there's a lot of things you could do with your Microsoft Azure Portal. So for example, you can actually go and browse all your data here. So you see, I've got my restaurants. And if I want to go through every single restaurant, I can go to Document Explorer, and I can say restaurants, and it's pulling up the data I have. So I can see that I've got my ID here, I've got address, I've got street, zip code, and you can see there's probably going to be another ID here. And that's all the data I was looking for. So you see that restaurant ID actually got changed to ID in this case, which is happening with every single result because that's what we did. And we can play with all the data here. And then we have a query explorer. So we could also go and say, run the query here. So in this case, my only option really in that case is going to be a Caston only has one product. But if I had something more than that, let's say users, and if I run the query, I could play with it right here. So I could do things like, so select star from C, or we could even say select star from root and hope that this works. And that did work. And I can say root R, where r.id equals, let's say 6. And you can run the query here. Wow, so that was a syntax error. We've got select star from root R, where our ID is 6, and we get the ID 6 back. So that's the query explorer that you have. Then you can also have your script explorers. That's where your UDFs, your, where you can actually use JavaScript in UDFs, your stored procs, and actually functions. You can actually use JavaScript functions. So you got triggers that would also use simple JavaScript, and you can do all of that here. I hope you liked it. Here's some of my information, and you can also revisit my course on LinkedIn Learning, and thank you for being here.